The cold night revealed a dark road, briefly illuminated by a partial moon. The cloud seemed to shift its light as they slowly passed a ways off overhead. The road looked familiar, but I wasn't exactly sure of its name. I don't recall how I got here or why I was walking alone, but now wasn't the time to question my surroundings. For some inexplicable reason, this all felt familiar, but I wasn't sure why. I began to walk faster as the feelings of dread and unease began to grip firmly on my mental state. In front of me slowly appeared a figure. At first it was hard to see, but the closer it came, I slowly made the features of a young woman who wore a white nightgown that reflected what little the moon had to offer. She looked to be around my age. Her blonde hair was flowing in the cool night air. Her green eyes beamed at me, causing me to lock in on them. I approached slowly. I slowly began to see the features of the woman, her appearance slowly shifting from the majestic lady I just saw moments before. Her skin began to scar. A dark liquid slowly came from her eyes and mouth. Her face was not that of pain, but of indifference, staring at me blankly as her body slowly transitioned to that of a decayed injury. I tried to step back, but I was frozen in place. Terror filled my mind as she glided towards me, her eyes now hollow and dead, staring into my quivering soul. Her face was now mere inches from mine as she whispered, "It waits." I shot up out of bed and was out of breath. My wet shirt gripped my skin as my sheets were covered with sweat. It took me a few moments to realize I was back in my bed and not on that lonesome road. Even then, I needed a minute to calm myself. The nightmare had gripped me so tightly that even being awake and processing my empty room, I still felt uneasy. My subconscious mind was still letting me know that danger was still present, but I knew I was alone. I looked to my nightstand and saw my old pistol I had purchased years ago but never used, still sitting within arm's reach. My phone sat next to it charging while emitting a soft green, displaying the time. I closed my weary eyes and rubbed my face, my hands still damp from the night terror. I grabbed my phone and typed in the code without thinking. No notifications. The screen showed the time and date, Thursday, 6:43 a.m. I worked a half day today since I had my therapy appointments on Thursdays. I preferred Fridays, but Dr. Wilcox was full that day. I could have gone back to bed since I didn't have to work for another 2 hours, but I got up anyways. I took the handful of assorted medicine I had on my nightstand and held them in my hand as I searched for my water bottle. The images of last night's stream faded from my tired memory. I don't remember how I got on that road or why I was there, but I saw the woman in white again. I had seen her before. I mentioned it to Dr. Wilcox. He thinks that she represents my buried need to find a girlfriend, but I'm not sure. At first I thought the same, but each time I see the woman, she deteriorates more and more. Although last night's dream was horrifying, it was the first for me. Normally the woman is silent and stares at me, but last night she finally spoke. I pondered briefly what she said and what it could have possibly meant. What's waiting? I wondered. I got up and got dressed for the day. I put on my dirty uniform and put a t-shirt in my work bag for after. I'll do the laundry later tonight when I get back. I had time to kill, so I decided to make some breakfast for once. A rare delicacy I normally skip. My medicine makes it hard for me to have an appetite, but the side effects hadn't kicked in yet. I got halfway through breakfast before feeling the subtle discomfort of nausea. I saved the rest of breakfast for later, although I know I wasn't going to eat it. I left my apartment and entered the enclosed hallway of my apartment building, bracing myself for the day. I grabbed my keys to lock my door when I saw a strange yet familiar piece of paper taped to my door. It was a piece of copier paper with sharp and grotesque symbols covering its surface. The red and black ink was intricate, although visible errors were hardly noticeable. This was the 9th piece of paper with the exact image that had been taped to my door, at least the 9th one that I had kept. There were dozens other that I had thrown away before realizing that I should probably be keeping these as evidence. Just about every day for the last month, I would find a new paper waiting for me outside my apartment door. For whatever reason, each time I saw the new paper, a slight sense of unease deposited itself in my subconscious. Although the symbols and images were unknown to me, they were somehow offensive to me, and I registered a completely new feeling of malice. I took the paper, went back inside, placing it in my folder I kept by the fridge. I had many theories as to what was happening, but I couldn't be sure. The most harmless conclusion I could come up with was that someone was playing a prank on me, or had the wrong apartment number, but those concepts seemed most unlikely. The more nefarious reasons were that someone had it out for me, and either they knew me personally or picked me at random to inflict whatever they thought doing something like this to me would do. If their objective was to annoy me, it was working. I left my apartment again and drove the 23 minutes to work. Normally I would listen to music, but last night's dream had lingered longer than most. I felt the need to process it more in silence as I drove. I pulled into the gas station and put on my work hat. The nice thing about managing this low country gas station was that most people were nice and just wanted their gas. Very rarely did I have any conflicts that I needed to resolve. Gary, my coworker, greeted me with a toothy grin as I walked in the automatic doors. "Morning, boss," he said cheerfully as I walked past him on the way to the back room. "Hey, Gary," I said, doing my best to pretend that life wasn't going downhill. Gary was a nice older man. I interviewed him a couple of months ago as a gas station attendant, and he'd been fantastic. He was divorced and had a small criminal record, but having gotten to know him more and giving him a chance to rebuild his life had earned me his utmost respect. Frankly, I just needed a body to work the register throughout the week, but he has proven himself as invaluable since starting. "Another hard night?" he said, chuckling. This would normally shock me, but this was just something he said to people normally. Probably because I never got much sleep to begin with. "Yeah, I'm good," I replied, as I grabbed an energy drink from the mini fridge we kept next to the safe. The station was as busy as you would expect a small gas station to be in the morning. Just a handful of customers pumping gas outside, with one or two coming in to use the bathroom. "So, you got any plans tonight?" he asked as he was filling in the snack stand. I have a doctor's appointment in a couple of hours, but after that I found an interesting geocache online that's just on the other side of town I might go look at." Gary had stopped stacking and looked over to me. "Geocache? Is that where you look for rocks?" No. A geocache is where someone hides a trinket or something of value and gives you various clues to go and find it. Kinda like a watered-down scavenger hunt. Huh. That actually sounds really cool. What about you, Gary? What do you got going on? I could see his smile lessen briefly. Well, Kira was going to come over tonight, but she wanted to stay with her mom so she could go to her friend's birthday party. Gary had mentioned Kira briefly before, but I assumed it was just his girlfriend. Given the new context, I now realized it was his daughter. I didn't know how to respond. "Oh, I'm sorry. Kids don't know how good they have it." "Yeah, the older they get, the less they want to see you. I was the same way as a teen, so I can't blame her." Before I could respond, a customer came in. A middle-aged lady with big glasses, asking for $20 on pump 4. Gary chatted her up while I went in the back and got the schedule ready for the week. I spent the next couple of hours manning the register as I assisted Gary in restocking the liquor. The store was plenty slow, so we just bullshitted the whole shift. Gary told me about his conspiracy theories he'd been researching, how the government knew about aliens, and how they were helping them breed with our species. Alright, Gary, I thought to myself. I played along and made sure to keep the conversation work appropriate when this old customer would come in. Gary was kind of weird like that, always talking about nonsense that would never affect him in any meaningful way, but you gotta hand it to the guy. He worked like a horse. I checked the time and saw I needed to go to my appointment. "Gary, are you good if I leave for a lunch break?" I already knew the answer, but asked out of politeness. "Yeah, boss. Grab something good." I obviously wasn't eating lunch, but I didn't want him knowing I was seeing my shrink about my mental health. I didn't want to show weakness to those under me. I left the gas station and walked around back to the employee parking. A startling sight waited for me on my old Tacoma. Sitting on the windshield underneath the wiper was another paper. This was the first time I had one on my truck. Whoever this was not only knew where I lived, but what I drove and where I worked. It was clear that this wasn't a joke anymore. I couldn't write this off as anything else but targeted. I took the paper and got in my truck. I drove the 15 minutes across town and arrived at my appointment. My therapist's office was on the basement level of an old brick building. Above it was an empty office space that would frequently have different businesses trying to occupy it. I walked down the concrete steps and went into the office. The front desk was empty, with "Be back in 20 minutes" sign sitting on the receptionist's desk that had been there for at least a year. I could hear faint white noise coming from one of the back rooms. The smell of cheap, relaxing candles tried to mask the moldy smell of a wet basement office, creating a very unique scent that I didn't care for. Warm, dull colors gave the room a slight sense of optimism, but I was so overwhelmed with my dreams and constant dread that it had a little effect on me. Dr. Wilcox walked out with his previous patient. Her eyes were still red from their session, but she put on a weak smile as she said goodbye and ignored me while walking out of the office. He looked over to me and smiled. "Hey then, you ready?" His soft eyes rested on me as I got up and approached him. "I suppose," I responded. I enjoyed therapy. I really did. But like everything that is worthwhile, it can be hard at times. We sat in his office and he turned down the white noise. I had made mention to him several visits back that I didn't care for the added noise, and he has remembered ever since. "So, what's going on this week?" he asked to kick off our session. I paused, dreading the answer. A brief silence filled the room as I answered. I dreamed of her again. I thought I was getting better, I really did. I couldn't look at him as I sighed. Dr. Wilcox readjusted in his seat, prepping himself for a lengthy session. I can't remember her face. I never can, but I remember her. How she makes me feel. As if at one point I had known her. Like she meant something meaningful to me, but all that goes away and is replaced by dread and horror. Dr. Wilcox nodded. "You have mentioned her before. This time she's different. She's changed. She morphed into something terrible, her body scarring and broken in horrible ways. I don't know what any of that means." We fell silent. I racked my brain as I began to remember a crucial detail. She spoke to me, I think. It was along the lines of something waiting, but I'm not sure what she was referring to. Well, I think this could be a number of things. It could simply be just a bad dream. I know our minds tend to conjure thoughts and images that we're familiar with to manifest things to us. It could also be sexual frustration. I know that it's common for most guys, but I'm interested in hearing what you think it might be. I considered mentioning the papers. I was tempted into going into a long conversation about connecting the papers to my dreams, as if the papers themselves were causing them, but that was a subject for another time. A scab I didn't quite yet want to peel. "Yeah, I guess you're right. It doesn't help that I do watch a lot of horror," I said with a sigh. Dr. Wilcox relaxed, relieved that I was willing to change the subject. "I think I know what you need. You need social interaction. I think you need a healthy distraction rather than being all alone all the time. My homework for you is to find one person to hang out with before our next session. I think this will help you take your mind off things for once." I smiled as I got up. "Yeah, I can do that. I might invite a coworker to go geocache with me." Dr. Wilcox nodded. "That sounds like a lot of fun. I'm sure anyone would love to go with you." The rest of the session we talked about other topics like work and other areas for me to work on. Dr. Wilcox did a good job of making me feel worthwhile, almost as if we were friends, but I knew deep down that that wasn't true. I left the office with a brief sense of accomplishment. I was determined to feel better. I drove home as a soft rain cloud began to form. A slight pitter on my windshield was oddly relaxing. The pleasant day darkened as I drove home. For once, I was relieved to see that my door was bare. No ominous paper taped to its exterior. I went inside and decided how I wanted to spend my evening. I wanted to go out. I didn't have any friends per se, but I didn't want to spend the night just cooped up in my apartment, thinking about my problems. I went into my office and considered playing video games, but remembered seeing a geocache online that was located in my area. "That's right," I whispered. I pulled up the website and quickly found a cache on the other side of town. Typically, most caches have ratings of difficulty and reviews, which some have clues to help, but this one appeared to be new. It was posted last week and didn't have any reviews. I checked the time and saw it was close to 5 o'clock. I had a notification from Gary that he sent me a YouTube video for one of his conspiracy theories. I ignored the message, but an idea came to me. I dialed up Gary and he answered almost immediately. "Hello," he said in his usual optimistic tone. I invited him to come geocaching with me tonight, seeing how he was also going to be home alone. It was out of my nature to invite him to something like this, and he paused briefly. I knew he didn't have any plans to make excuses, so I was interested in hearing what possible objections he might have. "You know, that sounds like fun actually. What time are you gonna go?" "Sooner the better," I responded. I sent Gary the pin on Google Maps to meet me across town in 30 minutes. I hung up the phone and got ready for fun and potentially mind-provoking geocache hunt with a work friend. I would normally do something like this alone, but I wanted to venture outside of my comfort zone. Try to make more friends even though if it's a coworker I already knew. I went to the bathroom, put on a warm coat and grabbed a flashlight and debated whether or not to bring my gun. The only concern was that I didn't have a conceal permit, and I didn't want to make Gary uneasy by bringing an unnecessary weapon to a fun outing. I grabbed an energy drink before heading out and drove across town. I had the address, but I didn't know where exactly it was. I began to feel embarrassed the more remote the route began to take me. I didn't want Gary to think that I was some kind of creep trying to lure him out in the middle of nowhere. I finally arrived at the old industrial park when the sun was slowly making its descent for the night. I saw Gary smiling wide as he exited his car in what appeared to be an abandoned lot. There were a few operating facilities a block or two away, but the location for this geocache appeared to be in an old warehouse. "Hey boss man," Gary said as he closed his door while approaching me. "Thanks for the invite. Had nothing better to do." I smiled as I locked my truck. "Yeah, glad you can make it. Hopefully we can figure this one out before it gets too dark." I pulled up the app, which, once I accepted the geocache, I was given the first clue, which read, "To find the second clue, you will need a bright idea to help you." I was pretty good at riddles, but this claim seemed too vague. Bright idea? What does that even mean? Gary and I looked around the old buildings that had long been abandoned to hopefully give us some context. The buildings we stood next to had a rusted metal exterior. Graffiti covered parts, but none of which were usually in regards to our clue. The door to the building remained bare, save for some chipped paint on the door, barely made out the words, "Fulton Electrical," with the insignia of a light bulb above. Bright idea. Light bulb, I said while pointing to the door. Gary nodded with excitement as I turned on my flashlight and made our way over to the door. The door was missing a handle and a small hole took its place. A firm push on the door gave way about 2 feet, but nothing more. Gary and I squeezed in single file, entering the building in hopes of finding our second clue. The facility was mostly empty, save for a handful of rusted pieces of furniture. A metal desk sat upright upon entering. I walked over to it and sure enough, sitting on the desk was a piece of scrap metal weighing down a piece of paper with the next clue. I handed the flashlight to Gary, seeing that I wanted to share the fun. "Hey, I found it. You read this one." Gary walked over to the paper, the flashlight illuminating a small cone of light in the building. the faintest rays of sun streaming in behind us in the open door. Gary stuttered at first. Reading was clearly difficult for him. The way to the treasure you must go, find the path that leads below. Gary handed me the flashlight. Path below. Must be a basement or a cellar here. We waited for a few moments by the door, the light outside slowly fading. For once I was beginning to feel an unease crawl over me. Stuff like this normally didn't bother me, but something about this building radiated negative energy that almost seemed familiar. Well, should we go in further? Gary asked as I stalled by the door. Yeah, let's do it. We ventured in deeper to the building, leaving the small safe haven by the door. Inside, the building opened up after walking through a doorless doorway, leading into what I assume once housed heavy equipment. Rubble and graffiti spread across the building. My concern for unwanted inhabitants slowly festered in my mind. I should have brought my gun, I whispered. I was relieved that I invited Gary to tag along on this one. Something about this place brought the worst out of me. I followed Gary as we inspected the facility. After carefully inspecting the main floor, we eventually found a stairway that led to the basement. I froze in my tracks as I read some graffiti that laid above the doorway. "It waits," it said in a black sloppy spray paint. "It waits," I whispered. "Where have I heard that?" I asked, racking my brain for its significance. "I've heard that before, recently too." Gary smiled at my discomfort. Come on, it's just goth teens that do this kind of stuff to scare people away. We're so close." No. Something about this is wrong, but I don't know what it is. I have a feeling that something's down there. Gary's smile slowly faded. "Hey, you don't have to come down. I can find it. I'll bring you your flashlight back to work tomorrow. Just head on back home and I'll call you if I find anything. Here, I'll walk you to the door." Gary left the entrance to the basement and I slowly followed behind. I was worried about taking my eyes off the basement. I was worried that something was going to come out and grab me if I had. Had it not been for Gary pushing me, I couldn't say how long I would have been there. We made our way back to the door we left open, and it was now dark outside. The soft chirps of nightlife could be heard off a ways away. Surprisingly enough, the old lamppost outside in the courtyard area glowed a dull orange, casting shadows onto our cars. "I don't think you should go in that basement alone," I said, mainly out of caution for Gary. I would feel bad if I got him involved in this cache for him to get hurt alone in that basement. "Oh, I'll be quick. I'll just take a quick peek, really. We should come back tomorrow after work if you're free," he recommended. "We'll see," I said as I jumped into my truck and pulled out of the parking lot. Gary watched me as I left the area. My ease and relief became almost instant having left that building. I went home and ordered a pizza. For once, I selected something other than horror to watch. Even though I was glad to have left, I still wondered about Gary in that basement. I felt good about today. Work was fine and Dr. Wilcox gave me some solid advice. I was able to step out of my comfort zone for once. I had a few beers and went to bed early. I found myself in a dark room. I don't remember how I got there or why I was there, but I noticed a light on the ground a ways away. The overwhelming fear of dread began to rise. The light was coming from a flashlight that seemed to be resting on the ground. The closer I got, the more I could hear a soft sobbing coming from one of the far corners of the room. I shuffled over slowly to pick up the light. "Hello?" I announced as I hesitantly shined the light. I could hear the soft sobs slowly turn into cries, and I shined the light to reveal a woman standing in the far corner of the room. Her hair seemed to be disheveled and matted. Her clothes were dirty and torn. I began to fear what I was witnessing, but I somehow was drawn to her. I couldn't stop moving towards her. To my surprise, I had managed the courage to muster a question that quivered as I spoke. Are you okay?" The sobbing stopped. She then stood upright, but faced away from me. Her arms were bleeding and covered in scars. She slowly turned, revealing a vaguely familiar face. Her eyes were white, and the flesh of her face was rotten and pulled tightly over jagged bones that lined her face. She looked at me and cocked her head to the side. She whispered, "It was meant for you." Terror filled my body as fear overcame all of my senses. I could see movement behind her. Something large and pale began coming closer within the shadows. I shined my light towards it in its direction, but before I could make out what it was, I shot up in bed again. This time it was morning when I woke, well past the time I needed to get up. Luckily, my shift at the gas station was in the afternoon, so I had a couple of hours to kill. My fragmented dream seemed to progress in a very curious way, almost as if it made sense, but a few pieces were missing. This was the first time I had recognized her face. Before, it was too disfigured and scarred for me to make a connection, but last night I got a good enough look before something else entered the dream. The overwhelming dread lingered much longer this time. Being awake slowly dissipated the feelings, but this time was different. A haunting aura seemed to overcome me as I stood up and got ready for the day. Fridays were busy days at work, and I used the term busy loosely. I just had more business than usual that day. All perfectly capable to handle on my own, but thankfully I had a good enough team to spread it across our staff. I left my dark room and turned on all the lights in my apartment. I was trying to solve the mystery of the nightmares and the reoccurring woman in my dreams as I made breakfast. I had seen that face before, but I wasn't completely positive where. I scratched my head where one of the scars from my car crash from years ago still remained. I don't really remember much before that. Memories of friends and family had either been greatly blurred or removed from my mind altogether. I was certain that this woman was somehow part of my life before, but there was no way to know for sure. I got ready for work, the sense of unease still gripping me firmly. My anxiety seemed to be unmovable despite my best efforts to clear my mind. Before leaving, I checked the front door, and for the first time in weeks, the door was free from the wretched paper. As slight of a relief as it was, I felt relieved to see my door bare for once. I left for work, making sure I would get there early enough to try to calm down before having to work my shift. The cool morning was beginning to grow warm. It had rained last night. Small puddles could be still seen as I walked out to my truck. The air was clean and crisp. Surprisingly enough, my drive to work alleviated most of my apprehension, but not completely. I arrived at work seeing a few cars pumping gas as I parked in the back. I saw Jessica's beater car next to the dumpster, but I didn't see Gary's. Normally I had 2 people scheduled for Friday's rush, but it appeared that there was only one here. I withheld judgment before walking in to confirm that Gary was in fact not here. Jessica sat behind the counter, attending to a customer as I walked in. Thankfully, most of the foot traffic at the gas station was outside. "Where's Gary?" I asked once the customer left the store. Jessica rolled her eyes. "You tell me. He was supposed to open today." I checked my phone just in case I'd missed a call or text from him, but I didn't have any notifications. At this point, he was several hours late, which was unusual. He was by far my most punctual employee, so for him to do this was really out of character. A slight tingle of anxiety began to tickle the back of my neck. A brief thought of suspicion crawled quickly to the forefront of my mind. The last time I'd seen or heard from him was yesterday. It hadn't been that long ago, so I tried to rationalize where he could be or what had happened. Before I could call him, a small rush of customers came in, forcing me to help Jessica help up front. This caused me to get distracted. The logistics of the store became a primary focus rather than my top employee no call, no showing. I spent the rest of the afternoon having to cover for Gary, as I would try calling him every couple of hours to check in on him. But as I feared, he didn't answer. I sent him a text to see how he was doing and to call me when he was available. As frustrating as it was, the added work and distraction was much needed on my end. I thanked Jessica as she left her shift, and I took Gary's as I waited for the night shift to come in. The busy Friday was beginning to slow down. Night shift showed up on time and was surprised to still see me at the gas station. I told him I had to cover, which wasn't a big deal. I left the gas station around 8. The bright lights of the storefront and the pumping area partially illuminated the rear parking as I walked back checking my phone. I had a few notifications, but none of them were from Gary. I was tempted to go by his place to check in on him, but that would have just seemed creepy. He'll reach out to me if he needs me, I thought. I put my phone away while reflecting on today's events. I half expected to see a paper on my truck's windshield, but it sat untouched. It was Friday night. I didn't have any plans, but I was curious about Gary, as well as where we sat for that geocache. I tried contacting him again, but still no reply. I got in my truck and pondered my weekend plans as I drove home. My mind had pushed off the unease from this morning, and I planned on drinking most of my consciousness away in order to deal with my anxiety. I pulled into my complex parking lot and got ready to go in, when a sinister idea crept into my mind. I should go drive by that building to see if Gary's still there. He might not have even left. I shook my head and got out of my truck. Gary's a big boy. I can worry about him on Monday. I went inside and got my keys ready when I saw a disheartening sight on my door. It was another paper with a symbol, but underneath it were words written in barely legible writing. It should have been you. I looked around in hopes of perhaps catching a glimpse of whoever placed this here, but my hallway was empty. It was the same phrase that the woman said in my dreams. What should have been me? My mind began to think the worst. I think something happened to Gary that was intended for me. I went inside my apartment, went straight into my room and grabbed my gun on the nightstand. I fished around my apartment for another flashlight since Gary had my good one. I began to worry as I concealed the pistol in my pocket and walked briskly out to my truck. It was around 9 o'clock at this point. Most of the traffic in town had died down to a slow crawl, with only a handful of vehicles on the road. The 30-minute drive was quicker than I wanted. I arrived at the location where Gary and I had met earlier, and my suspicions were confirmed. Out front sat Gary's car. I was engulfed with a wave of dread. Something had clearly happened to him. My thoughts were overwhelmed with paranoia. I checked my gun and made sure it was loaded. Whoever was responsible for the symbols and whatever happened to Gary was probably inside. I got out and walked over slowly to the door. It was still ajar from yesterday. I turned on my flashlight and went inside. I pulled my gun out and held it by my side in the off chance that I needed to use it. I fumbled my way to the back of the building where the basement was, and paused. I shined my light down the stairs, which made my stomach turn. I worked my way down slowly, unsure of what I was going to find. I was hoping I wouldn't find anything, but I knew deep down that something of malicious intent remained here. Once at the bottom of the stairs, I shined my light around to see the basement filled with garbage and debris. A new level of horror began to build in my mind. A strong smell of decay and mold began to fester the further I went into the darkness. I felt an overwhelming sense of horror build, not just for myself but for Gary. What happened to him? And was he even down here? I considered calling out to him, but my mind wouldn't allow me. My primal senses were on high alert. Although I was under the impression this building was unused for many years, my mind told me that something awful awaited for me in the depths of this basement. I pressed forward in hope of finding any signs of Gary, but at the same time I hope I didn't. My footsteps crunched broken glass of beer bottles and other debris, loudly announcing my presence to those that were around to hear it. I then shined my light a ways away on what appeared to be a plastic tarp that hung covering what looked like a doorway. I froze. There was a good chance that there was something back there that I didn't want to see. I stood in the hallway weighing my options. Fearing that Gary had been lured into some kind of sinister trap, I gripped my gun and slowly approached, hoping that my footsteps would soften the slower I went. I reached the tarp. It was one of those heavy, opaque ones that you couldn't quite see through all the way. I shined my light down and pressed on the tarp. It made a soft ruffling noise as I entered the room. It was much less sturdy, but the light reflected something on the floor in the middle of the room. I could see off in the room my old flashlight I let Gary borrow, but I saw no sign of him. My heart began to beat faster as I inched my way towards the center of the room. The smell hit me much harder. I could see that in the center of the floor appeared to be some kind of design, with what looked like roadkill placed at coordinated intervals. My mind raced so quickly that it took me a moment to recognize what I was looking at. Drawn on the concrete floor was the same design as the symbol that had been placed on my door for the last couple of weeks. I lifted my gun and searched the room frantically, unsure of what I was now involved with. For a brief moment, I saw a figure standing in the far corner of the room, which caused me to jump. Out of reaction, my grip had tightened on the trigger, and I fired the gun on accident. A puff of dust came from where the bullet had hit on the wall, and a ringing in my ears quickly overwhelmed me. I shined the light in the corner to see that the figure didn't move. I walked over slowly as the figure was facing the wall, but I soon recognized it as Gary. He was standing upright, but his head was twisted back, as if he was staring at the ceiling above him. I walked over to him quickly, but my brief excitement quickly turned to concern. It wasn't until I walked up to him and I looked at him did I realize that something awful had happened. His mouth and eyes were open, but he looked lifeless. A strange dark liquid seemed to have came from his open eyes, as if he was weeping this dark sludge. "Gary," I whispered. It was clear at this point that Gary's body was nothing more than a hollow shell. Something had happened here, and I'm not sure I could ever understand. Something truly horrific that I have yet to have encountered in my life. It was weird seeing him stand lifeless like this. At this point, I realized that things were worse than I had thought. I had reached a new height of terror as my mind began to comprehend whatever did this was probably here that night, and what was worse, it was probably still here. Before I could move, I heard a movement coming from beyond the tarp, coming this way. I could hear the distant glass being stepped on and getting louder, as well as another sound accompanying it. It didn't take long for me to realize it was the sound of something being dragged behind those footsteps. Unsure of what to do, I moved away from Gary and stood against the wall near the opening of the tarp. I got my gun ready, hoping that just threatening whoever came in here would be enough. I turned off my flashlight and waited for whoever it was to come in. I knew that they must have heard my gunshot, but they didn't know where I was. My eyes strained for a beam of someone's flashlight to come into view, but it never did. The footsteps got louder, and I finally realized that whoever was down here was not using a flashlight. They were navigating the basement in the dark. Something wasn't right. No person could move around down here with all the garbage by pure memory. The basement was pitch black. There was no way anyone could see without the aid of some kind of light. My heart skipped a beat when I heard the tarp being moved as someone walked through it. I lifted my gun to the noise and held my breath. The dragging sound continued, but I then began to hear strange gurgling and clicks. My adrenaline was now flowing unrestricted in my veins. A sense of heightened awareness began to reveal that I was in the presence of something I've never encountered before. I wasn't sure what it was dragging, but I assumed the worst. The noise thankfully continued past me and over into the corner where what remained of Gary stood. I lifted my flashlight, which was off, and anticipated confronting whoever was down here. I had to ready myself that I might even need to shoot them if necessary. I aimed the flashlight where I thought the person was, but before I could turn it on, a strange slurping sound could be heard. I could hear liquids being spilled, and the terrifying sounds continued. In a panic, I turned on the flashlight. My mind took a couple of seconds to process what I was seeing, but I couldn't grasp it. A second body had been placed next to Gary's, but standing in front of it was the tallest person I'd ever seen. Long strands of hair came off of its bald head. It was easily 8 feet tall, but that wasn't the startling part. Whoever this person or thing was had inserted the whole person's head into its mouth. My light flashed over the unholy sight of this thing, sucking out the life of this poor person in its grasp. The humanoid creature slowly removed the person's head from its mouth, all the while a black liquid spilled onto the concrete floor. The thing looked at me. Fear told me that my fate was the same as Gary's, that even the gun I held was useless against this beast. In a surge of adrenaline and hope, I took off through the tarp and out of the room. I stumbled through the basement, my footing unsure with each step. I couldn't run fast enough. I was constantly fighting to gain my balance. I got halfway through the basement when I heard an unsettling screech. It was so loud that I wasn't sure how close it was to me. The movement behind me was quickening, and I knew I had to take a stand, that I had to try to kill or at least injure it, enough for it to leave me alone. I turned to fend off my pursuer, but it was so fast. It was less than 10 yards away and closing in quick. I fired my gun rapidly, hoping at least one of the bullets would hit the monster, but the monster kept coming. Dr. Wilcox sat in his office and looked at his watch. He was more concerned than disappointed as he waited. Hayden had never missed an appointment. After the 20-minute grace period, Dr. Wilcox filed the session as a no-call, no-show. Hayden was his last appointment for the day, which, although he was concerned, he was glad to go home early. Dr. Wilcox left the office and put his work out of his mind. He drove home to his farm about 40 minutes away, into the country. He didn't mind the commute seeing as he had started the clinic years ago, and within the last 5 years, he had inherited his father's estate. The farm had a gate at the bottom of the driveway, which sat a single police car. Wilcox rubbed his brow to alleviate the growing stress as an officer got out as he approached. Wilcox rolled down his window. "Afternoon, officer," he said with the most subtle annoyance in his tone. "Hello, doctor. Mind if I ask you a couple of questions about one of your patients?" Wilcox parked his car. "As a matter of fact, I do. I can't discuss anything about my patients, especially off the clock." The officer nodded. "I know. I was just seeing the last time you saw Hayden Reese. He's been missing for the last couple of days." Wilcox's demeanor had shifted. Rather than being standoffish, the news had brought out an odd sense of concern. He fumbled with his words as he was processing the information, and was still trying to be confidential about his patient. "I hadn't seen him this week. That's all I can share." The officer nodded. "All right. Have a good day, Doc." The officer handed him his card, then got into his cruiser, but he didn't leave. Wilcox pulled ahead and punched the gate code. The rest of the evening had a somber air about it. Not only had a troubling patient not shown up, but he was also reported missing for a couple of days now. Wilcox could not help but try to remember the last session with Hayden. He pulled up his session notes he kept on his laptop, but nothing really popped out at him. Bad dreams, don't be alone, do a geocache with a friend. Nothing showed signs of concern. Geocache, what was that again? He mumbled to himself. He googled the name and up popped a couple of definitions as well as several websites and videos of people solving clues. Huh. Wilcox then closed his computer and did his best to put all that aside to enjoy his evening. He went about his evening routine of checking random emails and watching a variety of game shows with his dinner. Wilcox took his evening medicine with a small sip of wine to help boost the effects, which he would never advise anyone else to do. That night, dreams had plagued him for the first time in a while. Images of a dark basement, a small gathering of people entered his mind in a diluted fashion. Symbols on the walls and floor were illuminated. A feeling of dread slowly builds as loud footsteps approached from in the darkness. Before whatever approached, an image of a scarred man pointing to an open metal door. The man's face was grotesque and unrecognizable, as his eyes and mouth were slowly spewing a dark liquid. He pointed to the door and whispered, "Don't let it out." Wilcox opened his eyes, the effects of the drug still inflicting their side effects with full force. On his nightstand, he grabbed his dream journal and wrote, "Open door, and don't let it out." He then closed his eyes again, unaware of what he had just scribbled, and fell asleep. Friday morning, he awoke to the sound of the alarm on his phone. The nightmare he had endured only hours ago had faded from his drug-induced slumber, but what did remain were the cryptic messages he had written in his dream journal. Wilcox made sure to give himself plenty of time in the morning in order to let the side effects wear off. He checked his phone and emails, but noticed that his journal was left open. He hadn't dreamed in months, or at least any that he could remember. He was surprised to see that he had written words, "Open door," and "Don't let it out." The words meant nothing to him. He was more surprised to see that he'd even written anything at all than the messages itself. He got ready for work, taking his time to make sure he had cleared his head before getting into his car. The business card of Officer Fielding sat in the cup holder of his Lexus. He arrived at the office early like he always did. He pulled out his laptop and got ready for the day. Hayden's file tab was still open, as well as the Geocache tab. Instead of closing the tabs, he clicked on them again and reread the contents. The file wasn't terribly in detail, but the more he read it, the more he began to recall his dream last night. Hayden's account of the woman were very similar to what he had experienced, although he couldn't make out the gender of the scarred figure. He kept reading, getting more involved with the unexplainable disappearance when his first patient came in for the day. He put aside his research, but it never fully left his mind. The day went by surprisingly slow, although it was a half day for Wilcox. He finally went to his laptop and started closing the tabs when he saw a Geocache tab still open. He saw in one of the search results from all the geocaches in the area, which only resulted the one across town. What are the odds, he thought. Instead of getting lunch and heading home, Dr. Wilcox drove across town out of pure curiosity and nothing more. As he got closer to the location, flashes of the nightmare slowly came to the forefront of his mind. Wilcox struggled with his own demons, but this was something else. Something much stronger that was affecting his mental focus. He arrived at the industrial park and saw the two vehicles parked out front. He was aware of this part of town, but always thought it had been deserted. He glanced at the door and felt the strong sensation of deja vu that he'd ever felt. Unsure of what to do, Wilcox then picked up the business card of Officer Fields and gave him a quick call. He answered in 2 rings. "Officer Fields." "Hey, this is Dr. Wilcox. I spoke to you yesterday about my patient Hayden." Fields took a moment but remembered. "Ah, yes, hey." "So, I think I might have something for you," Wilcox said. "I'm down at the old industrial park, and I think my patient was here at one point. I can't be sure. There's 2 cars parked here, and maybe one of them is his. I don't know, I'm just trying to help." "Okay, yeah, thank you. I can be over in about 20 minutes if you don't mind hanging tight, and I can run the plates. I appreciate your help on this." Wilcox hung up and waited in his car for the officer to show up. During that time, he began to doubt if this was even worth a call to the place. There was a good chance that all of this was just circumstantial, and that Hayden was simply lost out in the woods or something. Field showed up within the time frame agreed upon and exited the cruiser. "Thanks for the call. I'll run these plates and maybe check out what's inside the warehouse. You're welcome to hang around if you want." Wilcox smiled. "Thanks, but I should probably get going." Officer Fields wrote down the plate numbers and went back to his cruiser while Wilcox hopped into his car. Wilcox began pulling out when Fields waved him down, and he stopped. "You were right. The truck is registered to a Hayden Reese," Fields yelled. Wilcox's heart dropped. He parked his car again and got out. "Is it okay if I check the place out with you?" Fields nodded. Sure thing. The two entered the building while speaking softly about Hayden. Wilcox was telling him that Hayden was looking for clues for this silly game they play online. Fields led the way while shining a flashlight around the building. The two looked for any signs that might explain where he might be. The light from outside helped very little in illuminating the building through the old windows and holes in the wall. Upon inspecting the main floor, Fields made a startling discovery in one of the old offices. A dark liquid had pooled in one of the corners, and smears led out of the room. What is that? He exclaimed, unsure of what any of this could have been. The marks were still fresh as they held a moisture to it. The two men knew something was off. Fields called in on his radio. Sector 29, this is Fields. I'm with Dr. Wilcox in the old electrical office off James Street. Please send backup to this location. His radio buzzed back almost immediately with confirmation. Fields then unholstered his pistol and followed the drag marks while shining the light on the ground. What could this be, Doc? Blood doesn't look like this, does it? It's too dark. It's like an oil or something. I'm not sure, Wilcox responded as the two followed the trail that eventually led to the basement. Ah, shit, Fields whispered. That's terrifying. The two men briefly shared a smile in agreement of the situation. Let's wait for backup. The two men waited outside while two more cruisers pulled up. The four other officers approached Fields while he gave them a brief of the situation. We got something weird going on here. My guy is missing for a week or so and his truck is parked out front. This is his psych who will be tagging along with us. We checked out the inside and saw signs of a potential struggle, but we're not sure. All the evidence leads to the basement. The four officers then geared up with weapons from their cruisers and met back outside the front door. Fields led the way while Wilcox took safety in the back of the pack. He led them straight to the basement stairs and all six of them quickly descended into the darkness below. A stench of various smells began to amplify the further they went. The five officers began sweeping the basement in tactical formation. They had clearly practiced this before. They navigated through the garbage, but more troubling signs could be seen ahead. More dark marks with more smears of that liquid led to the back room where the opaque tarp stood, separating the half-dozen men that were unsure of what stood on the other side. Everyone's focus was on the tarp. Silence surrounded them as they approached the tarp with apprehension. Despite being with five highly trained policemen, Wilcox was afraid. He was unsure of what horrors laid in wait just beyond the thin piece of plastic. The men pushed through, one by one, and slowly did the group come to see what waited for them on the other side. At first, they were startled. About a dozen people stood all facing away. The officers were confused as to why so many people were just standing like this in the dark basement. Wilcox approached one of them and made a terrifying discovery. Much like his dream, this figure's face was covered in scars. Their eyes were white, while thick streams of liquid were smeared down its face. The person's mouth was wide, as if screaming in pain, but stood lifeless. This person is dead. They all are. All 15 corpses stood in the same position, all of which stood upright with their necks snapped, causing their heads to face the ceiling directly. Oh my gosh. The cement floor was covered in the dark liquid. The officers shined their lights around in panic, unsure of who or what was responsible for such carnage. They did their best to secure the room by checking all the bodies and seeing that the only way in was through that tarp. The officers called for backup, as well as medical aid. Wilcox and Field briefly conversed. Thanks for the tip on this, Field said, almost remorseful of being the one to make the discovery. I hope we can get to the bottom of this. I gotta get going. I shouldn't have even been here to begin with. Field and Wilcox walked out of the room and made their way down the disheveled hallway. The dark basement seemed more eerie now that they had found the contorted corpses with the dark liquid coming from their eyes and mouth. As they walked, both men heard what sounded like shifting in the dark corner of the basement. Their flashlights could only reach so far, leaving a good portion of the basement unviewed. Head back up and I'll have the other officers clear the rest of the basement with me. I'll call you if we can identify Hayden. Wilcox agreed and quickly made his way up the stairs. He was relieved to leave that hellhole. Once outside, a weight had been lifted from his soul. Not only did he help make serious progress in finding Hayden, but finally leaving that basement brightened his outlook. Despite being relieved, he was still haunted by the horrible images of those bodies. The terrible smell of the black liquid and the mystery behind everything still occupied his mind. The drive home would have been pleasant had it not been for the recent memories still flashing in his mind. He tried to listen to music, but it was just noise to him. It was becoming more clear that this was affecting him more than he originally thought. By the time he got home, it was 3 o'clock. Wilcox was still trying to wrap his mind around what he had witnessed only less than an hour ago. He knew deep down that Hayden was probably amongst the group of bodies that still stood erect with their necks twisted and scarred faces. What was weird about all of this is that most of what he had seen had been revealed to him in a drug-induced dream the night prior. That basement had conjured feelings of deep terror and violence. Whoever was responsible was clearly no longer human, but some psychopath that was unable to feel. Wilcox poured himself some wine to help take the edge off. The evening came and his nerves had finally subsided with the help of distraction and alcohol. The feelings of disgust still hung over him. It was around 8 o'clock when Wilcox took his concoction of medicine. Sleep would for sure help him remedy the horrors that he had witnessed that day. He took a couple of extra sips of his wine that he normally did, considering that he didn't have work tomorrow. As he was getting ready for bed, his phone rang. It was Officer Fields. He sighed and let his phone ring to voicemail. He was in no state of mind to hear what bad news he had to offer, especially at this late hour. He got into bed and felt the drugs kick in quickly. He was overwhelmed by not only the speeds of the effects, but also the strength. His visions had faded to black, but eventually found himself standing in that horrible basement. He could smell the thick stench of the black liquid. He could feel the cold that nipped at his skin. His spine tingled with anxiety as he looked around with the dim flashlight that he had. A brief sense of relief washed over him as he saw that Fields and the other officers were standing with him, but not for long. Their faces were all scarred. Their necks had been snapped and their eyes were milky white, much like the victims that they'd found. Shuffling could be heard beyond the darkness. Fields snapped his neck back down to face Wilcox, but his head was still misaligned. Fields grumbled something from his lifeless mouth that instantly cut to his core. "None of us are safe." Wilcox began to sweat out of fear. He could hear within the darkness something horrid coming closer. The other officers slowly tilted their heads back down and looked at Wilcox with empty stares. "He's at the door. He's at the door," they groaned. They continued to chant the phrase as a figure in the shadows slowly came into view. It stood upright, but the height was beyond anything a human could manage. It approached as if it was afraid of the light, but was slowly becoming more and more confident. "Who's there?" he cried, in hopes of some kind of intelligent response, but they came closer. The chanting from the dead officers got louder. "He's at the door! He's at the door!" The figure was now close enough that the flashlight began to reveal some more details. Its many rows of teeth, the blood-red eyes filled with hatred and carnage, the large hands that held long bony fingers with sharp nails on the ends. The chanting now became shouts as Wilcox froze in place. The creature was now in full view. Its hideous appearance now in full display to Wilcox's horror. This was no mere man or creature. This was a monster. The result of conjuring evil by a wicked power. The monster reached for Wilcox, its gnarled hand inches away from Wilcox when he shot out of bed. He was breathing heavily. His bed was covered in sweat. He was still foggy from the medicine still in his system. He felt mostly numb, but the dream was so powerful, he felt dread as well. He checked the time and saw it was 4 in the morning. He had 7 missed calls from Fields. Wilcox tried to catch his breath as he grabbed his dream journal. As he was writing, he heard a sound downstairs at his door. He got out of bed and froze. He could hear the handle jingling frantically and occasional bumps against the door. He was unsure if he locked the door last night. So much had happened that it was likely that he had forgotten. To his horror, he had heard the handle click and slowly creaked open the door. I drove the U-Haul through the unrelenting rain of the Washington countryside. The windshield wipers worked furiously as I struggled to get a clear view of the unpaved road I'd been driving on. I just dropped out of college. I had enough money saved, however, to give my dream as a writer a chance. My uncle, who I was fairly close with ever since my father had died, had a couple rental homes in the Pacific Northwest. I wasn't from here, so it was a bit of a change of scenery for me. Uncle Bryce offered me one of his lower quality homes to rent for practically nothing. Despite not having seen the place, I accepted. I pulled off the gravel road and called him really quick. My poor directions, mixed with the constant downpour and the lack of road signs, made finding this place nearly impossible. He answered in 2 rings, almost as if he was anticipating the call. "Hey, Bug, having trouble?" His voice slightly amused. I gave a light chuckle despite being frustrated. "Yeah, I've just been on the road a good bit and I haven't seen it yet. I'm just worried I passed it since it's not showing on the maps." "Yeah, Google really screwed up the maps on this one. No one can ever find it." "Have you crossed a bridge yet?" he asked inquisitively. I racked my brain but was fairly certain that I hadn't. No bridge yet." "Okay, good. If you crossed the bridge, then you've gone too far. You're coming from the south, so the place will be on your left. There's no mailbox there, but there is a large stone right at the turn-in." I rubbed my brow. "Okay, before the bridge, a large stone at the turn-in. Got it," I said. "Okay, well, call me if you need anything else," he said before hanging up. The rain lightened slightly, but the overcast hardly changed. I put the wipers down a speed and pulled back onto the road. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, a large stone was seen on the left-hand side of the road, and an ominous-looking dirt road led deep into the dark woods. "There we are," I said, as I focused on pulling the van into the narrow driveway. Had it not been for the stone, I would have never seen the place through the impenetrable trees. I'm glad I called Uncle Bryce when I did. The driveway, if you could call it that, was even worse than the gravel road. It was more of a trail than anything. An unmarked trail, really. Thankfully, the driveway wasn't terribly long, and soon enough, a quaint little home stood in the slightest of clearings. There was a small front yard where poorly maintained grass sprouted through the thick dead pine needles that laid everywhere. The single-story home, despite its sad surroundings of haunting gloom, had a charm to it. A place where a good cup of coffee and a good book would cure just about any cold. Perfect for any writer. I hopped out of the van and quickly jogged over to the porch, doing my best to cover my head from the thick rain. Once sheltered by the mossy porch overhang, I approached the door and entered my code, which my uncle gave me. The new number pad on the old worn door was quite the juxtaposition, like a caveman using a smartphone instead of a torch, but perhaps that was the point. The lock beeped with each number I put in, including the enter button, which lit up green when completed. I could hear the mechanism whir inside the door, unlocking it. I pushed the door open and surprisingly, it was heavy. Inside was slightly cooler but very dark. Practically no natural light entered this place. It was as if this place was condemned to an eternity of wet darkness. I flipped the lights on and a warm glow illuminated the home. Dated but fairly nice furniture stood scattered in a way that an interior designer must have had some influence. Bearskin rugs laid on the floor and walls, while distasteful hunting mounts hung silently, watching my every move with lifeless eyes. I went through the home, inspecting my new residence with curiosity and surprise. I made sure to leave the lights on for each room I went into. I was a bit uneasy, entering a home I'd never been in before, just making sure that everything was in fact empty. I wasn't sure how often Uncle Bryce checked on his properties, but I wanted to make sure a squatter didn't give me a nasty surprise. I didn't own a gun, but for the first time in my life, I wish I did. After 10 minutes of walking the home, I was satisfied with knowing I was alone. I wouldn't want to live here forever. The overall mood and aura of the place was scary, but I kinda liked it. It was one of those places that wasn't the best, but good for what you needed at the moment. The old style and design took me back to my childhood. Something you might see at a friend's house or perhaps an older relative. But still, something about the home or the area in general was off-putting. I wasn't completely comfortable with being here alone, mainly because I wasn't familiar with it. The gloom outside was eerie enough, but being tucked away in this wooden thicket of solitude and darkness compounded into a mental state that was completely foreign to me. It felt like I was trespassing, like danger was just looming behind the corner. The rain outside was still an issue, which gave me a perfect excuse to not unpack my stuff. I was tired after the long drive. I laid on the couch, wanting to waste time watching TV, but sure enough, this house didn't have one. I also noted that it didn't have any Wi-Fi. Cellular data still worked, but reception was poor. This was perfect, especially for an aspiring writer that was battling constant issues with brain rot, but I took comfort in knowing that most people also had that same problem. This environment, removed from distractions, would just cause me to focus even more. I checked the time and decided to call it an early evening. I grabbed the essentials from the van outside and set up in one of the empty rooms. It was quite early in the evening, but it didn't take long for me to fall asleep. I woke up the next morning before my alarm clock. It was quite dark out. I peered outside and was able to confirm that the rain had finally stopped. I got up and realized that all my stuff was still in the U-Haul, and that if I wanted coffee, I would need to unpack it. I spent a good portion of the morning tackling the titanic issue of unloading the van, in desperate hopes of having a decent breakfast anytime soon. I finally put all the boxes inside, although I didn't empty them, and whipped up a quick breakfast with what little food I brought with me. I had so much leftover time today since I got up early that I wasn't sure what to do with the rest of my day. I still had to unpack the boxes themselves, but I crossed that bridge when I got there. I doom-scrolled on my phone as I finished breakfast, rays of light barely able to creep through the woods, and the dense fog that seemed to cling on the green branches. I looked outside with optimism. Sunshine? I had to take advantage of it. Nothing is more naturally beautiful than a hike in the Pacific Northwest. Even in a weird forest like this, you're bound to be amazed by nature. I went to my room and to the closet where I had set several boxes of my clothes. The closet had a faint musty odor, but I didn't really mind. I pulled the drawstring to the light and it flickered on. I searched the boxes for my boots, but made an interesting discovery. In the dark corner of the closet was a small door. I'd never seen anything like this before. I walked over and turned my flashlight on my phone as I got on my hands and knees. I opened the door, and to my amazement, it accessed underneath the house, a crawlspace. I was aware of the concepts, but I'd never seen one like this being accessed in a closet before. I peered inside briefly, before eventually closing the door. I had to take advantage of the weather before it would quickly turn on me. I dug through my stuff and eventually found my old boots as well as a good raincoat, just in case. I exited the home while punching in the code to the front door. I knew that there probably wasn't anyone around for miles, but I was alone and it was a good habit to make sure I did. I walked around to the backyard, but it was just as bad, if not worse, than the front yard. To my disappointment, I didn't see a trailhead, but I did see one of those cheap small fire pits you could buy at Walmart. The sun casted muffled shadows in the fog, nestled in the trees beyond. I looked to the back of the house and saw a small door, much like the one I saw in my closet, which I assumed was the outer access to the crawlspace. I went to the front of the house and walked up to the main road. I started hiking north. Maybe I'll find the bridge, I thought. I whistled a song or two as I ventured on the poor excuse of the roadway. The wet gravel sloshed under my boots as I ventured northward. The small road was desolate. No signs of cars or other humans aside from the gravel itself shone in the vibrant landscape. I could hear thunder in the distance, but thankfully, the sun prevailed. However, this wouldn't last for very long. I stopped whistling and decided to turn back before I got rained on. Just as I reached the driveway, small droplets pittered on my coat. I enjoyed the brief walk I managed to get, but I needed to start writing. I didn't have Wi-Fi, so I just had to pull up a Word document. The brief moments of sun flood, leaving me back in shadowy fog. I tried to write. I really did. But all inspiration had been exhausted by the move. All I could think of to write was horror. I didn't normally write horror, but I did write a ghost story or two back in the day. Granted, that was a while ago, and I moved on to other genres. Seeing how I was unfit for a writing session, an idea popped into my mind. I remembered the fire pit out back, and I decided that if I were to have a fire in this wet wasteland, I need to find some wood and let it dry first. I didn't have a hatchet or a saw, so I would need to gather the wood that I could find, laying around. It was still slightly raining, but it was only going to get worse throughout the day. I put my raincoat back on and went into the backyard. I pressed past the grass and tall weeds and ventured my way into the woods. My cheery optimism, accompanied with my whistling, cut through the eerie atmosphere. The air was crisp, with a slight smell of pine. The pine needles provided enough of a canopy to keep the rain from reaching me. I found some sticks that I gathered, but nothing big. I made several trips back and forth, keeping my eyes open. I eventually found a dead tree nestled on the back, and I was able to break some of the small branches off with what little strength that I had. I put all that I had gathered into the garage when my phone rang. It was my uncle. I answered. "Hey, Uncle Bryce." "Hey, Bug, just checking on you. I assumed you found the place." "I sure did. It's cute," I responded. "I don't know if it's cute, but it should hold you over for however long you need. Hey, really quick, I totally spaced on this, but don't go too deep into the backyard." He fumbled with his words for a moment. "If you go back there far enough, it's a hunting ground." I paused. I didn't tell him I was just back there. I just agreed. "Okay, yeah, sure. I'll stay out of there." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, great. I can't believe I almost forgot that. How are you?" He forced the conversation to pretend that he wanted to catch up. I was polite and entertained the small talk, but the conversation eventually ended. I hung up and closed the garage door and went inside. Night seemed to come earlier, but that was due to the trees. I had totally gotten sidetracked, and I had forgotten to get groceries that day, so I made a last-minute drive into town and grabbed some food. Driving back was much easier now, knowing that I had to look for the stone. The gravel road was still an eerie drive. It didn't help that the sky was thick with darkness. I made a point to leave some lights on in the house, but it didn't matter. I wasn't visible from the road. I pulled into the driveway and back inside. I spent most of the evening on my phone when the battery started getting low. I remembered the wood I had gathered earlier and went out to the garage to find it fairly dry. I saw an old canister of gas, which I grabbed, and I made 2 trips out back to the fire pit to carry the wood. I went back inside to try to find some matches, but I couldn't. I didn't smoke, so I didn't have a lighter. Dang, I couldn't believe I didn't grab the one thing I needed to start a fire. I'll get it tomorrow. I went out back to put the wood away, so it would stay dry. I did the same with the gas canister, which, now thinking about it, was probably too old to be useful. However, as I was in the backyard, my attention was drawn to the oppressive darkness just beyond. The back porch light only lit so much. I glanced out there, thinking about what my uncle had said earlier. He was probably right about it being hunting land, but the way he said it was so weird. Like he made it up on the spot. I don't recall how long I'd been staring at the woods, but a distant sound from within jarred me from my trance. It sounded like a heavy branch had broken. I jumped and went back inside. I made a point, though, to deadbolt the back door. I spent the rest of the night on my phone in my room. My phone was low on battery, so it had to be connected to a charger, so I ended up having to take breaks and finished unpacking several boxes in my room. Next to the bed were these big shelves that held several books, as well as random antiques used to decorate the room. I had removed all the items and began placing my large collection of plushies I had acquired over the years. I had so many, and they were so big that they all couldn't fit on the two shelves above my bed. I let time get away from me, and I decided way too late to go to bed. I found my toiletry bag in one of the boxes and went to the bathroom down the hall. I made sure to leave some of the lights on in the house to provide some comfort. The noise I heard out in the woods from earlier had me on edge. As I was brushing my teeth, I heard a strange noise. Normally, I am one to dismiss something as a natural cause. Despite having written 2 cheesy ghost stories, I didn't actually believe in ghosts. But this sound that I heard had stopped me in my tracks. Having thought I imagined it, I turned off the water and listened to the silent hum when I heard the distinct sound of whistling outside. What freaked me out even more was the tune that it was whistling. It was the same tune I had been whistling when I was outside. Who or whatever was whistling must have seen me, or at least heard me. The sound was coming from the back of the house towards the woods. A brief thought crept into my mind of going back there and checking it out, but I wasn't going to do that, especially since I was unarmed and alone. I then thought about just leaving, making a run for it to the U-Haul and getting out of here. As I was debating what to do, the sound eventually stopped. It's one of those things where I wish it kept doing it more. That way I could validate some type of action to get out of here, but it never did. I stood in the hallway, looking to the rear of the house, straining my ears to hear anything, but I didn't. I went to bed that night unsure of what I was experiencing. The rain made it difficult to hear anything outside, but I was now aware that something might be lurking out there. The next morning I got up later than usual. I kept waking up throughout the night at random times, so when I finally did fall asleep, it was later than normal. I got up and made breakfast with the last amount of food I brought with me. I needed to go to the store. While I was eating, last night's events came back to me. I went out the back door and looked into the woods, unsure of what I was going to find, if anything. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I went back inside and got ready for the day. I made sure I had a list of things to get while I was in town, matches being one of them. I took my time getting ready, making a list in the process and locking up before leaving. Driving the U-Haul was not ideal as a commuter car, but that's all I had at the moment. I needed to make arrangements to drop this off somewhere and get a smaller rental somewhere else, but I had a couple more days on the agreement that I wanted to use. I drove into town. They only had mom and pop stores rather than anything that I would recognize. I picked one and pulled into the nearly empty parking lot. I was quick with my shopping. I only needed food and a handful of odds and ends, but everything else I had brought with me. I drove back in the cloudy weather, slightly anxious about going home. I considered going on another walk as the rain had yet to make its daily presence, but I then remembered my late-night visitor. Someone had been outside whistling. My desire to go on a walk faded. I made it back to the gravel road. I was thinking about what I was going to make for dinner when I saw a strange sight in the middle of the road. It was the first time I'd seen anything on this road, but it wasn't a car. It was large and hulking, but its dark mass confused me as it stood against the gloomy backdrop of the foggy woods. I slowed up the van and squinted my eyes as its appearance began to make more sense to me. I was nearly on top of it when I finally realized what it was. It was a horse. A black horse stood in the middle of the road, its hair matted and unkempt. I checked for a saddle, but it didn't have one. I rolled down the window as it was within arm's reach of me, but it didn't move. It just shifted its head in my direction and looked at me head on. "Hey there, buddy," I cooed to the beast. "What are you doing out here?" I reached my arm out to try to pet it, but I then saw its eyes. They were milky white. The flesh of the beast gave off a terrible odor, and I realized touching a potential feral animal was probably not the best idea. It looked at me with full attention, a bizarre thing you don't really see in wild animals, unless they're predatory. I drew my arm back and rolled up the window. "Yeah, no," I said, as I continued driving down the road. I have never seen a wild horse before. I didn't even think that was a thing still, but I could be wrong. I saw the stone and was about to pull in when another bizarre sight caught my attention. On the stone was a crow. Its feathers scattered and clumped as if it was crushed on top of the stone, or maybe it flew directly into it. Its legs were sticking up, twisted and broken, resting in a violent manner. Underneath the bird, its blood had been arranged, forming symbols and letters that were unfamiliar to me. I parked the van and got out to take a better look. I looked around, seeing nothing but the endless trees. What the hell? I called my uncle, but he didn't answer. It appeared that someone was giving me a hard time, or something else was happening that I didn't know about. I took a picture of the bird and another of what was on the stone and texted it to Uncle Bryce. "What is this?" I texted. Offended by the sight, I found a stick and removed the bird. I tossed the stick in the woods and got back into the van. I reached the house and unloaded the groceries quickly. I made an effort to check my phone to see if Uncle Bryce responded, but he hadn't. The rest of the day was accompanied by uneasy tension of the prior events. To take my mind off of things, I took some medicine to help calm me down, but I hesitated, knowing that if I did, I wouldn't be able to drive. I should be fine tonight," I said as I swallowed 2 pills. Despite having bought matches to start a fire, I decided on not going back outside. I had seen too much weird stuff today to not be in the right mindset to actually enjoy the woods. In fact, it would be the opposite. When the medicine had finally kicked in, I found myself going to bed quite early. I wasn't sure if it was fate, or if the effects of the medicine wore off at the right time, but I found myself waking up to a unique but horrifying sound coming from the front of the house. It wasn't the whistling I had heard the night prior, but the beeping of the keypad on the door. Someone was trying to get in. I sat up in bed, listening as random numbers were entered, but access was denied. I could hear the slight jingling of the handle, but all of this was done with stealth. Whoever was out there was trying to be quiet. However, this didn't last long. The handle twisted louder and the door shook. The sturdy frame and the heavy door held tightly. Soon banging on the door could be heard, as whoever this was clearly frustrated. Startled, I tried to remain quiet as I called the police. A polite and calm woman responded, asking for my address. I panicked as I didn't have it on hand. However, it was in my text with my uncle from just a few days ago. I opened my text to find the address when the banging had stopped. I paused, looking around nervously as I was unsure whoever was outside and what they were doing now. I finally found the address and gave it to the woman on the phone. She informed me that it would take the police about 40 minutes to get there. It might as well have been a million years, I thought. She wanted to keep me on the phone as I waited for the police, which I obviously agreed to. I then heard a sound coming from the back of the house, like something opening, but I made sure to lock all the doors I could think of. It then got real quiet, and the woman on the phone asked me what was going on. I told her that the banging had stopped, but something else was going on. I couldn't hear or actually see any danger, but my mind was screaming at me. My nerves were firing as my fight or flight system kicked in. I was in danger, but I wasn't sure why. It finally dawned on me what was going on, but when it did, it was far too late. I could hear the door open within the closet, and it all made sense what was happening. Someone had entered through the crawlspace and was now in my closet. I wanted to get up and barricade the door, but I was too terrified. Even if I did, I wouldn't have enough stuff to stop whoever was trying to come in. The woman on the phone kept talking and making noise, which I finally just had to hang up on her. I did the only thing I could think to do, which was to hide. I got up on my shelf above my bed and moved my plushies so I could lay behind them. I just prayed to God that the shelf would hold. I heard the door handle turn slowly in the dark room. I peered through the plushies to see it opening slowly. Had it went through this approach first, I probably would have never heard it come in. The door opened silently as a horrid figure shrouded in shadows entered my room. I couldn't see much as the darkness concealed the thing that just entered, but it also hid me as well. I could hear it approach my bed, and the putrid smell of decay reached my nose. Whoever this was, it wasn't someone I wanted to meet. My phone rang again, which was lying on my bed. It was facing upwards and illuminated a small portion of my room, which revealed a horrifying sight. Standing near the closet was a tall, skinny figure. Its skin seemed oddly shiny, reflecting the LED light off of my phone. I watched in horror as it did something I never thought I would see. It approached my phone, each step revealing this figure was more monster than human. A long arm extended as a clawed hand grabbed my phone and answered it. Whatever this thing was, it was silent for a moment. The familiar voice of the woman was on the other line, asking questions. "How are you? Are you safe? What's going on?" This and other things could be vaguely heard as I laid only feet above. Terror struck me as the creature responded, but not in a voice matching its terrible appearance, but mine. My voice. My young feminine voice. "I'm better now. Turns out it was just the neighbor's dog," it responded. I silently gasped as I fought back tears, my heart beating loudly in my chest. I could tell the woman on the line was confused, since there was a noticeable pause on the line. "Are you sure? Do you still need help?" she asked. "I'm okay," the beast answered. "I don't need help anymore. Thank you." I was astonished. Not only could this thing replicate my voice almost perfectly, it just called off my help. The woman on the other line tried asking more questions, but the creature hung up, preventing any more conversation. I was doomed. I knew the second the creature turned a light on, I'd be found, but it never did. I laid only feet above the bed, my small army of plushies providing an incredible small barrier against this thing. It searched the room briefly, but never thought to glance at the shelves. It then opened the bedroom door to the rest of the house and walked out silently, slightly hunched as if it was ready to attack. My eyes locked into the doorway, waiting for any moment for the creature to come back and kill me. I could hear soft shufflings and things being moved ever so slightly. Even if I wanted to leave, I had no idea where this thing was in the house. I laid on that shelf for what felt like hours, waiting for the sun to rise or a clear indication that the creature left the home, but it never did. I laid in darkness, just praying for anything to get me out of this situation, but I was on my own. I breathed deeply, trying to think how on earth I would be able to get out of this situation in one piece, when I glanced over to the closet. A faint, terrible idea whispered in my mind. I didn't know where this thing was in the house, but I knew for sure where it wasn't. It wasn't in the crawlspace. It would never look for me there. I just had to be smart about this, as I would only have one shot of getting out of here. I shifted my weight slowly, just praying that the shelves wouldn't creak. I was able to make it onto the bed and then onto the floor. I searched briefly for my phone, but I couldn't find it. There was a good chance that the creature still had it. I grabbed the U-Haul key, which I thankfully kept in my room, and entered the closet. The closet was pitch black. I felt around as I blindly stumbled into the small area. I finally felt the door, which was left open, and crouched down into the small space. Once inside, I had to think, where was the door that led to the backyard? I couldn't see anything, so I had to rack my brain the layout of the home as to guess which way I needed to go. The cold, wet ground added unneeded difficulty to the already terrifying situation. Above me, I could hear the sounds of floorboards creaking as the creature continued to scour the home. I crawled on my hands and knees, feeling the damp walls, just hoping that eventually I'd feel a door. I spent hours down in the crawlspace, crying and silently screaming to myself. The sounds above me eventually got louder as the creature got more and more frustrated. I'd crawled aimlessly for hours down here without making any progress. Eventually, the sounds above me stopped completely. I just sat in the fetal position, ready for whatever this thing was to come down here and grab me. I could tell it was morning time because I could hear the birds outside chirp their cheerful tune, completely oblivious to the hellish night I just spent. I perked up. I could finally see the faintest rays of the morning light coming from the furthest direction of the crawlspace. I still had to be smart though. I didn't hear the thing leave the house above. It was still inside. It had to be. I crawled slowly towards the dim light, shivering with both anticipation and the cold night I just endured in the crawlspace. I finally reached the door, peering out slowly to find the gloom landscape to greet me. I was so tired. I emerged from the darkened space beneath and slowly rose to my feet. The next series of moments were just a blur. All rationale and critical thinking went out the window. I bolted with all the energy I had to the front of the house. The large van sat tucked away in the morning fog. I didn't have my wallet or my phone, just the keys to the behemoth vehicle. I got out of there, without ever looking back at the house. Around 30 years ago, my dad purchased 18 acres of property in southeastern Ohio, right about where Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia meet. Think north-central Appalachia. When my father bought the land, it was a retired strip mine. Before that, it had butted up against a Civil War site, and before that, it fell along a prominent trade route for the Wyandot, Mingo, and Delaware tribes. By the time the acreage came into my family's possession, it was scrubby, depleted, and full of crumbling shale. My dad, an avid outdoorsman, intended to turn the old strip mine around for hunting, camping, and fishing. He and my grandfather stocked the ponds left behind where the mines were with fish, planted trees and grasses in the barren areas, and did their best to heal the land from the damage the mine did to it. 30 years later, the result is scrubby meadows over rolling hills with power lines in the middle, new growth forests on the north and south thirds of the property. My dad wanted to keep the property as wild and untouched as he possibly could. Any construction on the property is very primitive. There's a small shack with a wood-burning stove, a fire pit, a creaky old outhouse that haunts my nightmares, and a rifle range. There's no electricity, no running water, barely any cell service, and you can bet your ass, no internet. As soon as it was purchased, my family began camping on the land just about every weekend. You could say I grew up there, despite the land being over an hour away from our home. It sounds amazing until you realize that you are not, in fact, a fan of fishing, hunting, marksmanship, or roughing it intense. That's right. I grew up in an outdoorsy paradise, but decided to be more indoorsy type of child. I cried the first time I caught a fish because I was afraid I had hurt it, and I never had the heart to actually hunt an animal. While everyone was fishing or riding ATVs, I chose to wander the property by myself or find a nice spot in the sun to sit up my camp chair and read. It was during these times of solitude on the property that I noticed something with the land was not quite right. My earliest memory of strange things happening on the land happened when I was about 12 years old. I'd been hanging out around the camp while the rest of my family were doing whatever it was that they were doing, and I decided to take a walk to one of the less frequent ponds on the property. The route there led through a grassy meadow, almost as tall as I was, and as the pond got closer, a pretty thick stand of evergreens and deciduous trees. As I reached the tree line, I heard what sounded like the heavy panting of a dog behind me. At first I wasn't concerned, because my family had always had several dogs. I turned around, happy to have a companion with me, and spotted our old beagle, Raccoon, out of the corner of my eye. Only Raccoon had passed away the previous winter. His eyes weren't the same. They were vaguely human, and looking at me in this way that I could only describe as knowing. I was thoroughly on edge, but when I finally turned my head, the thing that looked like Raccoon was gone. Not wanting to turn around in the direction of the thing, I pushed onto the pond, where thankfully I found my dad fishing by himself. I told him what had happened, and he smiled and said, "Sometimes these woods play tricks on you like that." Something similar like that happened a few years later, when I was watching a Rottweiler puppy, Titan, at the camp by myself. Titan and I were sitting by the fire. I was lost in my book when a dog appeared suddenly. Titan, even though just a puppy, was super protective of me, but the presence of the dog made him cling to me and hide. The dog was like none I'd ever seen before. It moved in complete silence, even when walking over the woodpile. Its eyes were the most piercing blue I'd ever seen, even on a husky. They almost glowed. When I looked at it, the dog made the most intense, unbroken eye contact I'd ever gotten from an animal, and I had the distinct feeling that Titan and I were in danger. I scooped Titan up and ran to my dad's truck, locking us inside until well after the dog left and my family returned to camp. I don't know why whatever presence there always chose to present itself to me as a dog, but my presence on my dad's land is nothing compared to recent events my dad and brother have experienced. This is where my story really gets creepy. Fast forward to the autumn of 2023. My dad and brother were visiting the property just about every weekend for hunting when, early on, they arrived at the shack, only to notice the bodies of small animals strewn in a circle and the scent of decay overbearing. The shack looked like something large had raked its claws up and down its sides. Assuming this was the work of a badger, a bobcat, or even a black bear, my brother purchased trail cams and placed them around the shack. It didn't take them long to spot a red fox emerging from under the shack with a dead snake in its mouth. Mystery solved. Until the next weekend, when my dad and brother arrived at the shack to find the fox centered on the concrete doorstep of the shack, with its face entirely ripped off. No other signs of the body having been eaten were found. Curious, my brother checked the trail cam pointed at the shack, but the trail cams have gone dead at some point the night before. Thinking someone had trespassed into the property and killed the fox, he checked the cameras lining the trails that led to the shack. They showed absolutely nothing. Wary of predators, my dad and brother set out their hunt. Now, anyone who had spent a significant amount of time in the woods knows that it can play tricks on your mind. My dad has told me stories, ranging from bobcats climbing into his tree stand while he was hunting to instances of woods going dead silent, phantom winds, shadow figures drifting amongst the trees, and hearing his name shouted loud and clear, even though he was the only person around for 18 acres. One time, as he was in his tree stand around evening, he heard my grandpa, the same one who had helped him work so hard on the land, say, "Hey bub," right over his shoulder. My dad for a moment thought it was his father coming to tell him that he'd been in the tree long enough and it was time to give up and try the next day, until he remembered that my grandfather had passed 15 years prior, Hugely uncomfortable, he packed up and headed back to camp. The next day, my brother and his friend arrived to join my dad's weekend of hunting. The three men set up blinds and tree stands at opposite ends of the acreage, so as to not spoil each other's hunts. Around evening, my brother heard my dad yelling his name in a distressed voice. My brother was immediately put on edge because the area my dad's voice was coming from was not where his tree stand was. To be safe, my brother texted and asked Dad if he was okay and if he called his name. My dad responded that no, he had absolutely not yelled or ever even spoken my brother's name of fear of scaring off the deer. Very shortly after, my dad heard a growling sound like he'd never heard before, and louder than any local predator should be able to make. When describing it, he said it was like someone with a massive speaker at full volume ran at him while playing a recording of a wolf snarling. Then, the sound just stopped, as if someone flipped a switch. Immediately after, he got a text from my brother, saying that he'd like to leave the property right then. Apparently at the exact same time, my brother and his friend heard the exact same sound like it was right next to them, even though all three men were on opposite ends of the property. Without bothering to take down their tree stands, the men packed up their camp and cut their hunt short to head home, thoroughly unsettled by whatever was mimicking my dad and growling at them that day. Ever persistent hunters, my dad and brother returned to the camp the following weekend. My brother, more curious than cautious, decided that he was going to investigate the area of the property that my dad's voice had come from. This particular corner of the land was very seldomly visited, as it butted up against the property line and there were no obvious deer trails in the area. When he explored the area, my brother found something no one else had ever found in almost 30 years of roaming the property. Graves. Almost a dozen of them, all perfectly squared and lined up neatly and bordered by rocks. As soon as he laid eyes on all the graves, my brother knew that this was not somewhere he was supposed to be. He turned tail and headed back to camp to tell my dad. Dad, not to be content with taking my brother's word for it, convinced my brother to take him to see the graves. He brought his metal detector along because he is a middle-aged man and all middle-aged men have metal detectors, of course. Passing over the graves, no metallic indications appeared until I got to the grave that was the furthest from the others. The metal detector went nuts. My family has debated calling a forensics team to investigate the graves, but ultimately decided not to because the graves were obviously over 100 years old. We don't go near the graves at all now. We contracted the town historical society to see if there was any notable homesteads in the area, and it was confirmed that, in fact, there had been. We notified the local police department, who do not seem that concerned, so we decided to let the dead rest. Even the allure or historical artifacts have not tempted us to poke around the graves that gave off metallic signatures. My family still uses the property for camping, fishing, hunting, and recreation, but things have been different lately. My dad has all but abandoned the hunting shack, preferring to camping in his own camper down by the road. My brother's friend who heard the horrible growling refuses to go back there. And me? I know not to go wandering alone there. Ever. Again. My parents pulled out of the driveway, their headlights reflecting off the nearby trees. We lived at the end of the street. The only benefit of being at the end was no other neighbors to our right. But even then, the houses were spaced so far apart that it didn't even matter. The street was poorly lit, the only street lamp a few houses to our left. When it got dark, our home seemed to be swallowed in the night. We had a porch light, but that was a small drop in what felt like a deep pool of darkness. Quentin, my older brother, was in charge. He went by Q. He was decent for the most part. He didn't really care about me or what I did and kept to himself. Like most older brothers, he had all the good stuff. He had a gaming setup in his room, and music seemed to be playing non-stop. His room was upstairs, tucked away both for our benefit and his. My parents would be gone for the night. On the table was $40 for food and a small note written by my mother saying how she loved us. I took the cash and called Domino's, an easy choice for dinner seeing how they delivered, and we could get 2 pizzas and a 2-liter with a couple of bucks left over. I went upstairs to Q's room to see if he wanted anything else, but he didn't answer his door. I just texted him, and he quickly replied with a thumbs up. The basement was my area. It was unfinished and often gave me the creeps, but I was able to make it my own. The basement had a cold concrete flooring. I placed a rug in the middle and found a cheap couch to put it on top of it. The old family TV was my setup. It was one of those large TVs with a large back that stuck out about a foot or two. I connected the old Xbox to the TV since Q wouldn't let me play on his newer consoles. I didn't mind though. I had about 30 games to choose from, although I wasn't connected to play online. The thing that I didn't like about the basement, aside from the haunting vibes, was the back door. It was the one that led out to the backyard, and for whatever reason, the sensor was made out of glass. There had been several times when I could have sworn I had seen something moving past, or get the feeling that I'm being watched. But being the youngest and not having a choice, I tried my best to push those thoughts out of my mind. It was either this or nothing. I started up the Xbox and left the door that led to the basement open so I could hear when the pizza would arrive. The lights downstairs were not exactly ideal. They were the long fluorescent bulbs that made you feel like you were in a hospital. For gaming's sake, I often left them off, but had a couple of lamps scattered in the basement to make up for it. I opened my Discord app and hopped in chat with some of my friends. It didn't take long for pizza to arrive. I could hear someone knocking upstairs on the front door faintly. I paused my game and left my phone and went up fishing for the cash out of my pocket. I flipped the porch light on and answered the door, excited to finally get some food. Surprisingly, there was no one there. The driveway was empty, and the light on the porch showed very little of my yard. Only dark trees and the faint glow of the streetlight off to the left. Maybe I misheard my game or something. Wouldn't be the first time. I closed the door but left the porch light on and went back down into the basement. It didn't take long for me to finally hear someone knocking on the door. This time, I was worried. I went back up slowly and could see an outline of someone standing at the door. I could tell by their movement and their outline that they were holding 2 boxes, and I opened the door. It was the pizza guy. One of the regular delivery drivers. He handed me the pizzas quickly while I gave him the cash. I could see his car was still running in the driveway. "Hey man, I just want to let you know that there was someone here in your yard when I pulled in," he said nonchalantly. "What?" I said, both confused and worried. "Yeah, they took off when my headlights scanned on them. Just be careful," he said before quickly making it back to his car. I stood in the doorway and watched him back out of the driveway as I tried to figure out what he was talking about. I didn't spend too much time looking, as his taillights faded off into the night. I took that as a sign to go back inside. His comments only confirmed that I did indeed hear someone knock at the door. I set the pizzas down on the counter and texted Q that the food was here. Almost instantly, I could hear him coming out of his room. He came down the stairs quickly, his phone still in hand. He grabbed a plate and threw 3 slices on and began eating. "Good call on the Domino's," he said, without making eye contact. "Someone was in our yard," I said, intrigued on how he would respond. He glanced to the front door and back to me. "Did you see someone?" he said, in between bites. "Well, no, I didn't, but the pizza guy said he saw someone when he pulled in." Q chuckled. "Did Derek deliver the pizzas? That guy's a complete stoner. I wouldn't worry about it." I felt better about Q's dismissal of the situation, even if it was just him avoiding actually doing something other than gaming. He went back upstairs while grabbing one of the boxes, leaving me on the main floor, alone. I ate another slice, but I realized I left my phone downstairs. Frankly, I was okay not gaming tonight, especially after hearing that someone might be outside in my yard, but I did need my phone. I went into the basement, leaving the door open, and for once, I turned on the actual basement lights instead of just depending on the lamps. The lights took a few seconds to warm up. They hadn't been used in months. They slowly glowed into life, and I felt comfortable enough to stay down there. I could hear my phone talking, since I had left my Discord voice chat open. I sat back down, unpaused my game, and filled my friends in on what just happened. None of them seemed to find it as scary as I did. This somehow got us on the subject of scary stories. The few of us in voice chat proceeded to tell their scary stories, whether they had heard them or it happened to them in real life. Most of the stories were unexplainable paranormal stories, like their grandmother's house was haunted when she died, or someone's mom was followed by an almost serial killer. But one story did stick out. It was from Mikey, a friend of mine that I grew up with, but he had since moved away a couple years ago. We stayed in touch online. He began to tell me this story, but quickly stopped. Sorry guys, I realize you're not supposed to talk about them. It allegedly draws them near you. Although I was terrified, seeing how there was this alleged someone outside, and I was in the basement alone, I was curious to hear more. I asked him to share his story as I wasn't superstitious, and to my surprise, he did. Mikey began. Well, I don't really remember the actual names of them, but non-natives call them skinwalkers. They are these dark medicine men that can shapeshift and terrorize people. My uncle thinks he saw one once when he was out hunting coyotes. All of us paused as we listened. My Uncle Carl would go to people's farms and help them with their coyote problems. Apparently there's a ton of them. They eat just about anything. One night my uncle was out in a field, waiting for a pack to enter his view through his night vision goggles. He had these expensive ones that could switch to heat vision. Anyways, he spends 2 hours waiting with no luck, so he decides to cross the field to another spot. He scans his goggles again and notices that something was near where he was just sitting. It was a couple 100 yards away, but its outline was peculiar. Its movement and shape was unlike a coyote. It was bigger and would seldomly twitch like something was tweaking. He zoomed in to see that it looked like a person on all fours. Just to make sure, he switched to heat vision to see that whatever this thing was, but to his surprise, this thing was not giving off a heat signature. The figure continued on all fours, sniffing the area where he was just sitting, before immediately looking in his direction. It was as if it had just picked up on his scent. Although he had a gun, he didn't know whether to shoot at it or just to get out of there. The figure slowly stood up, revealing that it was in fact a person, but incredibly skinny. He flipped it back to night vision and watched as it slowly made its way towards him, twitching as it walked. He ended up just leaving. He didn't know what to do with it or how to deal with some weirdo out in the field in the middle of the night. Mikey's story had gripped us all. We were silent, as none of us had heard anything like it. I was grateful I had left the bright lights on overhead. I turned off my game, seeing how I was now done with the basement. There was no way I was going to stay down here all alone, especially after hearing that story. I grabbed my phone and stood up. I had a sinking feeling, though, to turn to my left towards the glass door, leading out to the backyard. I was being drawn towards it. I shifted my gaze slightly, keeping my body still but only turning my head, to see a tall figure standing on the other side of the glass. Its face was barely visible, but I could see its sharp teeth smiling at me from the top portion of the glass. It took me half a second to process what horrors I was witnessing. It was like when you think you see something quickly, but it turns out to be your brain playing tricks on you. I stared at it, hoping that my brain would finally process it as a trick or something weird, but the longer I looked at it, the more that dread sunk in. It then placed a large pale hand on the glass. Its sharp fingertips tapped. I only saw it for a second before I tore off upstairs, leaving the lights on in the basement. I continued from the main floor up to Q's room and banged on the door. The music was so loud that there was no way he was going to hear me. I tried calling him, but he quickly declined my call. I began to panic, unsure of how to proceed. I knew that my parents had a gun, but I didn't know where they kept it. I went down to the main floor and into their bedroom closet in hopes of finding something, but it was pointless. I began to hear banging from downstairs. It only lasted for a few seconds before it went silent again. At this point, I felt justified in calling 911. I wasn't sure if the basement door had held up or if they were now inside, but I wasn't going to take any chances. As I was talking to the operator, I could hear footsteps making their way up from the basement. I closed my parents' door and turned off the lights. Just when I patched over to the place, the basement door slowly opened. The door was less than 20 feet away, so I hung up the phone and got on the ground and looked under the door. I could see these gnarled feet making its way onto the main floor and slowly walking around. I watched as it moved with jerking motions, twitching frantically every few seconds. A horrible smell began to grow as I saw the feet slowly making its way towards me. Before it reached the door, it stopped near the staircase leading up to the second floor. I wanted to text Q, but I was afraid to take my eyes off the thing. I could hear it breathing these slow, ragged breaths, as if whatever this thing was had spent its entire life smoking, like its lungs had decayed and shriveled. It must have heard Q's music as it then proceeded to go up the stairs. It disappeared up the second floor, and I tried calling him again, but he declined it. I then tried texting him, but the police department called me back. I quickly answered in a hushed whisper as I could hear banging coming from upstairs. I told the police that someone was in my house and gave them my address when the banging stopped. I hung up as I could hear Q yell my name as he went to answer his door. What came next were a pair of gruesome screams. One was clearly my brother's, while the other sounded like some demonic creature. The creature's screams continued, while I heard loud commotion coming from his room. I could only imagine what was happening to Q. His screams shifted drastically from fright to pain, and eventually silence. I knew this was my chance to leave or find another hiding place. I didn't know how to drive, but even if I did, the second car was Q's and he had the only keys. I ran out of the bedroom and weighed my options. I thought of running to the neighbor's house, but that was such a long stretch of darkness. I could go back into the basement and try to hide. There was a special spot in that old couch that I would hide in when I'd play hide and seek with my friends. The back fabric was held on with Velcro, and there was just enough space to crawl in there and hide. You could even reapply the Velcro to make it look like nothing had happened. It was risky, but no one had ever found me in that spot. The screaming upstairs had stopped. I knew that Q was surely dead. I could hear tearing sounds upstairs as I tiptoed back into the basement. I closed the door behind me, and for good measure I turned off the overhead lights. Thankfully the lamps were still on as I quickly made my way to the couch and crawled inside. I stuck my hand out to reapply the backing and waited. I waited in that couch for what felt like hours before I heard movement again upstairs. I prayed for the police to get here before that thing would find me. I continued to lay silent as I heard muffled talking upstairs. It sounded familiar, but I wasn't leaving my spot. It didn't take long for my heart to drop as I heard the basement door open. I heard the steps creak as someone came down the stairs. I listened as I then heard my name being called in a very hushed tone, identical to Q's voice. "Nicholas," it whispered. I could hear quick sniffs as something was on my scent. "Nicholas." I could hear it much better than before. The breathing was wrong. It made this strange sound when it inhaled, but this guttural rattle when it exhaled. This wasn't my brother. Even if he had been hurt, he would never have sounded like this. I had been homeless for 2 years when I found the Shady Acre apartment complex. Before that, I had been sleeping under roadways and behind dumpsters, which were some of the lowest points in my life. Having found the mostly completed apartments, being abandoned before they were officially completed, was like hitting the jackpot for someone like me. Tucked away in a cleared lot nestled against the woods, on the slower part of town, the Shady Acres were a complex for newer families and lower income individuals, but somehow, it never found itself finally being completed. The walls were not painted, and the flooring was not yet installed, but aside from the minor features, the place was practically livable. Of course, electric wasn't working alongside the water and plumbing, but as the saying goes, beggars can't be choosers. I peeked my head inside as I entered the first floor. Tools, materials, and odds and ends still laid strewn about, as if someone was going to come back to finish the job, or at least clean up the mess, but it appeared that no one ever did. I grabbed a sizable pipe laying on the ground, just in case. Homeless people, if startled, can and will turn violent very quickly. I did a brief inspection of the main floor, peeking my head inside of doorways to confirm that I was alone in this substantially sized building. But sure enough, I couldn't find anyone else. As I continued to inspect the main floor, I found a stairway. A metal door once stood in the way, but now laid on the ground. It was clear that someone had damaged it with some type of tool in order to keep it open. I went to the stairway and looked inside. The natural light provided by the sun, aided by the many windows, could only spill over so much. Inside was a set of stairs going both upwards, but also downwards below. I didn't have a flashlight, but what little natural sun entered the stairway was just enough to give me the courage to explore upwards. I went up the metal stairs quietly, so as to not alarm anyone else to my presence here. The second floor was nearly identical to the first. I walked down the halls gripping the pipe, ready to defend myself from any unknown attackers. Again, much like the first floor, I didn't see anyone. However, I did find troubling signs of people having lived here at one point. I saw an old mattress littered with trash and old cigarettes, clothes tossed in a pile in the corner of the room. Several dark stains covered the floor, and one splattered on the wall next to the head of the mattress. My heart sank. It was more than likely something sinister had been committed here. I was going to turn to leave, but alongside the disheartening evidence of someone being here, I found a flashlight and an old pistol. I took both and checked the gun to see that it still had 3 bullets remaining in the cylinders. I was going to leave, but seeing how now that I had a gun and a flashlight, this changes things. The flashlight worked perfectly, emitting a strong blue LED light on the stained wall when I clicked it on. I still kept the pipe with me as a backup, but the pistol was now firmly gripped in my right hand. The second floor had bits and pieces of trash here and there, but nothing else as concerning as what I saw in that one room. I entered the stairway with my flashlight guiding me. Unlike the first 2 floors, the third floor had an actual door standing at the entrance. Lucky for me, the handle turned slowly when I tried it and granted me access. A quick inspection of the door revealed a marvelous find. This door could be locked from the inside. If this floor was cleared, this would be a great setup. I could lock the door and prevent any vagrants, much like myself, coming up here and killing me in my sleep. All I would need to do is verify that the floor was clear, and I'd be all set. The third floor had varied greatly from the first 2. No bits of drywall on the floor, or discarded nails laying haphazardly. There still wasn't any electricity, but nothing my new flashlight couldn't handle. The floor was unfinished but oddly clean, as if it was getting prepped for carpet or new flooring before this place shut down. I cleared each room slowly, making sure to check every closet and cupboard before finally letting my guard down. I went back to the stairway and locked the door, preventing anyone else from coming up. I picked a room facing the parking lot. That way I could look out and see if anyone was coming. I spent the rest of the day in my newfound home. The flashlight and gun were an amazing find, but that unsettling sight of blood-stained floor and walls were somewhat concerning. Maybe it was something else. Perhaps someone spilled something there and it just looked bad, I thought to myself, trying to not freak myself out as much. The thought also crept into my mind about how I had yet to inspect the basement and what horrors lurked down there. For being homeless, I was fairly paranoid. I made myself a game plan for tomorrow that I would go out and find cheap furniture and food to fill my bare-bone apartment. It would take several trips, but well worth the effort. Nighttime and boredom eventually found me. I sat in the corner of the room trying to get comfortable and let sleep carry me away into tomorrow, but it was difficult. Sure enough, I managed to fall asleep, but staying asleep was another story. I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have anything to check the time, but it was several hours before the sun would be rising. I got up feeling the urge to go to the bathroom. This complex didn't have running water, so I'd have to go outside to relieve myself. I grabbed the gun and the flashlight and walked over to the stairway and unlocked the door. I went down the 2 flights of stairs and walked out to the back to go to the bathroom. The back of the complex was as neglected as the complex itself. Tall weeds filled the field that stretched out to the dark trees. Moonlight was scarce, and a cool chill breezed over me as I went to the bathroom. I glanced at the complex as I did my business. Anxiety had yet to find me, as I was still sleepy. I could hear cars off in the distance from the nearby highway, but no animal life could be heard. It was probably too cold for them, I thought as I pulled my pants up and made my way inside. I entered the hollow shell of the first floor. Stealth was not my main concern, seeing that sleep was my only goal. I entered the stairway, ready to ascend back up to my room of safety, when I stopped. For the briefest of moments, I could have sworn I heard what sounded like mumbling down below into the basement. My flashlight was on, but I didn't dare shine it down into the basement. In fact, a moment of curiosity washed over me as I turned my flashlight off and listened in the stairway. I gripped the gun as I stepped over to the stairs that led downwards. My suspicions were confirmed as I felt my way down a step or two to hear more clearly the rambling of someone down there. I paused for a moment, unsure of what to do. Whoever was down there sounded as if they were speaking and no one else was responding. Perhaps a mentally ill person took shelter down there. I walked back up the stairs silently as the soft mumblings of whoever was down there slowly faded beneath the stairs. I was fairly fit and mentally strong, so having an altercation with anyone would be more likely in my favor. I made it to the 3rd floor, and the sound was no longer existent. It was clear that the distance between us had enough cushion to drown out the sound from either of us, which was relieving. I made sure to lock the door to the stairway before heading back to my room. Although the realization I wasn't alone in this building was brief and honestly quite harmless, it made me find sleep all the more difficult. I don't know if I slept much that night, but I woke up feeling very tired. I got up and glanced out the window to see the complex parking lot empty and the sun beaming over the distant trees. I unlocked the stairway door and went down the stairs and outside. I spent the day in town, getting things ready for my new place. The local thrift store had a cheap air mattress that I purchased, but it didn't come with a pump. I loaded up other essentials, like huge gallon-sized jugs of water, and food that would be easy to make or didn't require power. After making a trip or two back to the empty complex, my room was decent enough for me to not have to worry about it for a week or so. The only thing I wasn't able to work out was the bathroom situation. That would require me to go down the sets of stairs and out back, facing the woods. I was going to go into the basement later that day, but got caught up doing other things, and by the time I was available, the sun had set. This wouldn't affect the actual lighting of the basement, obviously, but I didn't want to face whatever was down there and come up to a pitch black night. Besides, whoever was down there didn't seem aware of me or my setup and that was enough comfort for me to leave that problem for another day. I made sure to use the bathroom around back before going back up to my room. I didn't want to have to make the bathroom hike in the middle of the night again. While I was using the restroom, I peered out into the woods several hundred yards away. I wasn't sure how long I'd be able to keep up the abandoned apartment situation, so I briefly considered checking out the woods as a backup if I were to be found out. Again, that would be another task I would save for daylight. The woods seemed just as terrifying as the dark basement below. I went back inside, flashlight in hand. As I approached the stairwell, I noticed that on the ground, dark streaks of a mysterious liquid leading down the stairs. The stains mixed with the unfinished floor looked ominous. It was hard to tell exactly what it was, but I didn't like what I was seeing. I turned off my light as I entered the stairway, as to not alert who was below. I made sure to be quiet, but my pace was probably quicker than what it should have been. I opened the third floor and locked it behind me. I did a quick inspection of the third floor as a safety precaution, but everything looked how I left it. I was tired from all the walking, mainly having to carry all my stuff around, and setting up my room took all my energy. I laid on my air mattress and closed my eyes, trying not to think about anything, as sleep began to grab hold of my consciousness, when a faint noise jarred me awake. It was subtle, but my mind, being on high alert, was able to detect movement down below. Normally, I would not have been able to hear what was rummaging down beneath, but since the complex didn't have windows to insulate the noise, I could faintly hear the sound of someone walking around. The shuffling wasn't terribly loud, but whatever it was clearly working its way up the complex. What concerned me wasn't the noise itself, but rather how things sounded. There was a hint of stealth in the movements, like whoever it was didn't want to be detected. I followed the sounds beneath me as I laid in darkness. I lost track of where they had went when they were over near the stairwell. I sat up on my mattress and looked over in the direction of the stairs. Did I lock the door to the stairs? I thought. I had been so busy that day that it was very likely that I had forgotten. I got up slowly, doing my best to keep my sound low. In my hurry, I only brought my flashlight to guide me through the darkness of the halls. I quickly made it to the doorway and tugged on the handle. I did remember. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned my light off. I sat by the door, my nerves slowly getting worked up. I need to stop overthinking, I whispered as I sat in silence after spending 15 minutes trying to locate the sound beneath me. I was ready to get up and head back to my bed when a jostling of the door handle startled me. Someone was outside the door. A brief rustling on the handle shocked my anxiety as I sat in darkness. I could hear someone talking to themselves, but the handle had stopped shaking. Whoever was on the other side had stopped their attempt to gain entry, but still stood outside the door. I stared at it, petrified of what would happen if the door lock no longer held. Would it be another person, like me, seeking refuge and wanting to spend the night with a roof over their head? Or was it something else? The person on the other side of the door left the door almost immediately, but still stayed within the complex. Fear gripped me to the door, not allowing me to move. It was clear that this building had another uninvited guest, but that wouldn't last. As I was debating on how to proceed, I heard another sound, but this one didn't come from the other side of the door, but beneath me. The piercing sound of a shriek filled the complex. Whoever had the misfortune of finding themselves on the lower levels began to shuffle around. They tried to get to the first floor, but I could hear a struggle and more screaming coming from the stairway. The sound of commotion erupted. Screams of pain and terror edged up the stairway, but not for long. The screams quickly died, and the sound of something being dragged away slowly faded down into the basement below. I couldn't be sure, but it sounded as if I just heard a murder take place. I sat by the stairway all night, eyes wide. I couldn't bring myself down enough to enjoy the luxury of sleep, When the sun finally rose, I found the courage to get up and head to my room. I didn't go outside that day, despite having the urgent need of using the bathroom. I ended up just using an empty room and designated that as my bathroom area, until I figured out how to get out of this place. I had enough food and water to last me a couple of days, so I had time to figure out what I wanted to do. During the day, sleep finally overcame me, and I drifted to a realm of peace, but that wouldn't last. I woke up later in the day. The sun was completely smothered behind rain clouds, and loud rumblings of thunder rolled in the distance. I could hear a few droplets hit the roof and the windowsill, a prelude of what was to come. The complex was much darker now. My flashlight was needed for just about anything. The day was only going to get darker, so I had to decide. Stay another night and hope that I can evade notice for 10 or so more hours, or sneak my way out of here. I grabbed the pistol and decided to try my luck. I packed up as much stuff as I could carry in one take and headed for the stairs. I made my way over to the door and unlocked it, my light beaming into the thick darkness below. I made sure to check the close was clear before leaving my sanctuary. I slowly descended the stairs, doing my best to navigate the metal steps while also keeping my noise down. I slowly completed the first flight of steps, and nothing seemed out of place. On the second floor, my fears had been confirmed. I could see drag marks leading to the stairs, with stains accompanying it. I wanted to check out the second floor more, but my nerves wouldn't allow it. The drag marks continued down the steps, leaving thick stains of blood and bits and pieces of flesh. This wasn't just a killing. This was a mutilation. Whoever had done this was disturbed, and they were the last person I wanted to encounter in this dark stairway. I needed to leave. The rain had already begun to come down now. I would get soaked the second I'd step foot outside, but I had to do it. I was frustrated by this new development, since I would not be able to hear as well if something was heading towards my direction. I worked my way down to the first floor, but halfway down, my light reached something at the bottom of the stairs that stopped me cold in my tracks. Standing in the corner of the stairway next to the exit stood an absolutely horrid creature. The creature stood hunched facing the corner. My light only caught the lower half of the figure before I turned it off, but it was enough for me to piece what I thought the creature looked like together. The brief moment of horror revealed something blocking my exit. Had it not been standing, I would have thought it was a rotting corpse. Flesh peeled from what limbs I could see, and bone appeared to be jetting out of the lower spine. I didn't get to see the rest of it, and I'm kinda glad I didn't. I held my breath as my heart began to race. I was immersed in darkness with whatever this thing was, a dozen or so feet away from me. Rain and thunder continued outside, now thankfully concealing my sound. I couldn't see anything, but what little I could hear, it didn't sound like it had moved. I stood petrified on the stairs, knowing fully well I wasn't able to make it out of here this way, at least in one piece. In moments like this, you really don't think clearly. You can only think of survival and nothing else. I'd never seen anything like this before. I wasn't sure what kind of gun I had, or if it would even affect this creature in any meaningful way, but I wasn't going to test it now. I began to backstep up the stairs awkwardly. My hands were full, and my heavy pack made the unnatural backpedaling even more difficult. I went for another step back when my shoe didn't clear the step, and I fell backwards. Out of reaction, I dropped the gun and my flashlight to brace myself, reaching out for non-existent handrails to catch my fall. The thud of the heavy flashlight on the metal stairs clamored loudly as it fell down the stairs, echoing in the stairwell. I gasped. A shock of anxiety and dread flooded my system. Without a doubt, I had gained the attention of whatever lurked just beneath me. I dropped my backpack to lighten my load and felt around for the gun. Shrieks filled the complex. As an odd twist of events, it would appear that I had startled whatever was down there. I could hear shuffling beneath me. Its attention focused briefly on the flashlight that came to a stop, buying me precious time to find my only weapon to defend myself. I felt around, my hands petting the ground, still feeling the wet stains of drag marks from earlier. I was so focused on finding the gun, I hadn't noticed the creature was no longer interested in the flashlight and had begun ascending the stairs. Finally, I felt something solid and gripped it tightly. It took me a few moments to orient myself with the weapon, but before I could, I was tackled on the ground. Immediately, I felt sharp pain in my side as I was now being attacked. I could feel claws beginning to slash out my outer coat and heavy pressure on my chest. I pressed the barrel in the direction I heard the shrieking and felt something solid. I pulled the trigger 3 times and my hand knocked back from the power. The gun burst briefly illuminated the area. The flashes of images haunted my vision. I could briefly see in those very few moments what appeared to be a decomposing demon. It was so quick and I was in so much pain that I wasn't able to process everything right then. The pressure relieved off my chest as it seemed I had injured this grotesque attacker. However, I still heard movement squirming around on the ground and loud horrifying screams. I left the empty gun in my backpack with all my stuff and ran past the sounds of shuffling. I went to the stairs and went as quickly as I could without falling in the dark. The pain in my side seemed to disappear as adrenaline began to pump in my system. I made it to the first floor and I kicked the flashlight that I had dropped earlier. I picked it up and turned it on and ran out of there. I left the complex with whatever it was still screaming inside. The warm rain slowly drenching me the further I jogged away. The screams never did stop. They just muffled the further I went off into the dark, rainy night. When I was a good distance away, a part of me wanted to glance back and shine the light on the complex. Perhaps my demonic attacker had gotten better and was now pursuing me, but not looking back would be a risk that I was willing to take. In the high desert of northern Arizona, where the pines grow like silent sentinels and the wind carries secrets through their needles, there lies a stretch of forgotten land known as Dead Mare's Hollow. The map doesn't name it anymore, and the locals pretend it doesn't exist, but the land still remembers. It started with the dogs. Kyle Bennett, a 27-year-old forest surveyor with the Bureau of Land Management, had been assigned to monitor the fire risk and tree health around the rim. It was remote, rugged country, hours from the nearest town and isolated by jagged canyons and dust-caked trails. Kyle didn't mind. He liked the solitude. But 1 week into his deployment, the silence became unsettling and grew too deep. At night, the crickets stopped chirping. No coyotes yipped. The wind no longer rustled the pines. It hissed through them like something was warning him. The dogs in the Navajo village, miles down the canyon, began to bark constantly, long, low, mournful howls. They didn't bark at anything in particular, just into the darkness. Kyle took notes, told himself it was nothing. Probably wolves, he thought. Or maybe a big cat roaming the canyons. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching him. The eyes of the forest felt too focused, too knowing. On the 11th night, the scratching began. He was asleep in his camper, parked just off the service road beside a half-dry creek. Around 1 in the morning, a soft scrape echoed against the aluminum siding. Slow, deliberate, like claws against tin. Kyle froze. He sat up and held his breath. The scratching stopped. Then it came again, this time on the opposite side of the camper. He leapt up, flicked on the flashlight, and threw open the door. Nothing. Just pine trees swaying gently, their shadows long and warped by moonlight. He found tracks the next morning. Not animal tracks, human ones. Barefoot with long, narrow toes that seemed too elongated, too deep in the dry dust to be normal. Some prints had deep claw impressions at the end. Kyle reported the incident to his supervisor, who just laughed it off.
Probably just kids messing around. Don't let the stories get in your head.
But they already had. That evening, while inspecting fire scars on the canyon basin, Kyle found something that made his blood run cold. A deer. Or what had been one. Its hide had been peeled clean off, like a banana skin tugged down to its hooves. Its eyes still wide open, but not in fear. In agony. Around it were dozens of raven feathers, snapped in half. He hiked back early and locked himself inside the camper. That night, the whispers began. They came from the trees, soft, muttering voices that sounded like they were mimicking human speech, but getting it just wrong enough to twist your gut. Like hearing your own name in a stranger's voice. Like hearing your mother's lullaby in the voice of a dead woman. Kyle, help me. He didn't sleep. By morning, he looked like he'd aged a decade. Eyes bloodshot, jaw clenched, but he didn't bother eating. Just drove deep into the canyon towards the last area he had to survey. A grove of ancient pines that hadn't been touched in over a century. Locals called it the Whispering Place. There were no trails in. He hiked 3 miles with a machete in one hand and a map in the other. The grove was wrong. The trees grew too close together. Their bark looked burned, though there had been no fire. The wind didn't enter the part of the forest. The air was dense and stale, and the ground black like ash but sticky when he stepped. That's when he saw the cave. Half hidden behind a cluster of boulders and scrub, its mouth yawning like the open throat of some prehistoric beast. Around it, bone littered the ground, not all animal. Some looked disturbingly human. And drawn on the rock face, in rust-colored pigment, was a figure, tall, with backward-bending legs and a head of a deer. Its eyes hollow, its mouth unnaturally wide. Around it was smaller figures with no faces that seemed to be bowed in reverence. Kyle took one picture before the light on his camera died. Then, the smell hit. Rot, copper, wet fur. He turned to run, but it was already there. Standing 30 feet away, partially obscured by trees, was something worse than the idea of a man. Its limbs were wrong, too long. Joints bent backwards, patches of fur clung to its skin like a tattered coat. Its face. Oh God, its face. It was wearing the face of a man, stretched thin over its skull. The lips moved silently, like I was trying to remember how to be human. Kyle ran. Whatever that ungodly thing was, it followed. Not with footsteps, but with the sound of shifting. Bones cracking, limbs snapping into new configurations. It moved like liquid nightmare, flowing between the trees, always just behind, always whispering, "Let me wear you." He reached the camper just after nightfall, slamming the door. He fumbled for the keys. Outside, something brushed against the siding, a whisper at the window. "Open up, Kyle. It's cold out here." His blood turned to ice. It was his own voice. He didn't sleep, not even when it stopped speaking, not even when it started dragging its claws across the roof, slow rhythmic strokes like it was carving his name. When the sun rose, he found the windows covered in handprints, not 1 or 2, dozens. Some were upside down. He got out of there that morning. He didn't stop. He didn't speak. He left the camper at the ranger station and fled to Flagstaff. He turned in his resignation the next day. The officials wanted an explanation. He just said, "Something followed me out." They laughed. They called it stress, and they even offered counseling, but it didn't matter. Kyle checked into a cheap motel, locked every door and every window. They don't know exactly what had happened, but later that night, they found him dead. He had peeled off his own skin, clean down to the muscle. His face had been removed and nailed to the wall. Just underneath it, something had written in blood, "Too tight, need new." They say the thing still lives out in Deadmere Hollow. It waits in the black pines, shifting, wearing, learning. Every now and then, someone disappears near the canyon rim, and late at night, the dogs howl towards the trees. Low, mournful warnings. Don't let it in. It wears the skins of the ones you love. 3 years after Kyle Bennett's death, Deadmere Hollow was still an off-limits zone. Officially, it was a wildlife hazard area under ecological review. Unofficially, it was cursed. Locals didn't say the word skinwalker. Not anymore. They just look at the trees and muttered prayers in languages older than asphalt. But curiosity is louder than caution. And when the unexplained lingers, someone always comes looking. Her name was Erin Lockie, a podcaster known for her investigation horror show, In the Dark Between. With a following just under 100,000 listeners, and a reputation of getting into the places no one else dared, Deadmere Hollow was the kind of story that could make her career explode. She came alone. Her voice recorder clicked on as she stood by the rusted gate blocking the service road into the hollow. Day 1, Canyon Rim. No cell service. Locals refused to talk on record. Something happened to a man named Kyle Bennett here. Official cause of death, self-mutilation due to mental illness. Unofficially, they say something wore his skin. She left the gate open behind her. That was her first mistake. The first 2 nights were uneventful. Dry winds, long hikes, the creak of trees settling in the heat. She slept in a canvas tent, pitched beside a dry creek bed. She brought her own food, water, and solar-powered lights. She documented everything. On the 3rd night, something changed. The recorder picked up a faint clicking sound around 3:17 a.m., like nails tapping against metal. She hadn't noticed it until playback the next morning. Alongside the clicks came a whisper, too low to decipher. She assumed it was just the wind. Later that day, she made a unique discovery. She found an old shack. It wasn't on any map, and it was half buried in earth and pine needles. The structure had to be incredibly old, with boards so sun-bleached they looked like bones. Inside, it was empty except for an old mirror nailed in the far wall and a pile of dried-out leather scraps in the corner. But when she turned to leave, the recorder caught it. Erin. A whisper, soft as a breath, from inside the shack. It was clear that she was alone. That night, her dreams became vivid. She saw a man with no skin. Not bloody, just empty. Hollowed out like a drum. He stood in the shadows of the trees, stretching strips of flesh across a frame of twisted wood and bone, humming to himself, dressing himself in stolen pieces. She woke up screaming. At dawn, she found a series of small animal skulls arranged in a perfect circle around her tent. None of them had been there the night before. She kept recording. Day 5. I found a cave. I think it's the one from Bennett's notes. Bones at the entrance. Symbols painted in iron or dried blood. I'm going in. She left her recorder on. The audio captured her slow footsteps echoing in the darkness. Her breath. The shuffle of dust and stone. And then, the sound, faint at first, of someone else breathing. It wasn't her. Then a voice. Not a whisper, but not a shout either. Just clear enough to be wrong. You brought your voice. I want it. Erin screamed. The next 4 minutes of audio were chaos. Stumbling footsteps, frantic breathing, the sound of her voice repeating a phrase that she didn't say. "Please let me go. Please let me go. Please let me go." But each one grows more distorted, more guttural, until it became laughter. Her laughter, but broken. Lurching like a tapeworm in slow motion. Then static. She made it out of the cave, but not the same. The last known footage shows her stumbling into a ranger station at the edge of the forest 3 days later. Naked, eyes milky, skin scratched raw in patterns that resembled letters. When they asked her name, she simply said, "I'm wearing Aaron." Then she collapsed. She never woke up. The episode never aired, but the recordings leaked. Raw and unedited, uploaded by a fan who had hacked her cloud storage. The file ends with one last piece of audio, recorded 6 days after her death. No one knows how it got there. It started with the sound of breathing, then footsteps, then her voice, too perfect, like a rehearsed impression. "Hi listeners, it's Aaron. I'm back in Dead Mare Hollow. I brought friends this time." Static, then dozens of overlapping voices. "Let us in. We remembered the skin. Too tight. Need new." Since then, 3 amateur ghost hunters and documentary crews have gone missing near the canyon. Every one of them had listened to Aaron's podcast. And every now and then, a new file appears in her feed, though no one runs the show anymore. Just the sound of wind through pine trees, and something breathing behind it. I lived in East Tennessee for most of my life. Growing up, I heard old wives' tales and urban legends about strange creatures that roamed the forest. For the longest time, I thought what every other kid thought, that they were just stories told to scare kids away from dangerous places so they wouldn't fall into a ravine or get lost in the massive wilderness. I never thought any of it was more than just made-up stories. That's not to say I didn't spend my share of time with covers pulled tightly over my head when the wind blew branches against my window that happened to face the woods. As I grew older, I found myself gravitating towards the stories of strange creatures in the woods. That curiosity is what started me to investigate such things in my spare time. People around here seem to be obsessed with Bigfoot, as if he's some local celebrity. They tend to ignore or downplay other cryptids. I don't know why. With the hundreds of thousands of acres of unexplored and barely explored forest, it seems that there's a lot of space for anything that feels like making its home there could be left in relative peace. Me, I'm more of a fan of the Dogman, unofficially of course. You see, once I graduated high school, my only goal was to become a park ranger. Where else could you go to work and be surrounded by such glorious nature, even at its most dangerous? There are literally dozens of stories I could tell, but the one that sticks with me is the hikers from a couple years ago. I remember it was early October. I always make the hike up to Klingerman's Dome several times during autumn, glazing out over the canvas of trees sprouting a myriad of colors. Looking every bit like nature's fireworks show reinforced that I made the right career choice. I was on patrol when a call came in to go to the cabins near Fontana Lake. I got the address and headed south, crossing into North Carolina. When I got there, I was met by a woman who said her husband, son, and brother-in-law had gone to the lake fishing and hadn't come back yet. I got the information I needed about their general description, names and description of the truck and boat, then headed out to search for them. She said they were heading up to Wolf Creek. I called it in and told the station I'd be driving down to Flat Branch to see if they went into the river. It was a decent drive to get out there, but then again, it was a decent drive to pretty much get anywhere out here in the backwoods of the Smoky Mountains. When I got there, I found 3 trucks parked off to the side. 2 of them had empty boat trailers. I checked the description the wife had given me, and it matched one of the trucks. I had a beginning point for my search. I walked up to the water and looked both ways, hoping to luck out and find them coming in from a hard day's fishing. No such luck. There was a house nearby, so I walked over and asked if they had seen my quarry. The man said he had been out fishing himself yesterday and recalled seeing a boat like the one I had described, with 2 men and a boy in it. I asked him which direction they were going, and he said west. I asked if he had a boat and could take me up to Wolf Creek. The man's demeanor changed from friendly to deadly quiet. He agreed to take me across the river, but not all the way to Wolf Creek. I accepted what I could get. After a quick jog back to my truck to get my backpack, he ferried me across and quickly left. It was a mile or so to the rural campsite I suspected that they had camped at. I started walking along the edge of the river, keeping an eye out for them. It wasn't long until I spotted a boat sitting on the shore. I approached the boat, and it seemed to be the right one. Everything about this missing persons report seemed like someone just stayed out longer than they planned. It was a little too easy. I would be very happy to find them sitting by a campfire, about to pack up and go home. It didn't take long to hike to the campsite, but when I got there, things stopped being easy. There were only 2 tents set up, but they both looked like someone or something had torn into them. I checked inside each one and found sleeping bags and general camp equipment strewn about. I did my best not to disturb anything. When I came out to the second tent, I found something more disturbing. This tent was also in disarray, but as I looked, I saw distinct drops of red. There was a notebook sitting near one of the sleeping bags. I picked it up and paged through it. October 3rd, we headed out for our annual fishing trip this morning. Mom wasn't too happy, but we told her we'd be back tomorrow. The drive to the boat launch was kind of long, but we filled the time talking about all the fish we were going to catch, and generally telling stories about the area. Dad tried to scare me with a story about a cryptid that lives in the area, but I knew he was just yanking my chain. We got to the boat launch and headed out into the water without too much of a hitch. Uncle Roger nearly fell in trying to get the boat undone. He didn't find it nearly as funny as Dad and I did. Once we were out on the lake and had our lines out in the water, he seemed to settle in and enjoy himself. After a few beers, he was laughing about it with us. We caught a couple of fish, but they were too small and we had to throw them back. Dad said he heard a good spot up by Wolf Creek. We had better luck when we got there. Uncle Roger caught 3 largemouth bass, and I caught 2. Dad had a big one on his line, but it got loose before we could net it. It was starting to get dark, so Dad said we should get to one of those rural campsites. We pulled the boat up to the shore and tied it to a large tree, then took our gear and hiked to the campsite. There wasn't anyone else there, which Dad said was odd, because the site was normally full. We unpacked and set up our tents, and Dad got a fire going while Uncle Roger cleaned the fish. We ate and laughed and talked until it was dark, and we turned in for the evening. Dad said there was better fishing spots further west and wanted to get there early in the morning before we headed back to the cabin. It's the middle of the night, and Dad is playing a joke on me. I woke up for some reason, and he wasn't in the tent. I could hear rustling outside along with something pawing at the ground and snorting. I knew it was Dad trying to scare me. He and Uncle Roger had been telling cryptid stories while we ate supper. I told them that they weren't going to scare me like they did last year. They just looked at each other and smiled. I knew they'd have something up their sleeves. I didn't bother to turn the lights on or go out to check. I knew that they'd just run away and hide, pretending to be a creature I'd just scared off. Then in the morning, they'd ask each other if they heard the commotion, hoping to scare me. I wasn't falling for it. One thing you could learn from having a prankster dad is not believing anything you see, or in this case, hear. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but Dad was making it tough. He was stomping and growling around so loud, trying to get my attention, but I wasn't having it. When I got up in the morning and went outside, the camp had been destroyed. Uncle Roger asked if I had heard anything last night, and I played along saying I heard some creature outside our tent, but I was too scared to go out and check. He made a good show of searching for Dad and seeming genuinely concerned. I was just waiting for Dad to get tired of the game and come back to the campsite. As the morning wore on, Uncle Roger started talking about going to look for him. I wanted to tell him I hadn't fallen for their little prank, but I didn't want to spoil their fun. When noon rolled around and Dad wasn't back, I started to get worried. Maybe he had fallen and hit his head on a rock or something. Uncle Roger was beside himself. He told me he would have gone looking for Dad, but didn't want to leave me alone at camp. We decided to look for him. Uncle Roger found what looked like a scuffle, and we headed off in that direction. He told me to stay right with him as we struggled through the forest, looking for any signs of Dad. I was starting to doubt that this was a prank anymore. I was getting worried about Dad. The further we went, the more I realized how wrong I'd been. I wanted Dad to jump out and scare me just so I knew he was okay. We walked around for hours, searching for him, but we didn't find him. I was beyond worried now, and I could tell Uncle Roger was too, but he didn't let on. He just kept saying Dad was probably already back at the campsite now. When the sun started sinking low in the sky, we gave up our search and headed back. Twice we lost our way and had to double back to get to the site. There weren't many trails out here, at least not the ones that people had made. When we got back to the site, I ran to our tent hoping that he'd be there, but he wasn't. We ate a quick supper and turned in for the night. Uncle Roger promised me that he'd wake me up when Dad came back. October 4th. Uncle Roger never woke me up. Dad didn't come back. I said we should call for help, but he told me that my dad had the only phone. We were trying to decide what to do when we heard a rustling in the woods, and the birds went silent. We looked around for the source of the noise, and unfortunately, we found it. There was a thing coming towards us. It stood on its back hind legs, and its body made these cracking sounds, like its bones were snapping into or out of place, echoing all around us. This thing was huge. I literally froze. My body refused to move as this horror came towards us. Uncle Roger grabbed me and yanked me over behind his tent. We tried to hide, but this thing saw us and let out a massive roar. We were so close I could see blood in its claws and teeth. I prayed it wasn't Dad's. What do we do?" I said. He put his finger up to his lips. It looked over at us and then went into my tent like it was searching for something. "Come on," Uncle Roger said. We snuck away from the monster as quietly as possible. We slipped down the bank of the creek and walked downstream in the water. "Where are we going?" I whispered. "There's a bridge downstream. If we're quiet enough and that thing loses our scent, we could hide under it and hope it goes away." I focused on walking as quietly as I could through the water. The sound of the creek was loud, so I was hopeful it wouldn't see or hear us. It seemed like forever until we reached the bridge. It was a small wooden bridge that spanned the creek, allowing hikers to pass over it. There wasn't a lot of cover. We tried to wedge ourselves into the shadows at the furthest end of it. Time slowed to a standstill as I sat there on the uncomfortable rocks, shivering. Neither of us had our jackets on, and the sun had gone down, taking the warm air with it. I started to doze when I felt a nudge. I looked up and Uncle Roger was motioning me to be quiet. I was about to ask why when I heard the creak of a board on the bridge, right above my head. It wasn't a steady walk of a hiker going down the trail. It was slow, deliberate. Someone stepping, sneaking, or hunting. I listened in mortal terror as the board slowly gave way to the weight of whatever was on it. One slow step at a time. As if I wasn't cold enough, my teeth began to chatter with fear. It couldn't have been very loud. Uncle Roger barely heard it and went into silent convulsions, motioning me to stop. I bit my tongue to keep the noise down and continued to listen. Only there was nothing to listen to. Whatever was on the bridge had stopped moving. It was as if it was listening to be sure it had heard something. I strained my ears to listen for any movement. When I did, I heard sniffing. The thing was trying to catch our scent. For the first time, I had noticed there was a slight breeze blowing. It was blowing in the same direction that the water flowed, but I had no idea which side of the bridge the creature was on. The wind could be our savior, or our doom. Another slow footstep sounded, like a bomb going off as the boards creaked beneath it. For the briefest of moments, it seemed like it was moving away towards the far end of the bridge. I hoped and prayed that that was the case, as another footstep sounded, then another. I breathed a silent sigh of relief as I heard it step off the edge of the bridge and onto the trail. My relief was short-lived though, as I saw a face peek around the corner and peer under the bridge. I froze in terror as this thing looked like a giant monstrous dog walking on its hind legs, snuck around the corner of the bridge and dipped its feet into the water. It sniffed the air and poked its snout into the shadows under the far side of the bridge. Coming up empty, it turned its focus to the side of the bridge where we were hiding. Daylight had faded to dusk. There was precious little light to see by. That was our only saving grace. The shadows were darker here, making us nearly invisible. But that was rapidly ending as the beach approached. My mind was vapor-locked. I had no clue what to do. Running would just give us away more quickly. It was looking like our only choice was to die. At that moment, I was 100% sure of what had happened to Dad. Hot tears streamed down my cheeks at the thought of my father being torn apart by this monster. As I prepared to die, I felt Uncle Roger lean over a little closer. He was right in front of me, and it was hard to see the monster. I saw his hand move down towards the ground and pick up a stone the size of his fist. I knew right away what was happening. He was trying to shield me. He would offer himself as a sacrifice to protect me. My tears redoubled, making it hard to see. The monster was almost on us. It acted like it knew where we were, but at this point, it didn't matter. A few more steps and all doubt would be removed. I saw it reach out with its terrible claws and nearly touch Uncle Roger's nose. This was it. Suddenly it stopped. It lifted its head and sniffed the air. I saw the hair on its back bristle. Then, in a heartbeat, it disappeared. Uncle Roger slowly stood and looked around. I tried to do the same, but my legs didn't want to cooperate. I dislodged some stones as I stood, making a little noise and causing Uncle Roger to hiss at me. We stood silently, waiting for that thing to come back, jumping down at us from whatever hiding place it was in. After a few minutes, I began to hope that we were okay. Uncle Roger led the way back to our camp. He said that we should change into some dry clothes and get a little rest. It felt so good to be warm again. I snuggled up in my sleeping bag and wrote this message so that if we didn't make it, someone would know what had happened. I hope my dad was as lucky as we were. I read through the entire message, then went back and reread the description of the creature. If it was what I thought it was amazing that they were still alive. Knowing what I was tracking put me on guard and made me wonder if I was being hunted right now. If it had intentionally left things lay so it could ensnare another victim. I didn't have much hope of finding them, but I would look anyways. I started with the tracks in the camp, specifically the ones around the tents. It seemed like the boy and his uncle had gone towards the creek. The creature's tracks went that way as well. It followed them to the creek, where its tracks seemed to wander around as if it lost its prey. I saw where they went into the water to throw off its scent. Smart move. I followed the meandering tracks until they came to a small bridge that forded the creek. The tracks went over the bridge, then through the creek underneath it. That didn't make any sense unless they were hiding in the shadows. The creature's tracks made a sudden turn and went towards the trail up a hill, almost like something spooked it. If it was what I thought it was, I couldn't imagine anything spooking it. I followed the creature's tracks up and over the hill, then they doubled back and followed the creek from the top of the ridge. I noticed that there was a good view of the creek. It didn't make sense to be going this way until I found myself back into the camp. It had put them right back into its sights. I was confused for a while. I couldn't find a second set of tracks where they had left the second time. If the creature had slaughtered them at the campsite, there'd be a lot more blood, but there wasn't. In fact, I couldn't find any proof that they'd come back. Then it hit me. I went back and looked at the tracks again. There were a few here and a few there where they doubled. The boy and his uncle must have come back here after the bridge, then after the same way as before. The disturbing thing was that I still hadn't seen any tracks of the father. I circled around the camp slowly, looking for anything I might have missed. Eventually I found a set of adult tracks leaving a tent and going to the edge of the trees. They stopped, facing a tree. There was a dark spot on the bark a couple of feet up. This had the earmarks of a late-night bathroom break, but the confusing thing was that the tracks never returned, like he had stopped there to relieve himself and then just disappeared. I searched all around the tree when I made a startling discovery. There were flecks of blood farther up the bark. I circled out further from the tree and found my terrible discovery. Tracks of the creature with drops of blood beside it. My marrow turned to ice at the implication. I followed my new trail, hoping I wouldn't find what my mind was telling me I would. I tried to report to the station on my radio, but strangely all I got in response was static. I knew there were areas out here that didn't get good reception, but I didn't think that this was one of them, right near a campsite just off a trail. I decided I would try again later. I adjusted my backpack and started off after my prey. As a precaution, I pulled out my sidearm and made sure it was loaded. It seemed like a silly thing to do, but when dealing with a dangerous alpha predator, it's best to make sure you're ready to shoot. My hand shook a little when I put my gun back in its holster. I knew this was dangerous. I knew it would just be as easy as going back to the station and let search and rescue take care of it, but I also knew that there was a man who was in the clutches of a deadly creature, and he was losing blood. I didn't have time to waste. I followed the tracks as best I could through the brush and fallen trees. I would lose the trail sometimes, only to pick it up again when I found a few more drops of blood. The tracks ran along the base of the hill, heading west until I came to a stop. It was right in front of a mountain. I looked all around, but the trail had disappeared. Finally, in desperation, I looked up and noticed a cave partway up the mountain. I thought about going up there, but was unsure. That could be the home of this creature, or it could be the home of a dozen of other animals, none of which would appreciate me storming into their living room unannounced. After another thorough look around the area, I decided it was likely where my prey had gone. Clouds had been rolling in all day, and now decided that they were done playing nice. The rain began slowly enough, but was soon coming down in sheets. The cave was looking better as I covered my eyes and tried to see where I was going. It was raining so hard I couldn't see the cave anymore. I just kept pressing forward in what I was hoping was a straight line, over fallen trees, through brush, and rapidly rising streams. I finally looked up and saw I was at the base of the mountain. My direction was off by a little bit, and I ended up a few dozen yards off to the right, but it was no small matter. I started climbing the mountain, being extra careful of my footing, especially in this torrential downpour. After a few slips, including one that had me nearly tumbling off the mountain, I made it into the mouth of the cave. I slipped inside and enjoyed a moment without water dumping on me.
I looked down and the water dripping off of me made a little puddle, like I brought my own little rain cloud into the cave with me. I shook off as much water as I could, as quietly as possible. The rain pouring down outside made loud splashes inside the cave. It would have been difficult to hear anything else, but I still wanted to be sure. I unbuckled and sat the backpack down, just inside the mouth of the cave. The rain had made it gain extra weight, and I didn't know if I would have to move fast. I opened my pack and got out my water bottle and drank. It had been a while since I drank anything, and I chugged half of it down. I closed it and saved the other half for when I got out of here alive. With that happy thought rattling around in my brain, I stowed the water bottle back in my backpack and pulled out a small flashlight. I turned it on while pointing it at the floor, the bright beam illuminating the cave. It was large as caves go. I could stand up in it and not reach the ceiling. There were many boulders and stones. It wasn't a smooth floor. The walls were rough, there weren't any cave drawings in here. I walked slowly, each step felt closer to my doom. I pulled out my gun and held it tightly, the sense of foreboding thick in the air. Two thoughts impressed themselves on me. Firing a gun in here would probably deafen me, and the stench was horrific. It smelled like an open sewer in the middle of August. As I crept deeper into the cave, the sounds of rain diminished, replaced by an eerie silence. I could hear the step of my feet, my breathing, my heart pounding. As I was seriously considering turning around and leaving, I saw something ahead of me move. It was big, at least as big as me. I dove against the wall for some cover, forgetting that I was holding a bright light in my hand, so it didn't matter if I tried to hide as long as the light was on. I pointed it at the floor, but didn't turn it off. I heard a shuffling sound getting closer. I was tempted to turn off the light, but giving the edge to the creature was not a good idea. It already had the home field advantage. I heard it sniffing, but I couldn't see it yet. I decided to find out more by bringing my light up and shining it deeper into the cave. I got the shock of my life when my light landed on the creature, and it was only a few steps away. It was big, at least 6 feet tall, and looked like a dog with a long snout, only its body seemed elongated. It stood on its hind legs and had hands attached to its muscular arms. Overall, it looked like a nightmare. It recoiled from the light and let out a growl. It was all I could do to keep from soiling myself. Without thinking, I pointed my gun and fired. The sound was deafening. My ears instantly started ringing. The creature roared at me, then turned and ran deeper into the cave. It had roared a mere few feet away from me, yet I barely heard it. I stumbled and had to take a minute to steady myself. Then I started following it deeper into the cave. To this day, I really don't know why, other than needing to know if the hiker was still alive. I looked at the ground to see if there was any blood, but there wasn't. I must have just startled it with a shot. That wasn't great news. I hoped I would at least have hit it or tried to wound it. Just scared it meant it was probably ready to fight when I saw it again. After all, I'm sure, to the creature, I was the invader, and it was just defending its home. I continued farther into the cave, shining my light and watching for any sudden movements. I had no idea where it was or if it was setting a trap for me. I felt a whiff of air and jumped back a split second before the claws sliced the air where my face would have been. I rolled and came up shooting, holding my light beside the gun to illuminate my target. I fired over and over, pointing and shooting without having time to aim. I watched as it ducked every shot and ran with inhuman speed. Just before it disappeared from sight, I saw it skip a step as I fired my last shot. My hopes soared that I at least hit it once. I ejected the magazine and put a fresh one in, reminding myself that I only had one more and chastising myself for not being more careful with my limited ammo. I justified it by telling myself there's no use dying with a full magazine. I followed once again, nearly jumping for joy when I came to see the spot where it had disappeared, and saw a spot of fresh blood on the ground. I was hoping for more, but as I went, the drops were every few feet. Even though it didn't seem like much at the speed it was running, I was sure it had sprung a major leak. I followed the trail deeper into the cave. There was a chill in the air that made me shudder. My mind told me it felt like a tomb. My tomb. I shook off those thoughts and continued until the blood stopped. I shone my light on the small puddle and the ground beyond where there was no blood. My mind screamed at me that it was a trap. I shone my light all around, even on the ceiling, but I couldn't see it. I started backing out the same way I came in, my eyes darting all around in the search of my prey. It hit me like a bulldozer, going 60 miles an hour. It had come out of nowhere and rammed me in the back. I sprawled out on the floor, rolling to a stop. My flashlight lay a few feet away, and I had no idea where my gun was. The wind was knocked out of me. I tried to breathe, but couldn't. I just lay there, gasping for air. It slowly circled around me, growling and bristling. I knew it was going for the kill. I screamed at my brain to move, but my body refused to cooperate. I tried to focus on my breathing and regain my mobility as it circled closer. I could see its breath chugging out of its mouth like a steam engine. I knew it was time. My arm was the first to recover. I slowly moved it towards the flashlight. It stopped circling just as I got a grip of the light. I saw the creature hunching to lunge at me. I clicked the light to strobe and aimed it at the creature's face. It screamed and clawed at the air, as if it could fight off the light. I rose to my knees, keeping the light on it. When it turned away, I shone it around desperately, searching for my gun. I found it a few yards away and tried to run for it, but my body hadn't fully recovered and I fell flat on my face. My life in the balance, I didn't bother with the pain in my freshly broken nose. I crawled towards the gun with every ounce of energy in me. It seemed like an eternity until I put my hand on the grip and brought it to bear on the creature. It had recovered and was running at me full speed. I shone the strobe at it again and it veered away from the light. I stood and aimed at it, squeezing the trigger. I saw the satisfying impact of the bullet in its side and squeezed the trigger again, making another hole on the far side of its chest. I squeezed over and over, hitting it each time and watching it reel from the impact, but it stayed on its feet. It growled and charged as my slide locked back, showing an empty chamber. I shone the strobe in its eyes once more, but this time it just ran off to the other side of the room. I used the distraction to eject my magazine and load in the last full one. I released the slide and started firing immediately, hitting it in the hind quarter and leg, but not stopping it. I stopped shooting and forced myself to concentrate. I aimed carefully as it ran towards me, and at the right moment, I squeezed the trigger. It went down hard, squealing like a stuck pig. It thrashed and clawed at its face, tumbling over itself. Blood flew everywhere from its many gunshot wounds, but it still continued flailing about and squealing in pain. After a few minutes of this, it finally settled down and was still enough for me to see my handiwork. I'd shot it in the eye. There was nothing left there but a bloody hole. I didn't dare approach it. I stood at a respectful distance and watched, my gun ready if it tried to make a move. Its squeals became moans, finally turning into a heavy sigh, and then it was still. I shone the light on it, feeling cautiously optimistic that this thing was no longer a threat. And then I remembered what I was doing here in the first place. I tried to get my bearings and proceeded further into the cave. My main thought was not only finding the hiker alive, but also hoping and praying there wasn't another one of these creatures here. I didn't have another fight like that in me. The path curved downwards until it came to a large open area. I shone the light around looking for anything. Off in the far corner there was a flash of red as I panned through. I approached it cautiously and found that it was a jacket.
Inside the jacket was a piece of meat that used to be a human being. His throat had been ripped out and his legs were gone. All that were left were some of his bones. The thing must have worked its way up, saving the arms and torso for later. The man's face was a frozen scream. I can't even imagine the horror of being dragged away from your loved ones, only to be murdered and eaten in some cold, dark cave. I wasn't even sure if he was dead when the thing had ripped his legs off. I had to stop focusing on such things and decided what to do. If I left the remains here, there was no doubt that some other animal would come by and finish off what the creature had started. I needed to try to get him to his family for closure and a proper burial. I bent down trying to figure out how to carry him. A fireman's carry was out. There were no legs for counterbalance. In the end, I ended up picking him up by his arms and flung them over my shoulders, holding onto them and turning his body into some macabre backpack. I started back out of the cave, hoping I'd be able to carry him all the way back to the campsite and finally back to my truck. As I trudged back through the cave, I came to the section where our fight had taken place. Shell casings and blood were strewn about the ground. I wondered to myself how I avoided getting hit by a stray ricochet when I looked over to where the creature was laying. Only it wasn't there. I shone my light all around frantically, whipping around, but it was gone. I found the spot where it had laid still and I thought it had died. There was a large pool of blood there, but no body. I pulled my gun out of the holster, ejected the magazine, and checked to see how many rounds I had left. There were only 2. I hoped whatever this thing was that it was no longer in the mood for hunting or revenge. In the end, I decided there was nothing I could do. If the thing attacked me, I was defenseless, carrying literal dead weight on my back. I holstered the gun and hitched up my human backpack, then shone the light towards the mouth of the cave and kept walking. My hearing was just starting to return to normal, although I was sure I had some permanent hearing loss. I could hear the shuffling of feet as I staggered towards the cave opening. When I got there, I found a world transformed. Daylight was just starting to peek its way around the dark. However, the rain had created a massive fog bank. I couldn't see anything down the valley I'd come up from. It was a sea of fog. Only the peaks of the mountains escaped its suffocating blanket. I looked over and saw my backpack patiently waiting for my return. I laid my burden down and got the water bottle out, glad that I had saved the last drink for now. As I sat on the edge of the cave precipice, I looked down and wondered how I was going to get the body down there without falling to my own death. For an instant, it was tempting to throw it down and find it at the bottom once I climbed down, but I thought this fellow had been through enough and didn't need the indignity of becoming a human frisbee. I dug through my backpack and found some bungee cords. I bungeed him to my back and carefully started my descent, leaving my faithful backpack to watch me desert it. I wish I could take it with me, but there was no way I could carry both. As I climbed down there were a few times I nearly lost my footing and took the short and deadly route down. Fortunately, I made it to the bottom in one piece. Instead of celebrating, though, I discovered a new problem. The fog was so thick I could barely see my hand in front of my face. I had no idea how I was going to find my way out of here. I decided to go straight away from the mountain and hoped the fog cleared as I went. The rain had turned the forest into a marshland. The ground was soft, and the streams had overgrown their banks. I found myself wading through knee-deep water on more than one occasion. As I trudged along, hoping I had enough energy to get back without collapsing from exhaustion, 2 thoughts chased each other around in my mind. Where were the other hikers? And where was the creature? I hadn't seen any other remains in the cave. If it had killed them, it hadn't had time to take them back to the cave yet. Perhaps my pursuit had forced it to retreat to its cave before it could properly retrieve its other bounties. I'd kept my ears open for any sounds of it following me. The most disconcerting thing was the lack of forest noises. The animals and birds were strangely silent. Usually that meant there was a predator nearby. In this ungodly fog, perhaps they were just sleeping, waiting for it to clear. That sounded good. It gave me the false illusion that I wasn't in mortal danger from a wounded alpha predator, bent on revenge. But I couldn't focus on that, or worry would drain my resolve to get us both out of here. I took a break from trudging and tried my best to get my bearings. I checked my watch and I had been walking for over an hour. It was late morning and the sun should have been high in the sky, but the oppressive fog continued to smother it. I looked around, but there was nothing to see except the dingy gray curtain of hopelessness. I was about to collapse and give up when I heard it, the faint sound of hope. I could hear the crake running. As hope rose, it was suddenly dashed. I heard the sounds of footsteps behind me. I whipped around so fast that my macabre backpack nearly made me lose my balance. I couldn't see anything through the fog, but that didn't mean it wasn't there. With a renewed surge of determination, along with the strong desire to elude whatever was pursuing me, I set out towards the sound of the crake. It was still slow going, but I found the fear for my life was a great motivator. I had no doubt whatsoever that the footsteps behind me were those of the creature bent on revenge. After what seemed like an eternity, I gazed at the most awesome sight I'd seen all day. Wolf Creek, in all its 6-foot wide, overflowing banks of glory. I followed it until I came across Lakeshore Trail, and the journey became much easier. The fog was beginning to lift, which was a blessing, but also a curse. I could finally see far enough behind me to confirm that the creature was indeed following me. I had wondered the entire time why it hadn't overtaken me, but now that I caught sight of it, I understood. It was grotesque. It looked like it came straight from hell. Its one eye socket was leaking gore, and the many bullet wounds covered its body. There were places where I could see internal organs trying to escape the body, and its right leg had a bullet wound. It limped severely. As I watched it, I wondered how it made it this far, but then I looked into its remaining eye and saw intense rage burning. I knew I would die a horrible, grotesque death if I slowed enough for it to catch up. We continued this slow pursuit of death until I reached the banks where Wolf Creek opened up into the lake. My energy was nearly gone. At one point, I considered dropping my human backpack in hopes that it would feed on it instead of me, but then I would have failed. I came here to find this hiker and bring him back. The thought lit a fire deep within me. I came to the edge of the lake with the creature a few mere yards behind me. I glanced around hoping to see a boat I could flag down, but no such luck. With no other choice, I waded into the water. It was cold, but instead of refreshing me, it chilled me and sapped my little remaining strength. The creature entered the water behind me and seemed to be gaining. It got deeper to the point where I was no longer able to stand and had to start swimming. The far side of the lake looked like it was miles away, even though I knew it was much closer than that. I swam for all I was worth, knowing at any moment I'd be pulled under by the creature. My passenger strapped to my back wasn't helping either. The literal definition of dead weight every minute, I had to fight off the urge to dump him. When I reached the other side, I was exhausted. I lay there on the shore, waiting for the creature to disembowel me, but unable to move to defend myself in any way. With great effort, I turned to look back and see when my doom would come. To my surprise, I saw it staring at me from the far beach. I guess it couldn't swim. I chuckled to myself as I lay there, gathering strength to continue for the journey back to the truck. Eventually, I got there. As I opened the door, for a fleeting moment, I considered putting the hiker in the passenger seat, but then I looked at the wet, gore-soaked torso and reconsidered, gently laying him in the truck bed. The drive back was long, and I continually had to shake myself to stay awake, but eventually I made it back to the cabin. I stumbled up to the door and knocked once. "Oh my God," the woman said when she saw me. "Are you all right?" I hung my head. "No, but I will be after about 3 days of sleep."
Unfortunately, I have bad news for you. I found your husband, but not your son or brother-in-law. A man and a boy came out of the cabin, stared at me. I instantly knew who they were, and grabbed them both into a huge hug. "I'm so glad you made it out," I said, fighting back tears. Thanks," the man said, pulling out of my hug. "Who are you again?" "He's the ranger that came to look for you three," she said. "I don't understand. Your tracks were confusing," I said. "I followed them down to the bridge, but then they went back up to the campsite." "We got some rest," the boy said. "Then Uncle Roger came and said that we were going. We left everything and slipped away to the boat, rowed across the river and left." I smiled. "I'm very glad you did." He looked at me with expectant eyes. "You said you found my dad?" My face fell. "I did, but it was too late." "So he's..." I nodded somberly. "Where is he?" "He's in my truck, but you don't want to see that." Before I could say another word, he ran to the truck and looked in the passenger seat. A look of confusion fell over his eyes as he saw that there was no one there. And then he slowly looked towards the bed of the truck. He stepped back and looked over the side into the bed. He instantly dissolved into tears and slid down the side of the truck, sobbing. "I'm so sorry," I said to the woman and man. She grabbed me and gave me a hug. "Don't be," she said. "Without you, we wouldn't have known for weeks, months, maybe even years what had happened. We would go on looking with false hope. You've given us a chance for closure and to properly grieve." She released me and I wiped my eyes. I looked at the man and walked down to the truck. He followed and we gently removed the body and laid him on the couch, then covered him with a blanket. The boy followed us back to the cabin, but wouldn't look at me or anyone else. He sat in a chair and stared at the blanket covering his father's body. I knew I had done all I could, so I excused myself and started towards the door. I paused and said to the boy, "I promise I'll make sure that thing never hurts anyone, ever again." He looked up at me, eyes full of tears, and said, "How will that help my dad?" His mother opened her mouth, but I held my hand up to silence her. I knew the boy was just hurting. I left without another word. On the drive back, I called the station and told them everything that had happened, then told them I was going home and called off for the following day. After getting home and stumbling into a shower and collapsing in bed, there was only one thought on my mind. I would return to Wolf Creek very soon, with more and bigger guns. I would end that monster if it was the last thing I did. But that is another story. I've been a park ranger in Mount Hood National Forest for over a decade, and nothing has ever truly shaken me. Sure, there are occasional lost hikers and a few wild animal sightings, but nothing out of the ordinary. That changed a few weeks ago. It started with a missing persons report. A hiker had gone out alone on the Timberline Trail, and his wife called in a panic. He was supposed to be back by 5 p.m., but now it was 7. And he wasn't answering his phone. Something about the way she sounded, frantic, desperate, told me this wasn't just a case of someone losing track of time. I took the night shift patrol to search for them. The air was cold, thick with fog, and the trees stood like silent sentinels, blocking out most of the moonlight. As I ventured deeper into the woods, a deep unease settled in my chest. It was too quiet. The usual sounds of rustling leaves or animal calls were absent. I followed the trail, each step crunching on the frost-covered ground, the silence pressing in around me.
The usual sounds of the forest, distant calls of owls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, were absent, replaced by an unnerving stillness. Then, I found it. Frantic footprints. They led off the trail, deeper into the forest. The prints were erratic, almost as if the person had been running or stumbling in a blind panic. I crouched to examine them, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The shape of the prints was unmistakable, a hiker's boot, a solid worn tread. But something wasn't right. The ground around the prints were disturbed, torn up, as though something had been dragged along with them. I followed the trail further, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, but then I found something worse. Another set of prints. Larger. Much larger. And not human. They were too deep and spread unnaturally wide, the toes splayed out like claws. The earth around them was torn, as though whatever had left them had been moving with immense weight and power. I felt the cold sweat on my brow, but I couldn't stop now. Something wasn't right, and I needed answers. The prints led further off the path, into the darker parts of the woods. The air grew heavier, the fog thicker, and for the first time in years, I regretted being out here alone. I hesitated at the edge of the steep hillside, my boots slipping on the loose rocks as I followed the prints downward. The earth seemed to be alive, shifting beneath my feet with every step I took. And then, I saw it. A scrap of clothing caught on a branch. It was torn, frayed at the edges and stained with something dark. The fabric looked familiar, but it didn't matter. What matters was what I saw next. The footprints of the hiker and the creature now seemed to line up perfectly, as though the thing had been stalking the person, step by agonizing step. Whatever it wasn't just following, it was hunting. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself as the weight of the situation bore down on me. I couldn't turn back now. I had to know what was out here, and if I could help whoever was still out there. I moved further down the trail, careful not to lose the prints, when suddenly, a scream pierced the silence. Distant but unmistakable, a cry of pure terror. It sent a shockwave through my chest, freezing me in place. But then, I heard something else. A low guttural roar, far deeper than any animal I'd ever heard. It wasn't just a roar, though. It was mixed with a scream, as if whatever was chasing the hiker was so close. It had begun to drown out its cries. The sounds twisted together, sending a wave of ice through my veins. I didn't wait. I ran. I pressed my hand against my side, feeling the cold metal of my firearm beneath my jacket. It didn't give me much comfort, but it was the only thing I had. I kept telling myself that if the hiker was still alive, the gun might be the one thing that could make a difference. If I could find them in time. If I could stop whatever this thing was. The sounds of the forest seemed to grow quieter as I ran, the rush of my own breath drowning out everything else. My pulse thundered in my ears, each step making my heart beat faster. I had to focus. I had to find them. I slowed, my chest tightening as I tried to steady my breath. My heart was pounding too loudly now, and I was beginning to lose track of the sound that had been guiding me. I listened intently, straining to hear anything, but the woods were eerily silent. No more screams, no more growls, just the sound of my own feet crunching the underbrush. The gully opened up, and the fog seemed to thicken. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, a primal instinct warning me that something was very wrong. I stepped into the small clearing, shining my flashlight across the ground, scanning for any signs. My stomach twisted when I saw it, the signs of a struggle. Broken branches, trampled ground, torn up dirt. And then I saw the fabric, bloodstained, torn to shreds, lying in the grass like it had been discarded. I couldn't breathe for a second as I crouched down beside it. The fabric was too familiar. It was the same as the scrap I had found earlier. This was real. The hiker was here, and they were hurt. I fought to stay calm, but my mind was racing. This person wasn't just lost. They were being hunted. I could feel it in my gut, that sickening certainty. I had to keep going. I had to find them before it was too late. But as I scanned the clearing, the silence grew heavier, more oppressive, like something was watching me. I kept searching, my eyes darting around the clearing, every muscle in my body tense, but all I could hear was the wind rustling through the trees. The silence was deafening, heavy, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. But then, I heard it. A gnarled, sickening crunch, a sound that made my blood run cold. I whipped around, flashlight in hand, the beam cutting through the darkness. My breath caught in my throat as my eyes locked into the unimaginable scene just beyond the tree line. There, lying in the shadows, was the hiker, or what was left of him. His body was mangled, torn open like a rag doll. His entrails spilled across the ground in a sickening display of brutality. But worse than the body, worse than the blood, was the thing crouching behind him. The creature was massive, its hulking form towering over the shredded remains of the hiker. Its body was covered in matted dark hair, thick and wild. Its head bobbed with each sickening crunch it made, the sound of bones breaking, echoing through the night air. I could barely comprehend what I was seeing. Then, it turned its head, its eyes locking with mine. Those eyes, they weren't anything like I'd ever seen. Dark, empty, and full of hunger. Its mouth was a grotesque thing, stretched wide and sharp, jagged teeth glistening with blood. The stench of it hit me like a wave, rancid and foul. In its clawed hands, it held the hiker's legs, tearing through them with a grotesque ease. The creature chewed through the bone like it was nothing more than celery, its mouth moving with mechanical hunger. I stood frozen, too terrified to even breathe. The light from my flashlight wavered in my shaking hands as I tried to process what I was seeing. There was no mistaking it. This thing wasn't some wild animal or wild creature. It was something far worse, something far older, and it had just seen me. The creature let out a shriek, a high-pitched, piercing scream that rattled through my skull, making my ears feel like they were going to burst. It was a sound so unnatural, so horrible that I thought I might lose my hearing entirely. Before I could even react, the thing launched itself towards me with terrifying speed. I fumbled for my gun, heart hammering in my chest as I drew it. My hands were shaking, but I forced them steady. As it closed the distance, I fired. The first shot hit its shoulder, but the beast didn't falter. I squeezed off another shot, and this time, the bullet slammed into its massive chest. The creature stopped, its body jerking back from the impact, a guttural cry of pain escaping its monstrous mouth. For a moment, I thought it might charge again, but instead it turned and fled into the woods, the sound of its massive frame crashing through the trees, snapping branches and uprooting saplings, echoed long after it had disappeared. I stood there, frozen, my breath ragged in my chest, the adrenaline surging through me. My heart pounded in my ears as I listened for any sign of it to return. Silence. Nothing but the faint rustle of the wind. I slowly lowered my gun, still on edge. I glanced back at the hiker's remains. His torn, mutilated body, a horrible reminder of the nightmare this forest had become. The peaceful trails I had once loved were now tainted with blood and terror. The weight of what just happened crashed down on me, I forced myself to take note of my location, marking the spot where the creature had attacked. I wasn't about to leave the area unguarded, but I had to get back to the station to report what had just happened. With slow, deliberate steps, I began making my way back, keeping my gun drawn, my senses heightened. Every shadow in the forest seemed to move. Every sound felt like a threat. The night had become a living nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was watching me, waiting for its chance. I arrived back at the station, every muscle in my body tight with tension, but nothing compared to the relief I felt when I stepped inside, the lights flickering on and casting a warm glow over the walls. I reported everything to my superior, every detail of the creature, the screams, the blood, the way it had attacked the hiker. He didn't question me, didn't even seem surprised. He just took it in, his face growing pale as I spoke. By the time I finished, it was already 9 p.m. He apologized, told me to have to stay put and give my statement to the authorities. I nodded absently, too tired to argue. It didn't matter to me how long I had to wait. I was back in the safety of the station, out of the woods, and away from that thing. The night dragged on in a haze of exhaustion and dread. My mind couldn't shake the image of the creature, its monstrous form, the way it had looked at me with those empty, bloodshot eyes. I kept telling myself that I was safe now, that nothing could touch me here. But when the vehicles finally arrived, my relief turned to confusion. I had been expecting local police, maybe an ambulance for the poor hiker, but what I saw instead made my blood run cold. 2 black SUVs pulled up to the station, their tires crunching on the gravel as they came to a halt. The men who stepped out weren't in any uniform. They wore sharp black clothing, sleek and professional, their faces hidden behind dark sunglasses despite the late hour. They moved with a quiet, deliberate precision, like wolves hunting in the night. I felt a chill crawl down my spine as one of the men approached. He didn't introduce himself, didn't offer a hand, just stared at me for a moment, his eyes hidden behind dark glasses. "Are you the ranger who encountered it?" he asked in a voice that was too calm, too controlled. I nodded, unsure of what to make of him, of them. "Good," he said, turning back to his colleagues. "We'll take it from here." It wasn't until then that I realized what was happening. These weren't local authorities. They weren't even from around here. Their presence, their demeanor, was unsettling. Like they had known this was coming. Like they'd been waiting for someone like me to find the creature. And now that I had, they were going to take control of everything. I stayed silent, my mind racing with questions, but before I could say anything, the man spoke again. "Your statement will be taken. You will be briefed later. We handle things like this." I felt a sinking feeling in my stomach. There was no room for questions, no room for doubt. They had been waiting for this. Whatever this thing was, it was something more than just a creature in the woods, and I had no idea how deep it went. After giving my statement, I tried to ask them questions. I needed answers, needed to understand what was going on, but each of them just looked at me, stoic, emotionless, like they had heard it all before. Their eyes were cold, unreadable. They said nothing. Instead, one of the men reached into his jacket and pulled out a document, sliding it across the table towards me. It was a non-disclosure agreement, an NDA. The words on the paper blurred together as I tried to read, but I could barely focus. They wanted me to sign it. To keep everything I had just seen, everything I had learned, a secret, forever. I stared at the document, my hand shaking. I didn't want to sign it. I couldn't. But the way they looked at me, the way their eyes locked onto mine with an intensity that spoke of things far darker than I could understand, told me that I had no choice. The weight of their silence hung heavy in the air, They weren't asking, they were telling. I took the pen, my fingers trembled as I signed the paper, each stroke of ink feeling like a surrender, a piece of my soul being locked away. The man nodded as I finished, sliding the document back into his folder without a word. But then, he handed me another piece of paper. This one was different. It had details written in tight, precise handwriting. A story for me to tell, one that would be fed to the authorities if I ever dare speak the truth. The man suffered a bear attack. I arrived too late to stop it. That's what I was supposed to say. Nothing about the creature. Nothing about the blood, the screams, the twisted horror I had witnessed. I looked down at the paper, a sickening twist in my stomach. The lie was laid out in front of me, and it tasted like metal on my tongue. I was supposed to accept it. I had no choice but to accept it. I nodded. My voice caught in my throat as I silently accepted the agreement. I wasn't sure what was worse, the horror of what I had seen or the realization that I was now part of something far bigger than I could ever understand. And I was expected to stay silent, to forget. But I couldn't, not completely. Something in me refused to believe that this was over. After that night, I quit being a ranger. I couldn't stay in that job anymore. Not after everything I had seen, everything I had been forced to bury. I tried to move on, to forget, but the nightmares never stopped. Sometimes I lie awake in the dark, hearing the man's awful screams echoing in my head. I see the creature, its massive blood-soaked mouth chewing through his thigh bone like it was nothing more than a twig. The sound of it still haunts me. What breaks me even more, though, is the thought of the man's poor wife, never knowing the truth of what had happened to her husband. I can still hear her voice on the phone, frantic with worry. The guilt gnaws at me because I can never give her the closure she deserved. She'll never know what really happened, and the thought weighs on me more than anything else. I used to love the woods. I was an avid hiker, a lover of wildlife and nature. The forest was a sanctuary for me, but now, after what I saw, I can never look at it the same way again. The smell of pine and damp earth now just reminds me of the blood and hunger lurking in the shadows. I'm writing this now, trying to finally get it out of my head because I can't live with the images anymore. I fear they've found out I breached the NDA, and when they do, I know they'll come after me. They don't let people like me talk, but I can't keep living with this torment. If you're reading this, stay out of the forest, please. It's not what it seems, and if you must go, be sure you're armed. You never know what might be lurking out there, waiting for you. It's not just the trees that can hurt you. The woods are full of things that should never be seen, things that are better left undiscovered. I sleep with my window closed now, not out of habit, out of fear. There are monsters in the world, real ones. Serial killers, rapists, the kinds of things that we can name and lock up, but the supernatural, that's different. It's older, quieter, easier to keep secret. It hides in the cracks we are pretending that aren't there, just outside the corner of your eye, or curled up inside of a dream you'll never remember. Ghosts, demons, vampires, we treat them like stories, but I don't think they ever were. I've never really been a skeptic. I was raised to keep an open mind about people, the world, and everything in between. Still, the supernatural was always just a bit of fun to me. I had a good job for a couple of years. Boring, no passion involved, but the money was nice. I had a beautiful fiancée too. Her name was Michelle. This journey of life is a funny thing. It has a strange way of not spoiling you. Like if too many good things happened, the universe needs to correct this imbalance. Joy as a debt to be paid. Michelle had complained about her car making odd noises for a couple of weeks, and she kept insisting she'd get it fixed, eventually. One night, my debt was paid in full. 3 years ago, she was driving home to me. We just had an argument over the phone, nothing serious. As she was driving at a high speed on the motorway, her car had a wheel bearing failure. The report said she tried to brake. She lost control, hit a tree and died. They said it happened so fast that she didn't feel a thing. They said she likely didn't experience any fear, as if that was supposed to comfort me. The irony is that Michelle lost both her parents in a car crash around 7 years prior. She was in the back seat, but by some miracle, she made it out with just a broken collarbone. I wouldn't really call it lucky. This is the tragedy that had to come to claim her, the one that got away. Her family came from Ireland, as she had no relatives in the country. No grandparents, no aunts or uncles even came to the funeral. It was just me, my family, and some of her close friends. She was loved. I hope she knew that. Her absent family meant I had to identify her body. I'll never forget that day for as long as I live. Walking into the icy, sterile room was just the most painful experience in my life. I've had tragedy before. My father passed when I was very young, cancer, but nothing could compare to the biblical level of agony I felt that day. Grief. Real grief. It isn't just a feeling. It's an affliction. The way it manifests is physical. You feel it in every pulsing throb. Your body mechanically churns it through your system. It radiates from you, infecting others. You feel it in the nerves, deep and inescapable. No refuge to be found in booze or medication. It feeds and grows until it cannot be contained in the flesh any longer. Then it manifests outside of your suffering, in one way or another. It changes you. I entered the room with the coroner's hand on my shoulder. I didn't know what to expect. I just wanted to see her face one last time. Under a sickly white light on a cold steel table, impressive in its shine, lay a pale blue sheet draping over a figure of a woman. My woman. The love of my life. Are you ready, Paul? The coroner's voice, a low, raspy breath. His face sagged and stiff by years of death and mourning. I need to see her, I cried. I need to see my wife. My breath shallow and weak. I wasn't ready. The sheet was ripped back violently, revealing what my beautiful Michelle had become. Her jaw smashed open, her eyes absent yet demanding my gaze. My fiancée. Limbs twisted and deformed. Gore engulfed what was once pure and angelic. Her wet black hair now a mess and tendrils of cobwebs. She looked inhuman. The sight of her seared into my brain like an infection. No one to blame except myself. If I had pushed her a bit more, maybe she would have gotten it fixed and we'd be married by now. Maybe we'd have kids we've always talked about. Such a simple thing. That's not how things went. I've since learned that there's nothing to gain from thinking about what could have been, regardless of the pathetic piece of comfort that fantasy brings to me. She's gone. I had to accept that. After Michelle died, I completely unraveled. My job didn't last long after she passed. We were together for 9 years, and for those 9 years we were joined at the hip. Soulmates in the truest sense of the word. My twin flame. I don't have anyone in my life anymore. I've become a shut-in. Even just the sight of other people sends nauseating waves through my body, a sickening pulse compelling me to retreat from human interaction. I neglected those relationships and they were right to abandon me. I don't blame them. They tried to pull me out of this pit I've dug for myself, but they have lives to live and I have nothing to offer anyone anymore. I just bide my time until I can see her again. I live with my mother now. She's been amazing.
I don't see her much though. As a retired woman, she travels a lot with my stepdad. I think they're in Italy right now. I sleep in a tiny box room on the second floor, just enough space for a single bed pushed up against the radiator and a small locker for some clothes. Just above the bed, the window. Outside my window in the front garden, 20 feet from the house, is the road. Across from that, a row of houses identical to mine. The road below is warm, soaked in a haze of orange streetlights, illuminating the way for the occasional stray. Just over a month ago, I was laying on my bed, room nice and cool, bathing in the depressive light from my phone. Something loud passed by my window. It was the sound of a car, except something was wrong. It sounded like it was dying. A deep mechanical groan. I looked out my window, but nothing. I shrugged and passed it off as a neighbor just driving by. Then I heard it again, and again. Every so often, an hour, 20 minutes. I kept hearing it night after night. I tried to catch a peek, but when I looked, it was just my plain old empty street. No car. Hearing this sound sent me spiraling into a brutal frustration. A visceral attack of emotions I couldn't control. Like I was trapped in some machine, completely at the mercy of whatever mental torture was destined for me, self-inflicted or otherwise. I couldn't stop seeing her face. Not how she looked in life, but in death. The morgue. Crushed. Twisted. A mask of pain where beauty used to live. A face that screamed with no sound. That's not how I wanted to remember her. The walls of my room are covered with her pictures. Her eyes follow me. She watches me sleep. Following the strange sounds of a damaged car that didn't seem to exist, I kept having these dreams. Horrible, vivid dreams. The kind that trick your brain into believing that they're real. I'd be shopping, then look down and see the store tiles fall away from me as I swayed from a rope tied tightly around my neck. Dreams of falling, burning, drowning, dying. The worst ones were of her. In dreams I'd see her, standing on the edge of total darkness, close enough to know it was her, but shrouded in enough deep shadow that I couldn't make out any of the horrific details. She'd extend her arms and reach for me, but I, as always, had to look away. I prayed and prayed I could fall asleep and just dream of her, before. Instead, my nightly routine was to be tortured by visions of her death. Visions of what remained after the accident. This went on for weeks. I never thought about suicide until she died. I was the kind of asshole to see someone as weak for ending it. I now find myself considering it on a weekly basis. After weeks of miserable sleep, I sat at the dining room table for hours just thinking about her, about our life together, about what could be different. God, I miss her. I decided that I can't keep living like this. I had to actively try to get better. I love her. I always will. Maybe it'll never get easier, and maybe I'm not supposed to move on, but there was happiness I thought I could find. Moments of joy in between the decades of despair that waited for me. I was wrong. After I got into bed, window open, I heard someone walk past my house. It was around 2 a.m. Saturday. Drunk people coming home. I hear voices, people talking, laughing, footsteps. I've heard sounds like this 1,000 times. This time, the steps didn't sound normal. They came in a strange rhythm. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2. Like a child hopping down the street in the dark. Heavier. Then they stopped, right outside. My mind caught this before I did, like it was used to the regular sounds of passers-by, and this one just stood out. I paused my phone to listen. I was sure it was right outside. I was sure I could hear something. A voice. A whisper. Nothing I couldn't distinguish from the wind. I sat there for 30 minutes just listening. I almost jumped out of bed when I heard a woman's voice, loud as hell, coming from down the street. Her voice shattered the silence like a shotgun in church. It was my neighbor laughing with her boyfriend as they stumbled home from a night of drinking. At least they have each other. I laughed and called myself an idiot, laying down to fall asleep, and I swear, I heard someone jump into a full sprint. Steps wide and heavy. Then, a strange, sweet smell lingered after. More drunks, I figured. I listened as the steps trailed off, becoming echoes. The next day, I had almost forgotten about the strange sounds until I decided to walk the shops. Out my front door, through my garden, and around the wooden fence. I felt something. A smell. Something familiar. Sweet and overpowering. Honestly, I don't know what it was, but it made my mind conjure images of the past. Like a dirty window I could hardly see through. On the ground, something caught my eye. Light reflecting on silver reminded me of the table where I'd last seen her. It was a ring. I recognized it immediately. It was identical to mine. The one I wore on my finger every day since I asked Michelle to be my wife. I was stunned. I couldn't believe it was here. Confused and disoriented, I spun my head around the estate like I was being watched by ghosts. A neighbor working his garden waved to me. I didn't react. I just turned around, walked back inside, and closed the door. I kept her engagement ring in my hand all day. Later that night, same as every night, in bed, bathed in the lonesome glow of Reddit or some other shitty website, I heard it again. This time it was around 1 a.m. Hopping up the street, the sounds of shoes crunching on stone. A strange wet splat accompanied each other's step. Again, just like the last. It stopped right outside my window. I just listened. Something about the sound got under my skin. I was almost afraid to look. I fought back against the oppressive emotions as I reached for the curtain, just to pull it open, before I heard a voice. It was a woman's voice. A whisper. Soft, yet sounded like coming from all around me. The sound resonating in my body. Then it stopped. My skin began to tighten. By the time the initial confusion had passed, I began trying to rationalize the situation. Surely it was just a neighbor talking to someone. I forced a smile and laid back down, closed my eyes. Then, it spoke again. "Hey, Paul." The words fell out of the whisperer's mouth and came and went like raindrops. Gentle, like silk. My face and body tensed at the sound of my own name. The words were soft. You could almost miss it. "Let me in, Paul." Then all was silent. I never answered and I never heard them leave. I didn't get much sleep that night, or any other night after, to be honest. The following day I felt crippling fatigue, as if my body was lacking the means to carry my own weight. Forcing myself to do chores around the house wasn't easy. I was perfectly content to let everything fall apart, sit down, drink, and rot. As I was doing my tasks around the house, passing windows, I was frequently distracted. Any signs of movement outside pulled me away from what I was doing, like a hidden hand. It's strange. I half expected to see her walking on the driveway of my mother's home to visit me. She never did. The day carried on as normal. Misery. As I lay in my bed later that night, staring at the impossible ring, now hanging from a hook on my wall, I heard the sound again. that strange hopping sound. Wet. Heavy. It was approaching from down the street, louder and louder with each step until its climax was right outside. I heard a slow, long, deep breath. Then it spoke to me. I need to come inside. Open the curtain. Paul, please let me inside. Paul, please. I just need to see you. Open the curtain. Paul, please, it's me. I need to come inside. Open the curtain. It was her. A strange smell permeated the room, sweet and overpowering. I know it's impossible. Michelle is dead. I identified her body. I was at her funeral. I knew she was dead, yet she spoke. I didn't answer. I just cried. She spoke for hours, just repeating herself. The love of my life, mangled, buried, and dead, calling to me from the night, right outside my bedroom window. I wish I had the courage to look. What would I see? Some kids playing a sick joke on me? Some kind of monster using her voice? My beautiful wife to be the way she was in the morgue? I just lay there, scared and crying, until the sun came up, and with it the voice drifted away, like she was a radio losing signal. It took me hours to finally sit up and get out of bed. I didn't look out the window. Every pane of glass injected fear into my veins. Peripheral beings danced at the corners of my eyes. Footsteps behind me coming from nothing, or no one. I closed all the curtains on every window of the house. It stayed that way for days. The neighbor who had waved at me called over. He said he was just checking in on me. He obviously saw the curtains drawn for a while and grew concerned. I knew I'd looked insane. I really hadn't slept in weeks. The dreams were too much. Not like my nightly visitor would let me get much sleep anyways. I told him I was okay. I know he didn't believe me. His face recoiled on itself, like he smelled something awful. I didn't care. I closed the door on them. The next night I was terrified. I thought maybe if I slept early, I'll just sleep through it and it'll be like it had never happened. So that's what I did. Or should I say, tried to do. I don't know what woke me. Maybe another horrible nightmare. I couldn't remember. I jumped up in a cold sweat. I could immediately smell her perfume. There was no doubt now what I was smelling. I could hear her, outside my window, whispering loudly. It took a moment for the sounds to involve words. Paul, I need to come in. It's me. Open the curtain, Paul. Please, it's me. I love you. Let me in. I love you. Let me in, please. I know you found my ring. I felt my room shrink, closing in around like suffocating darkness, each word sending me deeper and deeper into the depths of despair. I couldn't take it anymore. Go away, I screamed in a coward's yell. Paul, you have to let me in so we can be together. Paul, it's me. Don't leave me out here. We can be together. My heart punched at my ribs as rage clawed at my throat. I wanted to scream and cry and throw up all at once. You're not Michelle. Just open the curtain. You'll see. It's me, Paul. The voice changed tone. It sounded enthused by my response. That night I didn't sleep. I couldn't. I sat on my bed back against the wall, watching the curtain as it fluttered in the breeze. And she whispered for hours. It wasn't begging anymore. It was softer now. Confident. Almost soothing, like she knew I was listening. I know you want to see me, Paul. I know you're tired. I can make the pain stop. I miss you. Paul, please, let me come in. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I didn't cry. I just listened. And then she said something I'll never forget. She said, "You're already halfway gone. You just need a little push." I swear to God, I heard her smile in her voice when she said it. Then her laugh, her beautiful laugh, it echoed for hours. I slept with my window closed now. No more breeze, no more sound, no more Michelle. Still she comes. Muffled through the glass, I can hear her, tapping at my windows. I live with my curtains drawn. Day or night, it's all the same to me now. She hasn't stopped. Her temptations are constant. I haven't eaten, haven't slept in days. I don't think my body even wants to anymore. She tells me I've suffered enough. That peace is just on the other side of the curtain. Just take a peek. She says that I was never meant to stay here without her. I still hear her, whispering my name, whispering things. Sometimes she says stuff I don't understand, like she's speaking in a way that doesn't fit inside a mouth. But then she comes back to Michelle, back to I love you, back to let me in. Her ring is always in my hand. The tapping on my window persists. Every window. Steady. Delicate. Too slow to be impatient. I don't remember standing up. I don't remember walking to the curtain. But I'm there now. Her perfume wraps around my throat like a noose. The same scent she wore the first night we said forever. I reach for the curtain. My hand is trembling like it was pulling itself back. She's whispering. Paul. Please, Paul, you miss me. I'm cold. You were never supposed to see what was left of me. I freeze. The room groans and tilts like a sinking ship. My name keeps spilling from her mouth, like it's stuck in her teeth. I pull the curtain open. I'm not afraid. She's there, standing on the edge of total darkness, beneath the glow of the orange streetlight. It's flickering behind her. Her eyes are full, though she hasn't blinked once. Her hair is falling across her face like it used to, and she's wearing the black hoodie she stole from me the day we moved in together. She looks alive, warm, real, not broken, not dead, not buried. She raises her hand to reach for me. This time I don't look away. Her fingers are too long. She smiles at me. Her eyes grow wider, and she says, "There you are." Her mouth doesn't move. I unlock the window. I let her in. A hand gently rests on my shoulder. She's home. Roy Larkin often asked himself why he decided to visit the house on Bailey Street. Was it an attempt to show everyone that he was fearless and rational enough to discard some silly superstition that reigned over the hearts and minds of Rasperville townsfolk? No, no, and no. Rory knew that he'd never been like this. He never tried to be something special, and he definitely didn't crave for much attention. It could also be a simple curiosity, an innocent attempt to check the existence of supernatural, especially since he could find a supposedly haunted house right there, in Rasperville. This was more probable. Even as a child, Rory was fascinated with everything strange and mysterious. He even enjoyed reading about the unsolved gruesome murders, weird cryptids, UFO sightings, but he never actually believed in anything paranormal, seeing these kinds of stories as simple amusement. Moreover, most of the really interesting cases took place far away from home, and they never really concerned him directly. On the contrary, the house on Bailey Street was just a few miles from him, and nothing forbade him from paying it a visit after school. Nevertheless, at some point Rory did realize that it wasn't a simple curiosity that moved him. It was some deeper and darker instinct that pushes the man into the gloomy corners of reality. The same feeling that attracts a moth towards a burning candle. Rory hadn't even tried to resist the powerful inner force, and now all he could do was to be sorry about it. It was the late September afternoon when Rory stood before the house on Bailey Street with a photo camera. Everything he had heard about the place flowed in his mind, and the boy started to feel goosebumps slowly covering his skin. Only a few months ago, one could see its owner, the man named Edward Pine, suspiciously walking down the streets of Rasperville. People who knew him described him as a strange and reclusive individual who avoided his neighbors. Although nobody ever saw him visiting any parties, he used to leave his home at night. Nobody knew where he went, and as often as it happened, people suspected the worst. One early morning, their suspicions were realized. Edward Pine was arrested in the nearby park, his arms covered in blood, and a body of his victim lay under the closest tree. The man didn't confess his guilt, claiming that he'd been framed by some supernatural force. The following morning, he was found hanging in his cell. Most people were sure that Pine was the murderer, although little evidence had been discovered to confirm that. Nevertheless, soon afterwards, a new stream of dark rumors started to circulate around Rasperville. A few brave souls who approached the now abandoned house on Bailey Street close enough reported hearing weird noises, often described as laughter, weeping, or even singing. Unsurprisingly, no one ever dared to go inside the house, and one could find the for sale sign near many of its neighboring houses. As for Rory, he got used to too much of the paranormal stories, and nothing in the world could make him believe in those rumors. However, the sole idea that he was going to be the first to enter the house after so much time sent chills down his spine. "I have nothing to fear," he kept telling himself. "That's all bullshit, and there's nothing dangerous. I'll just make a few shots here and there and it'll be over." In any case, there was no way back after he promised to make a few shots in the house and then upload the pictures on the internet as the ultimate proof that there was nothing paranormal about the alleged killer's lair. At first, his friends laughed at the idea. Then some of them tried to discourage him, but Rory was persistent. He tried to invite some kids to join him in the night expedition, but everyone refused, often giving some excuse. At first, their fears seemed laughable, but now standing before the house, Rory felt his skepticism slowly leaving his mind. Meanwhile, it was getting dark, and having no urge to wait any longer, the boy walked on the front porch, and with a deep sigh, opened the door. A wave of stale, offensive air flowed over him as Rory entered the house. He stepped slowly, as if he was afraid to violate the silence of this place. The house didn't look dilapidated, although the owner's absence made itself known. A thin layer of dust covered most of the furniture, and the faded wallpaper started to peel at places. Looking around, Rory noticed some reddish-brain stains on the floor, and sometimes on the walls. He crouched to take a closer look at them, and he could swear that they reminded him of clearly human footprints. Their color doubtlessly gave out their origin. Somebody had left these in traces of blood. This discovery made Rory want to leave the house as soon as possible. The story of Edward Pine was morbid enough, but it never included him walking around in his house, barefoot and smeared with blood. However, the boy quickly came to the conclusion that taking a picture of these bloody footprints would be the best evidence of his night adventure. He took out his camera, and a barely audible click pierced the air of the house. In a following instant, Roy heard another sound which echoed from upstairs. It made him jump, but he managed to calm down. It could be some animal, he thought, or maybe it was the wind. Yes, it's wind. It was blowing quite hard when I was outside, and some windows could be open. He strolled into the living room, hoping to discover something interesting, but he didn't manage to find anything except for some old furniture and more bloody footprints. One of them attracted his attention. Roy didn't resist the temptation to lean down and touch it. Horrified, he backed away. The blood was fresh. At some point, he thought that it could be nothing but red paint, used by some particularly sick practical jokester. However, after he licked his fingers, all doubt quickly died, ceding their place to the pure panic. He didn't care about his classmates, who would laugh at him the following day. All that mattered at this point was running like hell out of that place. "What's going on?" Rory whispered. "It could only be left today, only a few hours ago." His heart started to beat rapidly, and Rory was about to turn back and bolt into the hallway and then outside. But in that same moment, the sound was heard again. It sounded like a footstep, like someone was walking on a wet surface, walking downstairs. To his terror, Rory realized that he didn't have enough time to run away unnoticed. Desperate, he darted away to an empty cupboard in the corner, opened its door, and scrambled inside, holding his breath. The footsteps were getting louder, and soon Rory could see through a crack between the doors, a dark red shape walking through the living room. The figure seemingly belonged to a woman, wearing an eerie pale white dress. However, the woman had one distinguishing feature. She had no skin. With every step, she left a bloody trace on the floor while she strolled around the room, as if she was looking for something. What the hell is this? Rory wanted to cry. Then he understood how grave his situation was. Who is she? What is she? What will she do if she finds me? Rory prayed to every deity known to the mankind, as he felt his body getting paralyzed with unspeakable horror. The Blood Woman, as Rory called this creature, stood for a minute before the window and then turned back, moving her eyes through the room. God, please. Rory huddled, shaking and sweating. He couldn't stop looking through the cracks at the monstrous figure slowly walking across the room. For a few seconds, she stood dangerously close to the cupboard. Rory couldn't recall more fearful seconds in his life. The rancid smell of rotting flesh invaded his nostrils, and if it lasted just a bit longer, the boy would have gone insane. The woman smiled, or rather, grinned with her lipless face, which made Rory close his eyes for a moment. Luckily, the creature turned around and walked upstairs, with her wet footsteps sounding above Rory's head. Without any waiting, the boy slid out from the cupboard and flung himself into the hallway. The footsteps upstairs started again. This time they sounded more hurried, but Rory didn't pay any attention. He swung the front door open and rushed into the night. Incessantly, he ran to the closest bus station, tripping and panting, his heart beating rapidly and tears flowing down his cheeks. His mother was having a party at her old friend's, and Rory came home unnoticed. The emptiness frightened Rory. Alone, he felt himself even less safe, although he couldn't be sure that his mother would protect him from that grinning demonic creature. He didn't eat, as he was sure that the untimely memory about what he had just seen in the abandoned house would turn his stomach. The boy just laid in his bed and tried to fall asleep. There was a chance that the creepy being from the house had noticed him. Otherwise, then there was a hope that she wouldn't find his home. Anyway, Rory couldn't think about the situation anymore. All he wanted was to get some rest, and then things would resolve somehow. Needless to say, he couldn't fall asleep as quickly as he wanted. Tossing and turning in his bed, Roy shuddered, hearing some noises downstairs. He covered his face with his blanket, although he perfectly realized that this childish move didn't help him, but he wasn't in the right mood for any rational thinking. Soon enough, Rory heard a voice obviously belonging to his mother, and the boy sighed with relief. Later, she entered his room to check on her precious son, and after seeing him in his bed, calmly closed the door. She had no idea how restless her son was. For a few hours, he laid silently, thinking about the horrors he had just seen. Where did this walking illustration from an anatomy textbook come from? What did she want? What did she have to do with the former owner of the house? One night, his whole world shattered in pieces, and life in Rasperville didn't seem safe and boring anymore. A few times Rory managed to fall asleep, but the Blood Woman followed him, even in his dreams. He saw her grinning at him, raising a butcher knife above his head, and then utter terror pulled him out of his sleep, back into reality, where he lay drenched in sweat, hardly breathing but still protected by the walls of his house. Nightmares came after nightmares, drawing more and more disturbing images. Rory wound up back in that empty house, huddled in the cupboard and hearing something echoing from the cellar. He tried to guess what would betray him, his loud breath, rapid heartbeats, or shaking of his fingers. The dark red figure came back again, and with a grin on her face, she swung open the cupboard's door. With a yell, Rory woke up again, but this time, there was something wrong. There was something wrong in the air, as if he could smell mixture of blood, rotten flesh, and another thing. Was it sulfur? Rory put his hand on his forehead, and his fingers touched something wet and sticky. He turned the lights on, and his vision started to blur. Without any doubt, it was blood, but Rory was not hurt. It was not his blood, which could only mean one thing. The boy looked down to see a chain of bloody footprints on the carpet, just like in the house. One thought echoed in his mind. How did she find me? Soon, another thought struck him like lightning. What happened to his mother? She could have hurt them when they were asleep. Rory bolted out of his room to check on them, but as he opened his door, he saw something written in blood on the opposite side. He turned the lights on in the hallway, and what he read pierced his mind more than many tickle fairs. If you tell anyone, you will look just like me. For a few minutes, Rory couldn't move a limb. He felt his guts were tied in knots. Nonetheless, soon he realized that his situation was not as hopeless as it seemed. The hallway was literally smeared with blood, but the footprints didn't lead in his mother's bedroom. Moreover, after hearing happy snoring sounds out of there, Rory could be sure that his mother was fine. It means that if I keep my tongue between my teeth, she won't do anything, he thought. Somehow, the idea that the being invading his house was following some sort of rules gave him a tad bit of hope. However, it would be hard to keep being silent if someone found all the bloody footprints in the house, so Rory tiptoed into the bathroom to take them up. He cleaned all the footprints off, then took a wet rag to wipe the writing off his bedroom door. That night it was raining outside, and he didn't have to worry about any traces in the yard. Having done all that, Roy exhaustively dropped on his bed. He still had a couple of hours to get some sleep before school. Early morning he sat in the kitchen, lazily eating some fried eggs. His mother sat in front of him, looking at the bags under his eyes. "Are you all right, sweetie?" she asked. "I'm fine," muttered Rory. "You look like you didn't sleep at night." "It's okay, Mom. Please, leave me alone." Rory took a few greedy sips of coffee, then stood up. He put his coat on and hurtled to the front door. On his way to school, he was wondering what he would say to the kids to whom he'd promised that he entered the abandoned house. If I tell them the truth, I'm dead meat. Rory was perfectly sure that the bloody woman would have somehow known that he'd gave out her secret. She had managed to find out where he lived after all, and there was no guarantee that she could actually read his mind. But if I tell them that I walked inside to find nothing, they'll all go there, and they can piss her off. No, there's only one way. On his way to school, Rory met Dave, his best friend, he's one of the kids that tried to discourage him from entering the house. If only he had listened to them, but it was too late. And as soon as Dave mentioned the house, Rory swiftly answered, "I didn't go there." "What? Were you too scared?" "Yep. I shat my pants while I stood on the porch." "Did you hear anything?" "Yes, I did." Rory leaned to his friend's ear as he was about to whisper something. "I heard that. Boo!" He tried to yell the last word, making the boy shudder. "I mean that," he said. "We shouldn't disturb that place. Come on. The guy was a piece of garbage, and we want to visit his house like he was some freaking celebrity? That's just, disrespectful." They didn't talk about the house anymore, although Rory couldn't hide his condition. He looked disturbed, so would say his classmates later. The teachers would affirm that it was at this time, where they're normally above the average students, grades would start to plummet. He would often fall asleep during the classes. He started to avoid his peers, including his friends. Nobody could explain his sudden change of behavior, and it didn't take much time before Mrs. Larkin was informed about her son's apparent troubles. A few days after the incident in the abandoned house, and a few serious talks with his mother, Rory realized that he got used to this life. The constant fear accompanying him every minute turned into some sort of pell. Annoying, but useful. He would often join his friends at their parties, and at some point, things seemed to hit their stride. One day, everything fell apart. Rory's mother left to visit her aunt in the country, and as she was fascinated with rural life, she decided to take a photo camera with her. Unfortunately, her camera was broken, and having no time to do anything to fix it, she took Rory's camera, which sat on the bookshelf since that day. That night, the boy came home late. He opened the window in his bedroom to let some fresh air in, and all of a sudden, he looked down at the windowsill. 2 words were written in blood. "She knows." Rory turned around and saw that his camera was absent from its place. Instantly, he grew pale and started to stir around his room. He tried to call his mother, but her phone was out of range. His heart was beating painfully. One thought pulsated through his mind. How could he be such an idiot? He had forgotten about the camera, with all the shots of footprints, handprints, and other traces of blood. Desperate, Rory sat on his bed and covered his ears with his hands. This time, there were no footprints in the house. Apparently, the blood woman came through the window. Rory didn't sleep the whole night, and only on the following day he got some rest after finding out that his mother was alive and well. In a couple of days, she returned. As Rory expected, she had seen the pictures, and the whole night she didn't stop asking him questions. She wanted to know what on earth had happened to her son. Why didn't he sleep at night? Why did he constantly act as if he was being watched? What was the deal with the footprints on the pictures? The youth didn't know what to say. Any careless word could lead him to a rather gruesome fate. She persisted. She wanted him to meet a counselor to inform the police about the things he had seen. Rory felt that he would go insane. Their talk didn't lead to any end. When the night fell, Rory went to his room and laid on his bed. After a sleepless hour, he heard slurping sounds below. The boy put his clothes on and slowly tiptoed out of the room. Some stirring sounded in the hallway, right before his mother's bedroom. The boy gasped, realizing what was about to happen, and rushed into the hallway. She was there. The blood woman saw Rory, and the boy could swear that he saw her grinning in the dim hallway. She turned around towards him and made a few steps, slowly and carefully. He backed away knowing that he had nowhere to run, and now all he could do was confront his fears. She was getting closer, her foul smell almost unbearable. Roy moved back into his room, and she followed. At least she didn't menace his mother anymore. The boy was trapped as she shut the door behind him. "What do you want?" he whispered. "I didn't do anything, really. Please, don't do it. I didn't tell anyone, and neither did my mom." The blood woman let out a barely audible laugh. "Of course," she answered. "You didn't do anything, but she will. She won't rest until she finds out all the truth, and then I'll have no choice. However, we can end it all now." She sunk her fingers in her flesh at her shoulder and instantly pulled out an object which Roy recognized as the bloody butcher's knife. He cowered in terror, but she didn't try to use it against him. She tried to hand him the knife. "Take it," she said. "Take it, and we'll become friends. Then you'll do it, but don't worry. No one will find out. She will die as you want, quickly and peacefully, and I won't have to do it myself." Roy held the knife with his shivering fingers and stared at his tormentor. Did she seriously believe he would do it? "Edward Pine was also your friend," he whispered. "He was not good, and he let them catch him. Thankfully, he knew what to do, and he delivered me from doing that myself." A noise sounded in the hallway. Mrs. Larkin got up, awoken by strange sounds in her son's bedroom, and decided not to wait until the morning. "Rory," she shouted. "Roy, what's going on? Who are you talking to? God, what's that smell?" "Now," whispered the blood woman. Desperate, the boy stood still, but only for a few moments. At last, he pulled himself together and drove the knife into her skinless body. She didn't scream, but it seemed like her mouth opened wide, as if she was really hurt. Roy didn't wait any second and ran towards the door, but a couple of bloodied hands grasped him before he managed to touch the doorknob. "What's going on, Rory?" sounded from behind the door. "Please answer." Roy struggled as best he could, trying to get loose out of his captor's grip, but to no avail. The blood woman looked on him with anger and pulled the boy towards the window. Another knock at the door. The demonic creature opened the window and started to push the boy outside. "Help me!" Roy didn't know he could do it, but he screamed. His scream apparently succeeded to make the monster jump a bit, but it was enough to let the boy break free, run towards the door, and open it. Mrs. Larkin was petrified as she saw the skinless woman at her son's bedroom. But there was no time. Roy grabbed her arm and they ran towards the door. The blood woman was behind their backs in a moment. Roy could feel it. In the following seconds, they were both struggling with her. Mrs. Larkin fell on her knees, and the blood-smeared abomination striked, but she managed to bring her down with her. Roy kicked the blood woman a few times, but she seemed to be invulnerable to his strikes. She pinned his mother to the ground and started to squeeze the life out of her throat. Roy was about to collapse out of desperation, but then he saw a lighter sitting on a small table in the room. That night, the Larkins' neighbors woke up to the smell and sound of a burning house. Towards the morning, the firefighters managed to extinguish the fire. Inside the house, they found a badly burned, unconscious woman and a teenage boy who had a few burns on his face. His shirt was smeared with blood, but he appeared to be fine. Both were rushed into a hospital. Neither Mrs. Larkin nor her son could tell the police about what had happened. Apparently, they were in a state of deep shock. The following day, Mrs. Larkin's ex-husband came back to Rasperville and inquired about his son's health. Soon after he talked to Rory, the boy was taken into a mental institution. The following year, Rory met with a lot of specialists, but nobody managed to tell what the cause of his condition was. The patient just sat in a corner, fearfully looking around. He had never answered any questions, and despite all the drugs he had taken, his state of mind never changed. One night, an orderly heard a shrill scream out of Lori Larkin's room. He rushed at the sound and saw the patient sitting on his bed and shaking. Turning on the lights, the man found the cause of the youth's disturbance: a bloody handprint on the window. "She was here," Roy said. She... The orderly took a wet piece of rag and in a blink wiped the handprint off the glass. Roy looked at him, astounded, but the man was only smiling. "What?" he said. "I'm just doing a favor to a good friend." I rested my arms behind my head, skim reading the credits of a movie I just watched. After seeing them about halfway through, I lifted myself from the sofa and walked to the kitchen, stretching my arms out above me. I opened the fridge door and found a full carton of juice, so I sat down on the kitchen counter by the window, cracked open the lid, and took several long, noisy gulps. When I couldn't drink anymore, I gasped to let in the new air and wiped my mouth on the back of my hand. My evenings were uneventful around this time in the summer. It was 9:15 on a Saturday, in July. School's out for the holidays and my parents had gone to visit my aunt and uncle who lived by the coast. They'd be gone for 2 more weeks. I declined the invitation to join them. I didn't dislike the place or my relatives, but we usually stayed there so long that I missed most of the summer break, and I'd truthfully rather spend it with friends in my town. I was a good kid who knew how to wash clothes and use an oven, and generally not an idiot, so they let me stay at the house as long as I kept it clean. As I sat, I looked out into the garden to check for anything scary in the dark. It was empty and black. I kinda wish we had a pet. A dog or cat would be nice about now, but their hair always made me sneeze, and my eyes go red and itchy. With that in mind, my dad said no, even though I wouldn't mind it. 9:22 p.m. I put the rest of the juice carton back in the fridge door and went back over to the window. Hoisting myself onto the counter again, I glanced out to the garden and identified the shadows one by one to make sure everything was in its place. The bushes were their usual shape. 2 small trees stood together by the back fence, and a metal table with 4 chairs sat casually on the patio. I like to check these things, which is largely why I wasn't scared of the dark. I would always get up to investigate small noises in the night, and I hated sleeping with my face to the wall. If someone was in my room at night, I'd rather know about it, so at least there was the faintest chance of getting away somehow. This meant that my worries were quickly put to rest, as I either found nothing downstairs but the radiator popping with heat, or opened my eyes to see an empty bedroom. Not knowing what could be making the odd noises coming from the kitchen, or up the stairs, or in my room is what makes my skin creep. 9:30 p.m., I got down from the counter and wandered back into the living room to turn off the TV and decided to take the rest of the juice upstairs. I went back to the kitchen and opened the fridge door and stopped. Turning my head to focus outside, I could see someone was standing in the garden. I shut the fridge door and turned off the lights so they couldn't see me so easily, and moved slowly to lean against the kitchen counter to get a better look. All the doors were locked and all the neighbors were home. I took a moment to remind myself this. Still, my heart quickened a bit as I stood there straining to see his or her shape in the darkness at the end of the garden. I had to keep glancing away to keep the fuzzy outline clear in my vision. They were standing very still and were very thin, but that's all I could see. I couldn't tell anything else. "Oh," I said aloud. It was the garden umbrella leaning against the back fence. I forgot that we used it for barbecues. I smiled at myself, pleased that I didn't get too worked up, and went upstairs to my bedroom. I laid on my bed and propped my head up against a pillow, opening my laptop on my stomach to see if anyone was online. Apparently, someone else was bored and saw my username pop up. Chris. "Hey," Me. Hey, you okay? Yeah, bored. Are your parents still away? For a couple more weeks. Why don't I come around? I don't want to be rude, but I kind of can't be bothered to hang out tonight. Thanks, though. Chris. I know what you mean. It's cool. What about tomorrow? Yeah, that sounds better. Cool. I'll be around about 1. I got some family stuff to do in the morning. Okay. Do you still have a tent, by the way? We can camp in the garden or something. A slumber party. I love you too, bro. Whatever. You got the tent, though? Yeah, somewhere. Let me go check. BRB. I got up from my bed and headed to check the cupboard under the stairs. I didn't know where the tent was, but it seemed a good place to start. I opened the cupboard door and started shifting coats aside. Some cardboard boxes were stacked up at the back and might be hiding it, so I started unstacking them. I took out a couple of the easy-to-reach ones and had a good stroke of luck as the tent bag came into view. I leaned over the other boxes and picked up the bag, and took the big garden umbrella that sat beside it too, just in case it rained tomorrow. I paused. I put the tent down. It took me a couple of seconds to get back to the kitchen window and focus on the darkness outside. My eyes weren't yet adjusted to the dark, so I couldn't see all the way back to the fence. Turning off the kitchen light, I leaned on the counter and continued staring at the same point. The other garden features began to fade into view, one by one, fitting my previous mental image. I wasn't sure what I wanted to see. The darkness gave way to the familiar forms I knew, but after a while, I was certain there still stood a figure against the back garden fence. It hadn't moved. I stood there for 15 minutes looking at it. I couldn't tell its shape properly, but it did look like someone was standing there. I decided it wasn't a threat. I thought if I was in any real danger, I would have been a lot more worried by now. That thought kept me calm, but I also wanted to find out what it was. I couldn't stand there forever. I jogged upstairs, picked up my laptop, and brought it down with me to the counter. Could you come around now? I asked Chris. Oh. Yeah, I think I see something in my garden. What is it? An animal? No, it's tall. I thought it was an umbrella. And you're sure it isn't? I don't know. I thought it was someone, but now I'm sure it's not a person. It just looks weird, and I don't think it was there before. Before when? I don't know. Earlier today? I can't remember. Are you scared? I'd feel better if someone else was here. Well, I did offer to come around, and I am bored. So, yeah? Yeah, I'll come soon. Cool, thanks. Use the front gate. I sat there watching the black shape lean against the fence for another 10 minutes. Eventually, the doorbell rang. I opened it and Chris ran in and bear hugged me. It's been too long, Chris mock cried. Yeah, it's been a whole day, I retorted, smiling. The torment, he replied, pretending to ignore me. Look, come over here, I said, pushing him off and walking into the kitchen. I switched off the light and pointed in the figure's direction. Look. Give me a sec, Chris said. I can't see properly. A minute later, he noticed. That black thing? Yeah. We both stood there looking at it for a while. I half expected it to be gone when he looked. He leaned over the counter. It's just a big plant or a plank of wood or something. Let's go watch TV. Will you check it out with me just to make sure? I asked. Do you have a torch? He replied. No, I admitted. Well, we could check if we keep the light on and open the back door a little, he offered. I thought for a second and agreed, but said that we should stay right by the house. We slipped on our trainers and opened the back door, stepping onto the patio. I felt the air was heavy and warm that night. Chris walked behind me. We stood very close to the door, peering at the back fence. Should we? I just started to speak when he quickly stepped into the house again, still looking at the fence. What? I asked, following him in. I turned and realized that the figure was gone. It was obvious from the light coming from the back door that the fence and the rest of the garden was just as it always was. "Where is it?" Chris said. "If it was leaning against the fence, it probably fell over onto the bush or something." I tried to convince us both. We stared out for a few seconds longer and decided that we were too nervous to go and check. I don't usually give in to my night terrors, but now they were just beginning to click into my head. "Can you stay over for the night?" I asked Chris. Yeah, sure." It didn't sound like he really wanted to. He kept his eyes on the fence. We both went inside and locked the door before going up into my room. I got out a sleeping bag for Chris and drew the curtains without looking outside into the garden again. We talked about stupid stuff for a couple of hours to take our minds off the garden and fell asleep. In the morning, I found Chris's sleeping bag empty. I called out to Chris and he said he was downstairs, so I threw on a t-shirt and went down. "Sleep well?" I asked. "Yeah, pretty well, but I kept thinking about the garden and stuff." "Hey, did you find that tent?" he returned. Yeah, I answered, remembering that shape which I had forgotten until now. "Well, I was thinking about the camping thing and thought maybe we could bring the tent to my house. It would just make a change, you know?" I didn't have to ask him why. I wasn't too keen on staying in my garden after last night. Wait, last night? Come to think of it, the sun was up, and I wanted to check the garden while it wasn't pitch black. I asked Chris, and he hesitantly agreed. We put on our trainers and stepped out into the garden. I don't know what we were so worried about. It was bright and colorful. The plants and bushes around the edges of the garden smelled good, and there was a bird on one of the small trees, singing out for its mate somewhere. We walked to the back of the fence to find nothing out of place, and looked over the bushes in front of the paneling to check if anything laid behind them. We found nothing. I walked around the edges of the whole garden once more, while Chris tried whistling to that bird. It cocked its head from side to side, trying to figure him out. It was a warm day, perfect for camping that evening, I decided. We talked as we filled a couple of rucksacks with sleeping bags and some food from the kitchen. We didn't want to set up a fire, so we packed up some tinned hot dogs, bread, and a packet of tomatoes and chocolate, as well as some bottles of water. "There's a forest just next to my house, which is actually pretty good," Chris explained. "Our garden backs into the edge of it. I stayed in a tent there once with my dad for the first little camping trip when I was like 7. I remember I was so excited at the time. I thought we were really roughing it like some hardcore mountaineers." Chris laughed at himself. "If we get too cold or we need more food, we can just go to my house. My parents are out, so we'll have free run of the place anyways." "Yours are away too?" I questioned. "It's their anniversary, so they'll be out for the night," he explained. "They're staying in a hotel the next town over. They'll be back in the morning. Apparently leaving your kids behind was in fashion this summer." At about noon, we left my house with the 2 rucksacks, a sleeping bag for each of us, and the tent, and made our way to Chris's house. It was fairly close by, and a part of the same pleasant neighborhood. We talked and joked a lot, walking side by side, nodding and greeting a couple of familiar neighbors as we went. It was a crazy nice day. The sun was almost too much. It was hot on our necks, and the trees by the sidewalk seemed to glow green from underneath as the sun passed through their leaves. A sprinkler offered us some water as we walked by one house, and it felt good on my hot arms. I was already sweating by the time we got to Chris's place. We hadn't been walking for more than 20 minutes. We didn't go inside the house immediately because it was so hot, so we went straight to his garden and dumped our bags in the shade. He wasn't joking. The gate of his garden backed straight into an impressive forest. Very tall, thin trees stood high above the house and continued as far as I could see. Some bushes and shrubs littered the forest floor, but most of which were either grass or fairly smooth sections of dirt. I didn't see how this forest was classed as small. "Looks good, right?" he boasted. "It's awesome," I admitted, opening the gate and surveying the area. I walked out in between the trees and found a flat spot for the tent. I turned around to ask Chris's opinion and paused, a little disappointed. It didn't feel like real camping when his house was obviously in our faces.
"Let's go a little further in so it at least feels legit," I said, and walked back to pick up my bags. Chris objected to carrying his heavy stuff any further. We walked in a straight line from Chris's house, and kept checking behind us until the house was just about obscured by trees in front of each other. We had only gone a very short way in, but the forest was already thicker and greener. There was even a long rope swing hanging from one of the trees, but it looked too old to hold our weight, so we decided to keep our spines unbroken and give it a miss. I unpacked the tent and set it up with Chris's help, and we threw our sleeping bags inside. I laid down inside to test it out. It was so warm and humid I had to adjust my breathing for a second. I stepped out again and asked Chris if he had a torch for the evening. "I can do better than that," was his response, and he took off towards the house. I was too hot to run after him, so I opened my rucksack and cracked open a bottle of water, downing half of it and putting the rest back in the pack. I laid down on a patch of grass and looked up at the canopy. The leaves were shifting gently in a breeze I couldn't feel from down here, and I watched them sway and mesh together until I heard Chris return. "Did you get a torch?" I asked, closing my eyes. The sun shone through my eyelids and colored my vision red. I listened to the soft sound of his footsteps on the grass as he walked past me towards the rope swing. "That's not going to hold you," I warned, as I heard him tug the branch with a small creak. He tugged it and it creaked in response. I listened. He tugged it once more and again. There was a moment of silence as I guessed he was still weighing it up, and then another tug. He continued to tug a few more times and the creaking followed each one. I wasn't sure it would hold his weight, and I smiled, predicting one big creak and a snap as the rope or the branch broke. I waited as some final tugs were made. Creak, creak. I still waited. Creak, creak, creak. "Yo!" I heard Chris's voice coming from his garden. I sat bolt upright, almost spraining my neck as I snapped my head sideways to face his house. He was jogging through the trees, holding an electric lantern. I switched my gaze in the other direction towards the rope swing. It was hanging still, nothing nearby. I stood up and turned full circle. Nothing in any other direction. "What?" I mouthed to myself, walking towards the rope. I tugged it gently. It didn't creak. I pulled it harder. It didn't creak. My mouth went dry. I jumped up, grabbed hold, and yanked it down. The branch bent a little as my feet touched the floor, and it still didn't make a sound. I kept hold of it as I stared up towards the branches, but eventually, the rope gave way under my weight, somewhere in the middle, and a soft thud fell on my ears as the thick rope fell in front of me. Chris was rattling the lantern as he came by. "I've never used this before. I got it for Christmas from my cousin. She buys some weird presents. Ah, I see the swing is dead. Let us have a proper burial in the memory of all the joy it gave us." I didn't respond. I continued looking up at the branch with half a rope swing still tied to it. "Hey, are you good?" Chris followed my gaze. "I thought you'd already come back," I said, immediately. I wasn't the type to let things slide with a, "Oh, it's nothing." "What?" he responded. "Someone walked by me and was messing around with the rope swing." "Who was it?" "I don't know." "Are they still around?" "I don't know. I had my eyes closed and was just laying there." I pointed. "But then I heard you shout, so I looked around and there was nothing here." I heard them walk by my head. I felt a bit sick. "Look, calm down for a second," Chris began. "It's the middle of the day. We're 30 feet from my house, and even if it was a person, so what? It's just some public woods. Anyone can come through here." That made some sense, and he was right about it being public, but then where were they? I glanced around once more. However, the trees quickly layered up and I couldn't see far at all. I guess it was possible for me to lose track of someone here in a short distance. "Okay," I said. "Man, I can stay alone in the house for weeks on end, but I can't handle a short walk through the woods on a warm summer day." "That's why you brought some muscle," declared Chris, yielding the lantern above his head, and I laughed. We spent the day walking around the forest and returned to the tent to get some water when we were too hot. We talked about school and what our plans were for the future. We talked about our dreams we had, and ghosts and creatures that lurked in the dark. Neither of us were too scared of things like that, but they made for good camping stories. Chris told a particularly good one of a woman who lived in the woods. She had the head of a cat, and if you heard her raspy meow, that meant she was trying to find you. If she stopped meowing, it signified you were found, and she was quickly making her way towards you. It made my skin crawl a little, and we stopped telling stories soon after that. The light of day eventually faded, and it was getting hard to see, so we headed back to the tent for the night. The impressive heat during the day had killed our appetites, so we left the food for now and decided we'd eat in the night if we got hungry. Chris hung the electric lantern in front of the tent, flickering on as he did so. It was surprisingly bright, and spilled a yellow light onto the ground and onto the trees that faced us. The warm glow looked dramatic, but whatever was beyond the light was hidden in blackness. Our immediate area was clear, but after a few paces the light seemed to stop dead. It looked weird. Chris ducked under the tent opening and I followed him. The sleeping bags looked inviting, as the heat from earlier had gone and it was too cold for shirts and shorts. We got inside and took the lantern with us. "Can you hear meowing?" I said, my head tilted as I strained to hear. "Yeah, and I can hear some bullshit too." Chris smiled and zipped up his sleeping bag. Damn, I thought I had him. Oh well. I zipped up my own bag and we lay there talking for a little while, and then the exhaustion of such a hot summer hit us and we fell asleep. I had a dream that we were walking to Chris's house again, but there were more trees than before, and it was getting dark very quickly. I blinked, and suddenly it was night, with the forest sprawling in every direction. The rope swing hung in front of me. I turned around and Chris was gone. I heard a creak from behind me. A feeling came over me like I missed a step on the stairs. For some reason, I couldn't turn around. I started walking straight ahead, and the rope swing came into my view again. I was aware I was in a nightmare. The rope swing slowly lifted itself up into the trees, and I watched it disappear. I walked over and stood beneath where it had been, and there was a rustle above me. As I lifted my eyes to the canopy, a black figure with the head of a cat came hurtling down towards me, its mouth open horrifically wide. One of its teeth touched my left eye, and I tore myself awake, gasping as I sat up in the tent. My back was damp with sweat, and Chris was asleep next to me. The lantern was still on, and I could see our backpacks at the end of the tent. I took a moment to breathe, and then let myself lay back down, my head thumping on the floor a little too hard. I winced and reached for a bottle of water to my side, downing a few mouthfuls. I couldn't fall asleep with the glow of the lantern on my eyelids, so I sat up and searched the tent for it. I quickly realized the light was coming from outside. "Chris?" I said, still confused from sleep. He mumbled something in reply. "Chris, where's the lantern?" Somewhere," he said, slowly and sleepily, before turning over. Looking around again, the light was obviously coming from outside. I weighed up the options. Either some murderer had snuck into our tent and done nothing but take the lantern outside, or we didn't actually bring it into the tent, and I had remembered wrongly. That sounded more convincing. So I knelt by the tent door and unzipped it. From the opening, I looked around. It wasn't immediately obvious where the glow was coming from. Why couldn't I see it? I looked up. The lantern was resting 20 feet into the air, hanging in the dark. Goosebumps swept across my skin, and I zipped up the door before shaking Chris. "Chris, please wake up." He heard the urgency in my voice and sat up. "What? What's wrong?" Chris said, rubbing his eyes. "The lantern's hanging outside." "But I brought it in," he assured me. I felt sick as my reasoning broke. We both looked out the front of the tent. We
We should go back to the house, I said, my resolve buckling. I was just a kid in a forest whose parents were away. I'm not walking through the dark, he replied. Chris was now looking worried. We got a lantern, I stopped myself. We looked at the front of the tent again. We couldn't sit there forever. We were getting scared as we sat there doing nothing, so this was the plan. We weren't going back to sleep. We would get the lantern back somehow, leave everything here, and spend the night in Chris's house. I hated being the one to go first. I wanted to turn back, even just crouching by the tent entrance. Unzipping the fabric door, I looked around. Nothing. I peered over the tent behind us. Nothing inside. Literally nothing. Everything was black outside of the light. I took a step out and it was cold. Chris said the same as he stood right by my side, looking over his shoulder. He turned back and saw the lantern in the air. Oh my gosh. We stood there looking at it for a few seconds that seemed to crawl by. Eventually, I worked out which tree it was hanging from. The broken rope swing at my feet confirmed it. Way up and out of reach, the lantern hung above our heads, tied to the other end of the rope that still dangled from the darkness. I couldn't work it out. It was too high up, too high for even a ladder. The trees were thin and bare, besides the leaves that made up the canopy. There was nowhere to climb. Picking up the length of rope that had snapped off earlier, I bundled it up and tied a knot and aimed it at the lantern. I took a step back and jumped, tossing it into the air. It caught the lantern on its side and sent it swinging. It threw shadows rocking around us. I suddenly wished I hadn't hit it. The light made the shadows lean from side to side with the lantern. The horrible, unnatural sway made me panic, and my eyes became wet as fear took a solid hold of me. I picked up the rope again and lobbed it desperately at the lantern. I missed, and the bundle of rope sailed off into the darkness. Helplessly, I turned to Chris, who had already grabbed his backpack. He spun around and threw it with a yelp. It hit the lantern dead on. It fell and thudded to the floor with a crack, but the light was still on. I ran to pick it up. I turned to Chris and almost cried with relief. Okay, go, let's go, I urged. He started jogging quickly towards his house, and I followed. We half ran, half stumbled off into the dark, checking over our shoulders and working ourselves up as our thoughts were consumed by everything that may be waiting for us in the trees. I don't know how long we were moving, but it soon became apparent that Chris's house wasn't in this direction. For goodness sakes, where is it? Chris said, tension taking hold of his voice. We'll have to find the tent and try again. A couple of tears were forming at the corners of his eyes. They were probably on mine too, but my heart was thumping so hard I didn't notice. Okay. I took a breath and we turned around, heading in a straight line directly behind us. What if we don't find the tent? I couldn't stop myself thinking that over and over as we retraced our steps. We walked for what seemed like twice as long before the light finally fell on the side of the tent. We ran up and stood close to its side, looking around to try to figure out which direction to go. The silence was the buildup of a nightmare, right before some horrible thing lurches out at you, screaming. The comparison made me gag and I scrunched my eyes shut, the hair on my skin lifting. My temples were so hot it felt like my brain was thudding against my insides of my skull. I couldn't begin to guess where the house was. We could see about 10 feet from the lantern, then the pitch black. There were no clues. Every direction looked wrong. Chris took the lantern from me and walked in a small circle, straining his eyes to try and see. I stayed put. Chris, turn it off, I whispered to him, hurriedly. What? He asked. I stepped quickly and quietly towards him, bringing my face to his. There's something in the tent. His gaze shifted past me towards the tent, and he stood there staring. We were standing on the left-hand side of the tent, and from this angle I could just about see the unzipped door hanging open. But I remembered leaving it that way, so that wasn't what was making me clench my teeth together.
A few feet away, my rucksack sat outside on the dry earth, with the food I had packed and now neatly arranged trailing from it. Our sleeping bags were also nicely laid out, end to end, making the line of belongings lead straight into the mouth of the tent. I took a careful step forward so the light could pass more easily through the fabric. It could not have been a trick of the light. Something big and dark was obviously crouched, with what I guessed was its front facing the open door. I hated myself for not seeing it sooner. It didn't move at all, or seem to breathe. It just sat, waiting for us to investigate the display it had made. "Turn it off," I whispered again. Chris continued staring, deaf to me. "Chris," I pleaded in a whisper. A voice from nearby joined in. "Chris." We both heard it, and the blood fell in our veins. It came from the tent. A slow, strained rasp of a voice that sounded like a parrot copying a new word. The sound clicked across my skin and crept into my ears. The light flicked off with a click that was too loud. Chris grabbed my shoulder and I clenched my fists closed, painfully tight. We stood there in complete darkness. I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to stay. My brain fought for control as my legs waited for a decision, rooted in place. We breathed shallow, quiet breaths, blackness pressing on our eyes like water. Sweat ran down my neck. I couldn't see the tent. "Chris," something said. "Turn it off." My stomach flipped inside out as the thing in the tent played with my words. I quickly grabbed Chris's hand, yanking him in the opposite direction. I ran like I never had before, Chris's legs thudding alternately with mine. The sprint continued for about a minute. We lost ourselves as we ran through the absolute darkness. I forgot where we were and I couldn't see what was in front of my face. I ran head-on into a tree, and my forehead struck its side with a sickening hollow knock. Sparks lit up the inside of my eyes as I choked back the pain. It hurt so much I couldn't breathe. Chris tried to pull me on, but I buckled to the floor on my knees and threw up. As I collapsed onto my back, my head went numb. Chris lifted me up. "Please don't stop. Please, please," he begged. I couldn't reply. "Please, please keep going." I forced my legs to take my weight as I locked my knees upright, leaning on Chris. My body felt empty, and a little blood rolled down my forehead and onto my brow. I wiped it away as I tried to grasp the situation again, but the pain was too much. "Wait, I can't," I begged. Just wait. We stood together in the inky woods, but we could have been anywhere. I couldn't see Chris as he huddled next to me. It didn't feel like darkness, it felt like someone had wrapped my head in a blanket. Neither of us said a word as we waited, but our breathing was loud, and I wondered from what distance it could be heard. Reality began to return to me, and the pain was now just about bearable. I straightened up, grasping at what was happening. The pins of fear sank into me a second time, and I started counting in my head. 1 minute passed without any other sound in the world. The wind was dead, and the birds might be too. Another minute went by. I continued counting. 3 minutes. We were still alone. Was it even looking for us? I reached for Chris's arm in the dark. He jumped when I touched it, but I steadied him with the other. He was still holding the lantern. Good. We had light on our side. Now if only we could use it. I went over the events hurriedly in my mind. The lantern was hanging from a tree. We got out of the tent. Then we couldn't find our way home. By the time we returned to the tent, something was in it. But then why didn't it take the lantern and do nothing while we slept? If it was sheer luck that we were alone when we were trying to get the lantern, I wondered just how small the possibility was of us getting a second chance. I stayed silent for a moment and then whispered as best as I could. "Chris, we need to turn on the lantern. We need to get the freak out of here."
We can make a run for your house, but we need to see." "No, please. We have to stay here." Chris tried to whisper too. "We can wait until morning if we have to. You can't turn it on." I could hear in his voice a sob that was breaking through. "Just keep quiet. You freaking have to, please." I parted my lips to try again, but as I did, I heard something. A very faint clicking sound from somewhere in the dark. It was almost inaudible, but it was there. An irregular stuttering clicking sound. It sounded like fingernails on a wooden table, and it was moving. It came from in front of us. I was sure of it. A steady click, clack, click filled my ears as we tried gauging the distance. It was drawing closer. Click, click, clack. It stopped. I was glad for the first time in my life that I couldn't see what was waiting in the dark. Perhaps that meant we were also hidden. As my thoughts fired off in every direction, I gave the thing in the darkness the image of a cat-headed woman, and it terrified me. I was just wanting to hear that meow, but my ears were met with something else. "Chris." I tensed my throat and tried not to cry. "Chris." It said his name twice, and I cut my hands over my mouth. The horrible, scraping dialogue sounded a few steps away. The words were oddly said, with no meaning behind them. They were just sounds that this thing had picked up, and was now using them to catch us out in the dark. Chris let go of my hand, and I heard his foot plant softly on the grass behind him as he prepared to run. "Don't you dare." I tried to project into his mind. "Don't you make a sound." "Chris, please." It sounded so wrong, drawn out like a door slowly opening. Chris let out a whimper as it called him. I froze and waited for something, anything to happen. There was a long silence, and I held my breath for as long as I could. I couldn't wait anymore. Very slowly I reached out to Chris and put my hand on his shoulder, and very carefully, both lifted our feet and managed to step out without making a sound. We backstepped away from the voice, and it didn't stop moving, but ever so carefully. So slowly. I didn't care how long it would take us to get somewhere. If it took us an hour every step, we were going to get out. Chris backed up into a tree and gasped audibly. The clicking started up immediately. Click, 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 clack. It rolled on, consistently moving towards us. I didn't know what to do. All I could think of to do was screw my eyes shut and try not to scream. As we stood there, the clicking came to a stop, an arm length away from where we stood. Silence. "Chris, turn it on, please." Fear took over. Chris switched on the light and tore off in the other direction without looking behind him. I wheeled in place and held that lantern in my sight like nothing else existed. We didn't dare look at the thing, but we could hear it. Our footsteps thudded on the grass and the thing pursued us with a tap, 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 now like a scurrying little claws on hard earth. As I ran desperately to try to catch up to the light, the sound suddenly rose up behind me and over our heads and in between the trees. This wasn't happening. It was going to drop down on us. "Turn!" I screamed. I didn't care anymore. If we were going to get out with our lives, we were going to have to run for them. We suddenly changed course. The tapping stopped for a moment, long enough for us to gain a few feet before it came in our direction again. My legs were cramping horribly, and Chris was gasping hard. We couldn't keep this up. Where were we? I saw the light from the lantern come to an abrupt halt up ahead. I didn't have time to stop and brace myself to thump into Chris, but the light passed beneath my feet. He had dropped the lantern. I turned my head and watched it recede into the darkness. It was immediately too far for me to go back. The thing would be on me in a second. "Chris!" I was crying and swiping tears away from my cheek as I ran, preparing for my face to connect with a tree at any moment. "Keep going!" I heard Chris from up ahead. "There's a light!" My vision was blurry from tears, but I could see it. An orange glow hanging in the air in the distance. Another one? What was happening? I wanted to scream at him to avoid it, but I realized it was a streetlight. My legs felt like I was running through water, but I pushed them harder with the goal in sight. Gradually and painfully, the light drew closer, as did the clicking. This thing could move like nothing I knew. I saw Chris's figure pass underneath the streetlight, and then he was gone again. "Don't stop!" I yelled as I approached the edge of the forest, and my legs adjusted as the forest floor gave way to solid footing. I could see a row of more streetlights leading off to the right, and Chris's figure was passing regularly underneath each. When I was sure I was completely out of the trees, I didn't stop. I ran under several more streetlights, putting as much distance as I could manage between us and the edge of the woods. I realized after a while that the clicking had stopped. I needed to see we were okay. I turned my head and looked back along the row of lights, keeping my gaze on the first light. My pace slowed as the pain in my head and legs came back. There was silence once more, and the lights revealed an empty pathway. I jogged on and kept my eyes on the glow, expecting to see something at any minute, but it lit up nothing but concrete and the edge of the road. Is it there? The question pulsed in my mind over and over. As I turned my head to continue catching up to Chris, I caught sight of something pass under the first streetlight. An almighty shock went through me as my fears were confirmed. I let out a cry and picked up the pace once more, sprinting between the lights. The image was burned into my mind. I hardly caught a glimpse of the thing, but it was white and massive. It almost brushed the streetlight as it went underneath it. It had a long, upright body full of kinks, like it had just unfolded itself, and that's all I was able to tell. It must have had a face and limbs, but I didn't have time to see. I didn't look again. The path gave way to more lights, and soon I could see the glow of windows in some houses either side of the road. I recognized where we were, close to my house by some miracle. A little further and we would be there. "My house!" I yelled, and Chris listened, turning left onto a side street and dashing down. With panic on my side, I reached the turning and looked down the road to see Chris jumping the fence into my garden. "Hurry up!" I heard him scream. Reaching the fence, I planted my hands on top, hoisting myself over and shredding my elbows in the process. My ankle stung as I thudded onto the garden and sprinted towards the kitchen door. Chris stepped aside, gasping for air as I fumbled the key into the lock and wrenched it sideways. We both flew into the kitchen and slammed the door behind us. I locked it from inside and we both sprinted upstairs into the bathroom, locking it behind us. "What was that?" I managed to say in a panicked whisper, wondering if it would get in. "Did you see it?" "No." Chris crouched under the window, letting tears roll. "Ah, crap. It was so tall, I couldn't." "Don't tell me." Chris cut me off. I mulled it over and over again as we sat there. Minutes slowly ticked by into hours. My head was fizzing all the while, and I could still hear its voice, that disgusting voice. My elbows and forearms were sticky with blood, and we both looked at the floor, the occasional sob coming from the two of us. Our hearts banged in our chests, and we spent the night that way. Light streamed in from the window, but we didn't unlock the bathroom door until noon. We crept downstairs. The kitchen door was still locked, and nothing was in the house. I looked out of the living room window. Another perfect day. No people walked by, but the sprinklers were on and I could hear the birds again. It helped to calm our nerves. "That tent can stay there," I said at last. "Yeah," Chris agreed. We stayed in the living room with the TV off all day. We didn't know what to do, and talked about if we should call the police or something. The day crawled by as we tried to rake our thoughts together and think of what next to do. But all that went through my mind was what had just happened, not what we should be doing. By the time it was dark, at about 9 p.m., the phone rang. It was Chris's parents asking if we had seen him, as they were getting worried. They had just gotten back from out of town. I let them know that he was okay, and asked if they could come and pick us both up from my house, because something had happened. They wanted to know what, but I said we both would tell them when they got here. They said that they'd be here soon. Relief washed over us as adults were on their way to make everything right. They would believe us. We didn't lie about these things. Even if they were skeptical, they had at least believed that some dangerous animal was in the forest, and that was good enough for us. I went into the kitchen to get some juice from the fridge, and realized I hadn't had anything to drink all day. I could hear water dripping into the sink, so I turned the faucet tighter and glugged some juice. As I headed towards the living room, the water started to tap again. I flipped the light on and realized it wasn't coming from the sink or anywhere in that room for that matter. It sounded like it was coming from further away. I looked out into the garden and could just about see a fuzzy, tall silhouette leaning up against the back fence in the dark. Actually, the tapping sounded more like clicking. The figure slowly moved away from the fence and clicked across the grass towards the house. Please.
My dad had recently lost his job and moved us across state to his childhood town. It was a small farming town, not really ideal for anyone wanting to do anything with their life, but we were in a tough spot. My dad claimed he wanted to move back to see his parents more, but we weren't close to them. I knew that it was because the housing was so cheap in the area, and it made sense as to why. Everything was so behind in the times, easily dating back at least 10 years. My sister and I were both in middle school, so you can imagine the transition of changing schools halfway through the year. We're at least 2 years apart grade-wise, but 3 years apart in reality. My little sister was very smart for her age, which made things interesting, considering that I had to watch after her. Ever since the accident, I had to take on the role of her mother, which is something no 14-year-old should have to do. I don't know what exactly happened, and Dad doesn't like to talk about it, but I pieced enough of it together that her mother's passing was a violent one. I was so young when it happened that it almost feels like a memory that doesn't belong to me, something merely implanted from someone else's experience. The one thing that got me through such a tough time were my friends, and seeing how I had to leave them, I felt as if I was leaving a part of myself. It felt as if I was leaving the safe and familiar harbor for more treacherous seas. The living room was still full of boxes as Sandra and I got ready for school. Our outfits were mismatched, so we tried our luck opening unmarked boxes, hopefully to find something remotely suitable to wear. Alright guys, let's pick something quick. I need to take you guys to school and I'm already late for work, my dad said, defeatedly. Sandra shot me a look before diving back in to retrieve an outfit. What I had on wasn't exactly fashionable, but it would have to do. Despite all the chaos my life had given so far, there was one thing I did have to look forward to. I tried to be optimistic with most things, and I saw this as a new chapter in my life. A new fresh start. A clean slate. That hopefully I could try my luck at being popular here. I wasn't popular at my old school, but I think I could be if I had the right start here. Sandra and I hopped into the car, and Dad routed us to school. As we pulled up to the location routed on my dad's phone, he was surprised that the town had a new middle school, one different than the one he had as a child. Huh? He said. Looks like they got rid of O.P. Evans. The school was rather nice, despite the clear setback that the town had on it. The 2-story building stood out amidst the old buildings that were near the area. Man, it was probably good they got rid of that old school. That place was old even when I went there. I could see a look on my dad's face as he reminisced of old memories. A slight smile began to crawl across his face. Oh man, that's right, he whispered to himself. You okay, Dad? Sandra said from the back seat. Yeah, I'm good. You guys hop on out and I'll tell you a good scary story when you come home tonight. We jumped out of the car and waved as he took off out of the parking lot. The small crowd of kids funneled their way inside as they were being guided by teachers and went to class. As I walked in the halls of school, I couldn't help but think of what my dad was smiling about. What could his scary story possibly be? It didn't take long for me to forget the morning, as I was doing my best to try to make new friends at school. I wasn't having much luck considering I was probably trying too hard. I did, however, eventually make a small group of friends in my one drama class. They were not popular, but we had enough in common that I was able to make it work. It wasn't the outcome I was looking for, but I was just happy to have made a small group of friends. They were all nice, although some of them were kinda weird, but that was fine. I took that win for the day as a smile plastered across my face. The rest of the day after that seemed to fly by. School eventually ended and I met Sandra outside of the school as we waited for Dad. Hey Sandra, I said. How was your day? I asked as a smile still lingered on my face. Pretty good all around. All my classes have good teachers, she said while nodding. Did you make any friends? Meet any cute boys? I egged her on. She blushed briefly. No, not yet. Sandra was smart as she was shy. We got along pretty well and she would oftentimes just join my group of friends by association, which I really didn't mind. Normally something like that would have probably bothered me, but ever since Mom died, I made sure that she was included with things. Dad eventually pulled up, clearly tired from work. He faked a smile as we hopped in the car. Hey girls, how was school? It was good. How was work? I replied. Work is work, he said while chuckling. He always said that, which made himself laugh, which I found amusing. We pulled out of the parking lot and started driving home, when Sandra piped up from the back. Dad, tell us that scary story you mentioned this morning. My dad shot me a look and a mischievous grin returned. Oh, do I have a scary story for you? He said in an eerie voice. Wait, let me see if I can find the place first. My dad then drove through town peering down old streets as if he was looking for something. As we drove, he told us a story about his old school he used to attend. How the school O.P. Evans used to be a prison before being turned into a school. He took us down a couple back roads, kinda tucked away from the already slow back streets that the town seemed to have an endless amount of. Surely enough, we eventually found it. An old building, about 2 stories high. A tall chain-link fence surrounded the once school. Razor wire was tangled in a mess above the fence, making sure no one was climbing over it. But ironically enough, the front gate to the school had since been rusted and withered, and now sat askew, leaving large gaps near the gate frame that one could easily crawl through. Ah, yes, there it is. So the story about this school is that it used to be a prison. Certain sections of the building were closed off, as they were no longer needed, or too dangerous to have kids around. They took out most of the cells obviously, but left a few that were built into the actual building. Anyways, so what we would do when we were younger was that we would sneak in here after soccer practice, and try to explore the certain sections that were forbidden. The staff would make up rumors like ghosts haunted the sealed off sections, or that some terrible monster would grab you. But one time, a buddy of mine, Mike, snuck into the basement. Now the basement didn't have any cells, but it did have old piping in areas unknown to even the staff. Now he swears that he saw something down there that changed him. He used to be a fun-loving and rambunctious child, but after that event, he always seemed on edge. Sandra and I looked at the old school with mixed emotions of bewilderment and awe. The school's appearance alone looked terrifying. If I didn't know any better, this was clearly a place that housed some forbidden terror. Tormented spirits or other creatures of the night certainly dwelt here. We sat parked for a couple of minutes as Dad looked at the building that certainly housed many memories for him. We all eventually came back to reality and drove back to our sad lives. Today for me was a disappointment in some ways, but also successful in others. I wasn't with the popular group, but I did make some friends. It was also good to see my dad no longer his sad, miserable self, but able to see a brief glimpse of his inner child that he once was. Not much changed after that day. Despite my best efforts, Dad continued just to get by. My own attempts to be popular never resulted in anything meaningful, and the sad state of the town slowly began to drag us down with it. I got by in school, but it was difficult. My new friends were the only thing that seemed to keep my head above water. My friends and Sandra, that is. The 5 of us eventually became pretty close. Rebecca, Stacy, and Jared slowly became a common sight around my house. They were quirky, but polite, which my dad seemed to enjoy. I think he was just happy that Sandra and I had something to look forward to. Since the town was so small, we had to come up with new ways to entertain ourselves. Video games were a go-to, but it was hard since there were 5 of us and only 4 controllers. What we would normally like to do would go out and play on the small playground and try to parkour, but none of us were any good. But that was the fun thing about our group. We always found a way to make something out of nothing. Oddly enough, the small town had a rather large cemetery. If we were feeling up to it, we would play ghost in the graveyard at night. However, we eventually got caught by the police, which we weren't allowed back in. One day after school, we sat in the drama room discussing what we should do tonight. It had been a while since we played ghosts in the graveyard, but we were all dying to play. We tried playing a few rounds in the new school, but the few staff that stayed late after work had gotten mad at us. We sat there discussing other places to play when an idea popped into my mind. I know where we can play, but... The group looked at me as I paused. But the place is a bit creepy. My warning was anything but. Everyone aside from Sandra began to smile. But what was this place you're thinking of? There's nothing left in town that we haven't tried. Before I could respond, Sandra piped up. She's thinking of the old school. All of them were confused. What old school? Jared replied. For some reason, no one knew what we were talking about. It was as if the town had swept this creepy building under the rug and away from public eyes. Yeah, there's this place tucked away that my dad used to go to school here. It's in town, but it's kind of far, if we're walking, that is. I mean, what else are we gonna do? Jared said. We all agreed to meet at my house after we all went home to grab a couple things that we thought we might need. Sandra and I walked home and Dad wasn't there yet. I could feel the slight sensation of dread build in my stomach as I didn't want to go inside of that place, but I was the one to suggest it. Plus, I didn't want to look lame in front of my friends, or even Sandra. About an hour had passed and the group showed up at my house. Stacy and Rebecca both had backpacks of items, as well as flashlights. Jared had a headlamp and a samurai sword. Really, dude? I said, and I let them in the house. Jared had convinced his mom to let him take the car for the night. I don't know if she knew about the sword, though. We all piled in and took off down the back streets while Sandra and I tried our best to remember where the school was. Time was not on our side as the sun had set and it was getting dark. This made recognizing the half-dozen back streets all the more difficult. Unfortunately, Sandra had a photographic memory, or at least so she claimed. She was successful in guiding us to the old school, further validating her memory claim. Jared dropped us off as he parked the car off a ways, on the off chance that someone would come here and see it parked. The 4 of us waited as Jared returned. The school stood more ominous than what I remembered. The night definitely didn't help ease my nerves in any way. The gate was still lopsided, leaving the gap for us to crawl through. We all squeezed through one by one and began circling around to find a way inside. As we expected, most entrances were either boarded up or locked. Now, remembering it was once a prison, I should have expected it to be difficult to break into. Our flashlights scanned the building, looking for any possible opening or even a clue to allow us access inside. The dark overgrowth of trees and brush gave off muffled sounds of nightlife, slightly easing the already building tension. We walked around back and checked all the doors. They all appeared to be secure. Out of frustration, Jared swung his sword at one of the boards that covered a door, which got stuck in the soft decayed wood. We all looked at each other with light bulbs going off in our brains. Although the sword was fairly low quality, he was able to cut just enough for us to get our hands inside and pull chunks of the board off the doorway. In a matter of 5 minutes, we had produced a hole big enough that we could squeeze through. We had Jared lead the way as he stepped inside the dark school. We then handed him our bags as we all slipped in one by one. Inside, the smell of faint mold and a mystery odor slowly came to our nostrils. We shined our light inside, and sure enough, the old building had the appearance of a dated school. Rooms without doors held old desks and sat in disarray, as it was clear that we were not the first ones to find this abandoned school. Old tile lined the floors, and bare walls sat silently, holding in many secrets it had seen over the years. The idea to play ghosts in the graveyard had been put on hold, as the amazement of investigating such a peculiar place had slowly become our main objective. That is, until Stacy spoke up. "Wait," she whispered. "We shouldn't investigate first. We should just play. That way it'll be extra hard to find each other." The group agreed. Rebecca picked a number and we all had to guess. Sandra was the closest, thus making her the ghost for the first round. Sandra ran off into the dark school as we all counted before going to look for her. When we reached the allotted amount of time, we broke up into 2 teams to search for her. Sandra was the unspoken champion of the game. The one time we got caught in the cemetery, she had hit so well that the police were not able to find her. We decided to split up. Stacy and Jared went one direction and Rebecca and I went the other. We found a set of stairs that led to the second story, which we hesitantly went up. The stairs were towards the front of the building. None of the higher windows were boarded up, considering no one could reach them from the outside. It was more of the same on the second floor. Some garbage laid on the ground and occasional teaching material was seen here and there. For the most part, the school was fairly clean. It was clear that not many people had been here since its closure. We checked each classroom, which yielded no result. The building was shaped in a U, which we followed. Our flashlights were the only source of light in the building, and it was incredibly dark. There were no streetlights on the road, nor anything outside the school that still worked. The moon wasn't out tonight, making our game especially dark. We spent a good 20 minutes on the second floor, inspecting each room for Sandra, while also scoping out a good spot to hide when it was our turn. The shadows casted by our flashlights were eerie. Every now and then, they would cast what looked like an outline of some sort of shadow person before my eyes were able to make sense of what I was looking at. We had reached the end of the second floor when lights from outside shined in. My heart dropped as we ran to the window to see an old pickup truck pull up to the rusted gate out front. An old farmer type got out and unlocked the gate before pulling into the courtyard. The truck was an older model and was pretty loud. Rebecca and I gasped as we were unsure as to why this man had pulled in. Was he security? Did he now own the property? More importantly, did he know that we were in here? I wanted to sprint down the stairs and try to warn the others, but I had no idea where they were. I couldn't yell because that would alert the old man outside. All we could do was watch as he parked near the front of the school. He got out again and unlocked the front door of the school and went back to the end of his truck, all the while leaving his truck running. The headlights gave just enough light that we could see what looked like a tarp covering something on his truck bed. The man came to the front of the truck, carrying what looked like an old rolled-up rug, and brought it inside. We sat by the window and listened to see if he was coming up the stairs. We watched as he exited the school and went back to the end of his truck. This time, instead of a rug, he tried to carry what looked like something heavy, wrapped in a bloody bedsheet. The man struggled to lift it and set it on the ground and dragged it inside, leaving a bloody trail behind him. "Oh my gosh," Rebecca whispered. Our fears of being caught had been replaced by something more sinister. It was clear that we were not only somewhere we shouldn't be, but we also saw something way worse. My anxiety began to fill my body as my hands began to shake. I could hear Rebecca starting to cry softly as the realization began to set in. We sat in darkness, just praying that the man would emerge from the school and leave. We could briefly hear the man on the main floor make his way around the school before exiting again, locking the door behind him and leaving the parking lot. It appeared that none of us were detected by the old man. Once he locked up the front gate and headed back down the dirt road, Rebecca and I took off down the main floor. We quietly called out to the group when we spotted the bloody trail on the tile floor. All suspicions had been confirmed. Dark red streaks led inside to an unknown location in the school. It didn't take us long to find Stacy and Jared. They looked equally as terrified as we did. "Did you guys see that guy? He was dragging something heavy and dumped it somewhere," Stacy said as he got close to Jared. Jared looked around frantically, clearly scared out of his mind. "We need to leave. We saw too much. The less we know, the better." "Don't you want to see what he dragged in here?" Rebecca whispered. "Absolutely not," I said. "Let's just find Sandra and get out of here." The other two looked at me nervously. "You didn't find her yet?" "She's not with us. What do you think?" I said sarcastically. "Well, I'm not going to wait around to find your sister. I gotta get out of here. I just need to leave," Jared said. I shot him a look of surprise and anger. "Really? You're going to leave my baby sister here by herself? She doesn't even know what just happened. We have to find her." Jared didn't say anything and he tossed his sword on the ground. "Bring it back to me when you're done," he said. I gritted my teeth. "You're a coward," I hissed as I picked up the sword. Stacy and Rebecca looked at me with sad faces. "You're not going to make us stay with you, are you?" Stacy whimpered. "We'll be right outside," Rebecca replied. "Don't even bother waiting," I said, as I took off down the hall, leaving Stacy and Rebecca behind. Frustration had replaced my once overwhelming terror. I gripped the sword tightly as I shined my light in hopes of seeing Sandra. I tried calling out to her, but in past games we would trick the ghost and say that the game was over in order to get them to come out. She wasn't going to believe me. I was going to have to find her, myself. I shined my light on the main floor in hopes of finding my sister, but I saw no sign of her. Just the occasional desk or the recent streak of red on the tile. I had wished at least one of the girls had stayed with me, but I took off before I could convince them to help. I searched most of the first floor to find myself following the bloody trail. It was unlikely it led to Sandra, but it was the only few places I had yet to look. Oddly enough, the trail led me to the middle of the hallway, and instead of seeing a bloody sheet and a rug, I saw something more surprising. The trail led to a large hole in the floor. "The basement," I whispered. I shined my light down the dark hole in hopes of seeing anything, but my light didn't reach that far. I stepped back, frustrated at the position I was in. "You would hide down there, wouldn't you?" I said while hitting the sword on the hard tile floor. I could hear something shuffling down there. I stepped up to the hole again. "Sandra?" I called out. The shuffling got closer. I remember my dad's story about the basement. How even when he was a kid, the basement was forbidden, even for the staff. I also remember how my dad's friend had seen something down there that left him scarred. I could feel the anger slowly fade as fear replaced it. I couldn't see anything in the dark pit, but I felt a sensation of dread wash over me, as if the darkness had unseen eyes peering up at me. No matter my fears, I wasn't going to leave my sister, one of the few people to have been there through my darkest days. I turned back around and started looking for some stairs. I checked each classroom, but nothing. I then checked what I assumed to be the front office. I couldn't find any stairs on the main floor, but I did find another hole, except this time it laid next to a wall. I shined my light down below and I saw piping lining the wall leading down to the hole, acting like a natural ladder. I couldn't carry both the sword and the flashlight, so I dropped the sword down into the hole and started climbing in. I reached the bottom and shined my light around. I wanted to call out, but something about the basement made me want to be quiet. It appeared wherever I was in some kind of hallway. I picked up a random direction and hoped for the best. If Sandra wasn't down here, then I had no idea where to find her. The concrete floor had dust on it, which finally dawned on me that it also had freshly made shoe marks as well. But as I looked at the floor, I saw something unsettling. I saw what looked like footprints also. Large footprints. Whatever was down here with this was really big and was also not wearing any shoes. I stopped in my tracks and debated turning off my light. I decided against it as I inched myself forward. By some miracle, I was finally able to hear soft sobbing coming from the far end of the hallway. Boxes and shelves lined the crypt-like area, and my light was able to catch the top part of Sandra's head that was poking out. I quickly rushed over and felt a wave of relief embrace me as I saw Sandra sitting behind the box crying. Before I could say anything, Sandra whispered, "It's not her." Sandra's face was red from intense crying. I was both horrified and confused. What's not her? She tried to catch her breath as she sobbed. "It's not Mom. It just looks like her." My heart skipped a beat. I tried to rationalize what Sandra was saying. Had she been down here too long and was seeing things, or was there actually someone else down here with us? "We're gonna get you out of here, sweetie," I said soothingly. I pulled her up and she could barely stand. She was shaking so much. "Here, you hold this," I said while putting the sword into her hand. "All we have to do now is follow her steps back to the hole and climb out. It'll be easy." Her crying seemed to intensify, but she clutched the sword and I pulled her back over to the opening. We quickly made it back to the hole, but a tall, skinny figure stood a good ways down the way. Strands of hair covered its face, but I could see red gums and yellow teeth through it. "I'm here now. Don't you miss me?" the figure said. Whatever this thing was had immediately disturbed me, but at the same time, it sounded exactly like Mom. It had been years since I heard her voice, but that's a sound that hardly no one ever forgets. I was too scared to move, but I spoke. "What are you doing?" "I missed you. I missed both of you." The thing stepped forward, and I could see dark stains around its mouth and neck. The hole was right next to us. I grabbed the sword from Sandra, and she started frantically to climb. I aimed the light at the creature's face, and it lifted its gnarled hand to block the light. I was hurt so bad, but I'm better now. Do you want to see? I glanced behind and saw that Sandra had cleared the hole. She waited at the top and shined the light down at me. I turned to the creature and noticed that even though it was crouched, it was still taller than me. She began to speak, but out of instinct, I threw the sword at the creature and missed badly. I could briefly see a wide smile emerge as it stood upright, no longer needing to pretend now that I was disarmed. As a last-ditched effort, I hurled my light at the creature's head, and miraculously, it connected firmly. The light spun in all directions as it cracked the creature's head, and I began my climb up. Frantic breathing and grunts erupted from the creature. I somehow emerged from the hole, and Sandra pulled me to my feet. We sprinted out of the office area and back to the doorway that we'd entered from. We didn't glance back, not even once. Sandra and I emerged from the school and kept going till we made it out of the fence. Once we cleared the area, we were able to calm down and take a breath. Sandra was still sobbing when she hugged me tightly, and I fought back tears as we slowly walked home. This is my resolve, my greatest mistake, and something which will haunt my memories till the day I die. Very little people will ever experience what I'm about to describe, and even less will survive to recall it. But the National Park of Spring Pine is haunted by some creature, a monster you only hear about in fairy tales or conjure up in nightmares. But rather than ramble about how little sleep I'm getting or how paranoid my brain has decayed, I'm gonna write all my experiences down so that someone, anyone who takes the next shift, will be prepared. My name is Robin, and I was 19 when I was hired to be a night shift guard at Spring Pine National Park. I had graduated school and found a college which I was accepted into after many sleepless nights and studying. My parents were worried I wouldn't have enough income since they couldn't send me off with too much, so they suggested I look for a job near my college that I could do which wouldn't clash with my college timetable. I had taken many morning and afternoon classes and studied in the evenings, which meant I had to look for night shift jobs. I wasn't entirely thrilled to be working anywhere so late into the night, but the pay was good and the job was in a team. At least I wouldn't be alone. The job was to monitor the security cameras, which bordered the tall barbed fences around the area, and report any hunters trying to sneak in. It looked good and gave me a decent time to sleep after the shift before my classes started. Not to mention, I didn't have to do too much, so I could squeeze some extra studying in on uneventful nights. I signed up and sent my resume before doing some more research into the national park itself. It contained many rare species of elk, birds, deer, and a huge list of flora. Unless protected, hunters and lumberjacks would hunt and chop down the wildlife for their high value, which was why the security was so important. I checked any police records to see if any hunters were caught sneaking into Spring Pine. Only a couple in the past 10 years. As much as this rested any worries I had, something had caught my eye. Anomaly reports. Some campers had been caught screaming and begging to be let out deep at night. The national park allows campers to stay nights, however, due to the decreased amount of rangers and gate checks at night, all the gates were closed until the morning. Something about keeping hunters camping and smuggling animals out at night. The screaming campers would claim to have seen something in the woods. However, due to the inconsistent description from witness to witness, the government couldn't connect any of them, and therefore no action was taken. Some describe a beast, which looked like a 10-foot tall bear. Others claimed it was a pale sprinting humanoid. Anyone who entered the park would be informed to leave before 7 p.m., since this is when the gates closed before reopening at 6 a.m. My shift would start at 12 a.m. and end at 5:50 a.m. I wasn't expected to open or close the gates, but rather, just keep an eye on the borders till the bigger security crew took over. What was even better for me was that if I expected someone was trying to sneak in or out, I wouldn't have to leave my security office. I would have to radio the only security ranger, and my job would be done. I rested easy for a month before I got my call back. Both very happy and shocked, I was accepted. Turned out the group applying was very short and weren't all as well qualified as me. Not entirely sure what that meant. Perhaps it was because I was fluent in English. Not sure. So when I came to visit for the tour, I was accompanied by another college girl. She was about my age, but a little shorter. We were introduced. She greeted me as Harley with the tip of her cap. She was naturally tanned and looked to be quite athletic. She wore army boots, black jeans, and a mossy green sports shirt and a plaid jacket tied around her waist. Her personality was friendly, loud, and daring. Honestly, she was an all-around outdoor adventure girl. We became friends quickly. The park ranger took us for a day-long walk around Spring Pine, making sure to take a stop at every gate at the north fence, where the main gate was and where Harley was supposed to be guarding. He gave her the main security card, which could only open a small door through her office, right next to the main gate. The park ranger instructed her on correct procedures, if someone tried to get in or out, and who to call. I didn't listen too much since it did not concern me. Instead, I looked into the forest. The trees were large and close together, only distant at rivers, fields, walking paths, and a large lake in the center. There weren't as many bushes, and the forest floor was covered in grass, moss, and occasional fern patches. The distant singing of birds and river flow was relaxing, paired with footsteps on gravel made the hike incredibly pleasant and enjoyable. I hadn't seen as many animals, but I would spot birds and the occasional squirrel in the trees. No 10-foot tall bears or pale humanoids. Wonderful. After Harley's instructions were given, we were led to my security cabin. It wasn't big, only a storage room, bathroom, and a camera room. He had gave me instructions on what to do if I saw anyone trying to climb the fence, was injured, or radioed for help. He gave me a key card, which would open the side door in Harley's station in case of emergencies. All employees were required to wear an armband with the Spring Pine logo, so after a tour of the cabin, we were given the armbands and timetables. Harley and I exchanged numbers and we parted. Our job would start in a week. My first shift was mostly uneventful. I arrived with a backpack of snacks and an animal book for local wildlife and a notepad, in case there was something important I had to remember. I was wearing a plain striped shirt, a hoodie, jeans, trekking boots, and my employee armband. Waiting by the front gate at 11:46 p.m., I was checking my phone to see Harley was on her way. The forest was quiet, and I saw some late evening rangers leaving. They didn't say much, but were polite. At around 11:54, a young adult joined me in the waiting at the front gate. He introduced himself. "Hey there, you're the new security guard, right?" Taken aback slightly from the sudden introduction, I put my phone in my pocket and spoke. "Oh yeah, my name's Robin. I'm supposed to be in the cabin not too far from here," I responded, while also noticing he had a ranger armband. "Yeah, I know. I'm supposed to escort you there before heading to the watchtower. My name's Andrew." He was slightly taller than me. His brown hair was noticeably messy, but he looked well-mannered. He looked a couple years older than me. That night, he wore a navy blue jacket, white shirt, dark gray jeans, and trekking boots. "So, nervous?" He was friendly but spoke quietly, unlike Harley. "Why should I be?" I asked, curiously. "I'm not scared of the dark," which was true. I usually wouldn't be paranoid if I couldn't see. I tend to be rational, and knew that there was nothing to be scared of. Well, some campers get spooked when they stay the night," he shrugged. "Yeah, I read about that. Isn't it usually just wolves or bears that frighten them?" "Well, you could think of it like that. I've had to deal with them once, this couple. They were practically begging to be let out. They even left everything behind just to run to the gate. They weren't injured apart from the couple of scratches, but they claimed that they saw some ghost creature crawling on all fours. Heavy emphasis on its eyes. Something about gold. Not sure they rambled like crazies. As he was telling the story, I looked into the woods. Could there really be something like that out there? Don't worry though. We checked their campsite in the morning and nothing was stolen or broken. Probably just some snow owl got the better of them. His voice was calm and collected. Right, well, I wouldn't worry about that. We will be in buildings anyways. Still, the thought hung in my head. I quickly forgot about the arrival of the only other member of the night crew. Making friends without me? Harley arrived, wearing similar clothes from last time, just a different shirt and her armband. Harley and Andrew quickly became friends, and the final park ranger escorted the security guard from the cabin. He handed me the only key for the building and left. We waved Harley goodbye as Andrew walked me to the cabin. It wasn't too far into the woods. We walked at a brisk pace, as to not keep the building empty for too long. It took us around 10 minutes. I could no longer see the lights from the gate anymore as we approached the cabin. Well, Just use the handheld radios to talk to us. I won't take long to reach the watchtower, but I'll have my radio with me." I unlocked the door, and before stepping inside, I waved him goodbye. We exchanged polite smiles, and he disappeared into the darkness, holding his torch and carrying his bag. The night passed quietly and uneventful. I locked the cabin when I got in and checked that everything was in order in place. I signed the attendance list and waited by the cameras, radioing once in a while to check in on the others. It was just the three of us in the great expanse of the wilderness. Once in a while I would spot a fox or deer wandering a little too close to the fence. All I had to do if they got too close was activate the buzzer near the camera to scare the animal off. It did the trick every time, but aside from that I spent most of the evening doodling on a notepad, eating snacks and noodles, the cabin had a boiler, and checking my phone. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Though I got quite tired near the end, I was able to stay awake through the whole shift. At 5:48, Andrew arrived at my cabin and escorted me to the front gate. We all had a friendly exchange as the morning shift employees arrived. I added Andrew's number and we were on our way home. The week passed like this. Everything was fine. Why couldn't it just stay that way? By this time I was taking some textbooks and notebooks with me, since the night was so uneventful. I decided I might as well make use of the time and study. Harley had the same idea, but instead brought her portable gaming console and played it for practically the whole shift since she didn't have to monitor anything, and responded to my radio checks. Andrew didn't have much to do but survey the woods from the tower once in a while and answer my radio checks. He was still in college and also used the time to study. We had become familiar with each other and texted during the daytime. Harley was a biology student and Andrew was a physics student. All of us were just here because of the convenience and the timetables and easy requirements. The night was going smoothly until something caught my attention. Near the fence of the southwest of the park, I spotted a deer. It looked fully grown. I activated the buzzer and looked back at my notes. It was 20 seconds later that I look up and noticed the deer didn't move. I looked closer at it. It was now did some odd detail come to my attention. Looking closer, I noticed its antlers looked slightly twisted, and its eyes reflected a gold instead of the usual white the camera would pick up from a deer. Thinking this deer must have been too curious, I buzzed again. It didn't move. I radioed to the others. This usually didn't happen. "Hey guys." "Yes, Robin?" Andrew didn't take long to respond. "What's up?" Harley connected after a short while. "Sorry, you caught me at a bad time. Hard level." I rolled my eyes before continuing. "I got a deer at the southwest that won't respond to the buzzer." "Probably just dumb." Harley brushed it aside like she did with most of her problems. "Well, it could be old. I wouldn't worry about it. It'll leave after a while." That was logical. Thanks, Andrew. "Yeah, right. It was probably old. That's why the horns are crooked." I spoke once again before radioing off. I waited and watched to see what the deer would do, its eyes still reflecting that eerie gold hue. Could this have been what those campers saw? I would admit, the gold did seem unnatural. After about 20 minutes, the deer turned and disappeared into the woods, without the need of a buzzer. Andrew was right. I must have been old, because the way it moved looked like it had a slight limp. After that, the night continued as usual. Andrew and I studied while Harley reached the next few levels of her game. The sun rose and Andrew was right on time in walking me out. He inquired about the deer and I told him what I saw. He agreed with my conclusion. Nothing of interest happened for the next few weeks. However, during one night shift, Andrew radioed in at 3:42 a.m. "Robin, I thought we agreed that you'd stop using the buzzer if the animal didn't move after the third buzz." His voice was confused but not annoyed. For as long as I knew him, he was a patient guy. "Yeah, I did agree to that," I replied,
probably sounding even more confused. Why? I waited for a response. By now I had put down my pen and closed my notebook. Then why do I hear the buzzer going off for the 9th time? My mind practically tripped over itself. I hadn't activated any buzzer this shift. I looked back at the monitors. Could they be motion detecting? No, they'd never been like that. I couldn't see anything either, just empty woodland. I picked up the radio. I'm not activating any buzzer. Are you sure you're hearing one? I checked if there was anything on the controls. Nothing. Why was it going off? Was the system broken? No one informed me of it. I opened the manual and had a recheck of how the buzzers worked. Yeah, I'm sure I can hear it. It's relatively loud. He spoke back, a tone of concern. Is something broken? I skimmed through and found that if the buzzers are being overused, they'll automatically disconnect after the 20th buzz. Makes sense. There'd be no use for activating the buzzer so many times in a row. I laid the manual on my desk and replied, maybe. How many times has it gone off? Since there was a system disabling it for the occasion, I assumed it wasn't as common as I thought. My logical thoughts were suddenly shattered once he replied. About 26 times now, close to 30 for sure. My mind was in a flurry. I reread the manual. What's going on? That's impossible. It's supposed to be disabled after the 20th buzz. Do you know where it's coming from? I was concerned. This doesn't make any sense. I flipped through the manual. There wasn't anything I could find as I waited for his response. It feels like the far north fence. That's odd, he trailed off. What's going on? Harley joined in, probably from noticing the sudden activity on the radio. Andrew hears buzzing going off, though I'm not activating it. It should have stopped by now, but for some reason it keeps going on. I was still waiting for Andrew's reply. It sounds closer than I think the gate should be, he continued. What? Harley questioned. I was too deep in thought, trying to piece it together. As I waited to hear more, I took out my notepad and jotted it down. Andrew hears the buzzer going off near the watchtower, 3:44 a.m. I'm not sure. It just sounds closer than I think it should. He carried the same tone of tension as I did. Well, maybe the system malfunctioned. I wouldn't worry about it. Harley, in contrast, was much more laid back. We can check in the morning. There was an empty silence. I wonder if I too could hear the buzzer going off. So I got up and walked to the storage room, since it was the only room with a window, and cracked it open. The lock was a little rusty, but with enough effort it gave way. I opened it enough to stick my head through and listened intently. Surely enough, far in the distance, I could hear the faintest alarm. If I hadn't known it was the buzzer, I would have assumed it was a car alarm. I looked around. The lights from the storage room were just enough to illuminate the few feet ahead of me and cascade on the trees close by. I didn't see anything, but the deep shadows surrounding and expanding beyond. I slipped back in and shut the window, making sure to lock it. I turned off the storage room lights and returned to the security room. Nothing. We all stayed silent for the rest of the night, until Andrew spoke again. Hey, I think it's done. I can't hear it anymore. He still sounded slightly concerned. See? Problem solved itself. It probably ran out of batteries or something. I don't know. Harley didn't seem to care too much, probably still focused on her game. Let's check it in the morning. I'll report it, I offered. Yeah, okay. Something about the way he said it made me feel like it wasn't completely convinced that it would be enough. I checked the cameras for an hour before continuing my study. Everything Harley was saying made sense. Still, something felt off. The morning came. Before leaving to our homes/dorms, we all explored the woods between Andrew's watchtower and the gate. The sun was up and illuminated the forest in a natural glow.
Birds sang gently as some early joggers passed by. We were all quite tired, but were determined to find the source. After walking around for 20 minutes, we couldn't find anything. Nothing was unnatural or out of the ordinary. We all agreed it must have been a system malfunction and left. Nothing like that occurred for a few days. I was studying as usual in the security room, once in a while checking the monitors for intruders. Nothing. The time went by, dragging on into later hours like usual. I checked on the others once in a while. Andrew was also studying while looking out once in a while, making sure to pay close attention to the north of the watchtower. Harley was still focused on her game. I believe she mentioned getting a new one since the job gave her extra time to finish the levels much faster. Suddenly, at 2:23 a.m., I saw on the north gate a camper had run to the fence. He looked terrified and panicked as soon as he saw the fence ahead of him. I instantly dropped my pen and radioed to the others. Guys? There's a camper panicking at the north fence. He doesn't look injured, but he's looking around. I didn't have to wait long for a response from both of them. Can you see any animals? Harley quickly chimed. Is there anyone else? Andrew also inquired, both sounding serious and shocked. This was the first time me and Harley would encounter scared campers. I waited and looked at the monitor, straining my eyes. He continued to scream. The camera didn't pick up the audio, but I could see he was mouthing, "Help me," and something else. His expression was disturbing. He looked like he had just seen a nightmare. No, doesn't look like anyone else is there. Andrew, should you pick him up? This was the instructions given should someone need aid. After a moment, he replied, Yes, of course, I'm packing some items. I'm going in, just a second. He sounded far away from the radio. He was doing something else across the room. Should I go? I think I'm closer, Harley offered. It was clear her full focus was on the situation and not the game. No, I should go. I'll take him to the front gate, so you should be there. Robin, could you call the emergency number? I checked a couple drawers before finding the contact list, my hand a little more clumsy than normal due to the desperation. Something about the look the camper gave was clear he thought his life was on the line. I dialed the emergency number, and the woman on the other end confirmed an ambulance was on the way. I put the phone down, and Andrew radioed in. Yes, of course. You're taking the radio with you, right? I began. Clearly my worried tone was getting through. Yes, I'm leaving the watchtower now, locking it. He spoke quickly, as if he was rushing. I could hear a click and his hurried footsteps down the stairs of the watchtower. I've got my torch, some pepper spray, a horn, an army knife, and a first aid kit in case this animal attacks. The footsteps were on gravel now, as I heard him run quickly. I checked the monitors again. The camper didn't move from his spot, but was clearly agitated. He was breathing heavily. At first, I thought he had calmed down until I noticed he seemed to be looking at something in the trees. I strained closer to see in the monitor. Was there an animal? I looked closer. Was there anything there? That's when I saw it. 2 golden eyes were illuminated between the trees. I didn't understand. The deer? How could that have scared him? I continued to look at the monitor, my eyes glued as I held the radio in one hand. I couldn't see enough that I could make out the shape of the deer or its crooked antlers, but it was clear that the golden eyes shone through the darkness, staring back at the camper. I activated the radio and spoke while still staring at the monitor. Andrew, I think there's an animal near him. What? What kind? I could hear his boots hitting the ground quickly as he was making his way to the north gate. Have you tried scaring it away with a buzzer? Wait, that made sense. I was too focused on trying to see the creature. I didn't try to think to scare it away. As quickly as I could identify the button, I activated the buzzer I watched as the man jumped slightly from the sudden sound, and the creature's attention turned to me. Its golden eyes directly oriented to the camera and back to the man, as if it was figuring out something. Suddenly, the golden eyes disappeared into the shadows as the man clutched the fence tightly. The sound of the radio nearly made me fall over in my seat. "Robin, what does it look like? I'm near the fence." I shook my head as I thought once again, quickly responding. I'm not quite sure, but I think it's the deer from earlier." I wasn't scared by the buzzer, but laughed. I could only see the golden eyes, but that's it. "I think the camper's alone. He looks frightened. You shouldn't run at him." Speaking quickly, I made sure to get the point out. "I understand. I'm reaching the north fence. At which camera do you see him?" he continued. I checked the cameras. "Camera 4 north," I reported, and waited. Still staring at the screen, the man was frozen in place by fear, and most likely exhaustion. It wasn't long before I could see Andrew. His jacket made it easy to tell it was him. He calmly approached the man and spoke. I couldn't tell what it was, but the man seemed to calm down and stumble towards him. Andrew offered his shoulder to lean on as they began towards the front gate. I followed them on the monitors, while also checking behind them in case something was following them. Andrew kept looking over his shoulder and looking around his storage. Was he seeing something I wasn't? I continued looking at their surroundings and behind them. Nothing. Maybe Andrew heard something. After a moment, when Andrew stopped and scanned the woods with his torch, he paused. It looked like he froze in place too. Did he spot something? I almost radioed in, but Andrew spoke first before moving quickly towards the main gate. "Oh my God, Robin, did you see that?" His tone was panicked, and I looked back at the monitors. Whatever he saw was outside the field of vision of the camera. No. What was it? What did you see?" I responded confused, but with an underlying fear creeped in my voice. It looked like a person, but pale and... No, it couldn't be. I saw for just a moment, but there's no way I'm looking back. We're nearly there." I scanned the screens, looking for a pale figure. Where was it? He sounded shaken and panicked, so unlike him. "I don't see anything. Can you describe it?" I was cut off by his voice. "Damn it, Robin, stop. That isn't funny." His yelling caught me off guard. I'm scared enough as I am. You didn't have to activate the buzzers without a warning. My mind raced. I didn't. I swear I didn't. Are you sure it's the buzzers? Just as I finished the question, I saw something. Very briefly, the camera picked up someone running through the trees. I thought it was male, but it seemed very tall, and its body was twisted and moved naturally, like a limb. Before I could see any more, it disappeared into the trees, and I lost sight of it. "Holy crap," I radioed. Whatever it was, I just saw it. Now I understood the need for Andrew's panic. It moved quickly, but I could see enough to tell that I would be terrified of it. Luckily, Andrew and the camper had reached Harley's office. I sighed and checked the monitors for any sign of the creature. Nothing. Harley and Andrew radioed in to say that the camper didn't look badly injured, but his behavior was erratic and paranoid. An ambulance arrived and took him away before our shift was over. "The shit happened back there," I heard Harley speaking over the radio. Her tone was concerned but also aggressive. "Look, I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not the only one who saw it, right? Right? Robin, you saw it. You said you did." He sounded desperate. I wonder if he was sure about what he saw. I decided not to lie, though. It would be logical to make sure they knew exactly what I did. "Yeah, I saw something on the cameras following you. It was difficult to tell, but it looked like a really tall, pale human. But it wasn't human, I'm sure. It looked all mangled and twisted and limped quickly after you, like it was trying to be a human." I wasn't sure what I meant by the last part, but I let my thoughts wander. Something about that thought made me think. Guys, I think we should meet up after our shift and check the woods. I think I've got an idea. It was 5:21 a.m. and near the end of our shift. Wait, so this isn't some crappy prank you're trying to pull? Harley finally spoke again. I know what I saw. I'm not going back to that watchtower after that. I'm staying here. I could hear him pull a chair out and sit. Harley didn't protest, so they sat there in silence. As they did, I looked around the office, checking for something. Maybe the last guard left notes or anything that would give me answers I wanted. My blood went cold as I heard something outside the cabin. Slow, irregular footsteps approached and began circling around the building. I could barely move as I heard it. I slowly backed away from the door, my steps slow and quiet against the wooden planks. Holding my breath, I turned off my radio. It would cut off my communication, but in this situation, I was damn ready to pay it. My lips quivered as I felt a tapping on the outer wall of the cabin, making a tick-tick-tick sound ring through the building. I stepped back and lowered myself to the floor, praying that the floorboards would not give out and make a sound. I could feel my eyes welling up from fear. That thing was right outside the cabin, separated by a wall and empty space. After folding in on myself, I slowly opened the bottom cabinet below the desk. A small space I had discovered I could fit in one boring night. It made a creak sound. Ah, freak. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I wasted no time in stepping into the empty cabinet and curling in, shutting the door both as quickly as I could, but still making a creaking sound. It was complete darkness. Nothing to see, but a whole hell of a lot to hear. The creature made a creaking sound. It was contorted slightly, and I could tell it was mimicked by my vocals. Its repeating sounds. Some dots began to connect in my head as I hid in the cupboard. It continued to creak outside the cabin as I heard it tap the edge of the door, following its frame. Tears rolled down my eyes as I begged. Please, please let me have locked that door, please, please. I hear the door shake slightly. Please, please, please. The tear dropping from my chin and soaking into my hoodie. The door handle shook before starting to turn, then a painful click of the handle. The door opened with a dreading creak. I clutched my knees and prayed. I bit my lip just to keep me from whimpering in fear and held my breath. The hand holding the radio began to shake, but I refused to make any sound. I heard bare, uneven footsteps walk into the cabin. It had to be limping. It didn't move much from the center of the cabin. I breathed in very, very slowly. I didn't even dare to open my eyes in case I could feel the wind being brushed from my eyelashes. My heart skipped a beat as I heard a sharp, sudden sound. It rung in my head and caused me to tense up harder, my lip finally bleeding from the pressure. I forced myself to take a sudden breath in fear it would hear me. It was the alarm of the buzzer. I stayed there, hearing its breath, feeling it tapping the wall and repeating that creak. It was trying to draw me out using sounds it had heard. What the hell was this thing? After 10 minutes of pure agony, I could hear it starting to walk out, its bare feet causing the floorboards to creak under its weight. I may not have seen it, but the creature was large. My eyes were blurred from my tears and my lip began to sting since the adrenaline was cooling down. I could hear the footsteps hit the gravel and then disappear outside. Still, I refused to move from my hiding place. What if it was just hiding outside, waiting for me to leave before attacking? I checked my watch, 5:36. I made sure to take a mental note. Even after a long while of silence, I couldn't bring myself to even take a deep breath. Until I heard a knocking from the door. Crap, it was back. I held my breath as I felt my heart race again. The door opened and I heard boots on the planks. What happened? Robin, are you there? Why was the door unlocked? it was the voice of Andrew, or was just mimicking the voice of Andrew. I reached into my pocket and slowly took out my phone. I texted him while still remaining silent. He sounded like he had headed to the storage room to look for me. "Is that you?" I texted and waited. "Yes, I'm at the cabin. Where are you?" I finally took a deep breath and burst out of the cabinet. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm still alive. I was shaking from the sudden release of fear. Andrew rushed into the room and looked at me confused. "What? What happened? Are you okay? Why didn't you respond?" He pat me on the shoulder while spurting out question after question. I slowed down my breathing, finally standing up straight and taking my bag. I walked out of the cabin and looked around. "Robin, are you going to tell me what's going on?" Andrew grew slightly irritated but mostly concerned as he followed me. "You're not going to believe it," I spoke quietly as I looked around, expecting something to look back at me. The sun's early light was piercing through the trees, but I couldn't see anything beyond the trees. As we walked to the front gate, I told Andrew everything. Shocked and terrified was the only way I could describe his face. Still, he stayed silent as we continued. I felt as if something was watching us, something just out of sight, something that would disappear the moment you would turn to look at it. As I recalled the whole experience, he looked around. Was he feeling watched too? "Do you feel it?" I whispered quietly to Andrew. He turned to me, a paranoid look in his eyes. He nodded quickly and we ran to the front gate. I didn't look back. I didn't need to know that whatever was watching us wasn't following. We reached Harley, slightly out of breath and checking behind us. Once we were sure we were safe, I closed the office door and turned to them. Andrew might have been more understanding of my behavior, but even Harley wasn't questioning how I was acting. We sat down, talking and discussing what we had seen and encountered, how it could mimic sounds, possibly change the way it looked and was terrorizing campers and even the guards. Since nothing like this occurred to any other shift or guards or rangers, we assumed the creature only came out at night. Spending most of the morning and noon talking, we finally came to the conclusion it's trying to mimic a human to draw us out of hiding, to either kill or capture. It leaves no trail behind and disappears by morning. Its only defining feature is that its eyes reflect gold and it limps, most likely because its victims are injured and cannot walk properly, causing the creature to mimic the movement. We agreed that we shouldn't tell any of the guards about it, since we'd be risking our jobs and we couldn't pass this burden on to another group of unsuspecting victims. After so much debate on how it should go about, we agreed that over the day we would formulate our own plans for the creature, meet up tomorrow evening, and over the night experiment. In the decent break in between my morning classes and afternoon ones, I decided to go shopping for equipment. I didn't have a gun permit, so I knew that wasn't a form of defense I could use. Instead, I bought a bat and a decent camping knife, which I could explain I needed because of my job. I then purchased several wireless outdoor security cameras and a map of the park. Over the day, I noted down the areas I could see with the fence cameras and places we have seen the creature. I pinpointed spots near the front gate, my cabin, and the watchtower. Arriving to work extra early gave me 2 hours of sunlight left to place the cameras. I did so in the trees near the front gate, facing the staircase of the watchtower, outside my cabin, and a tree near a popular campsite. No one questioned my actions when they saw my armband and assumed it was just for security. Connecting them all to my laptop, I made sure that they were working and headed to the front gate, waiting for the sun to set and for the others to arrive. Harley was the next to arrive. Her look had lost its friendly charm and was now replaced by someone who wasn't getting enough sleep. She told me that her dad is a rural climber and a hunter who had a lot of kits she thought was useful. In her bag were knives, a hunting sniper, a small bear trap, rope, and an axe with 2 flare guns. She gave me a flare gun and told me to use it if our communication wasn't working. Andrew arrived next with an electronic device, and some kind of gun. He told me not to worry where he got it from, and explained that it was a tracking device. It acted like an implant he could use with the gun object, and he could track the creature with the device. We felt prepared, and a sense of dread looming over us as we looked off into the woods. "Hey, are you guys the night crew?" The question sank into my stomach like stones. Slowly, we all turned our heads and looked at the source. She was a short, sweet-looking girl, wearing a pink sweater and dark green overalls. Her hair was up in 2 ponytails. Though she looked young, it was clear that she was about our age. We all looked at each other, trying to conceal our panic. "Yeah," Harley spoke, both quietly and worryingly. She zipped up her bag, concealing the dangerous items inside. I saw Sophia's eyes briefly glance at the bag before talking. "Oh, that's great. I'm here to join you. My name's Sophia. My application was accepted a little late, but that's because I moved in a week ago." Her voice was contrastingly lively and bubbly. It felt like something gripped my throat as I succumbed to the fact that we'd have to deal with her and the creature. "What's wrong?" I've opened my mouth to talk, but Andrew spoke next. I could see he had already put away the tracking device. "Nothing, it's just that we weren't expecting anyone new. Which station are you at?" He was trying and failing horribly to ignore the tension in the room. I nearly felt bad for him. "I'm joining someone at the security office to monitor cameras." She began fiddling with her invoice. "Oh, then that's me. I'm Robin. That's Andrew, and this is Haley." I finally spoke. It wasn't easy since it felt like my throat was closing up. After giving her a radio, we exchanged concealed panic looks. What are we going to do with her? Why of all nights did she arrive now? Should we tell her? Would she even believe us? We decided silently to not tell her about anything, and I'd text them about it when we were stationed. Sophia followed me like a puppy as Andrew was walking me to the cabin. She was completely oblivious to the horrible feeling in the air. She was slightly behind us, her torch spinning around as her arms swung merrily at her sides. This caused the shadows to twist and turn unnaturally, deepening the pit of my stomach. Andrew and I looked at each other. He whispered quietly. "You're gonna deal with her, right?" He spoke under his breath. Even in the silence of the woods, I felt someone else could hear it. I nodded and turned to look at Sophia. She was still looking around at the trees. It didn't feel like anything was watching us, but I knew the way she was flashing the torch all over the place was bound to catch the creature's attention. Still, she walked across the gravel and gave me a friendly smile when she finally did look at me. It felt almost faked, or forced. Andrew dropped us off at the cabin, and I could see his pace picked up now that he was alone. We quickly waved goodbye as I saw him taking something out of his bag, maybe a knife. "Wow, this place is so cozy," Sophia evaluated as she stepped into the cabin and looked around. She checked every room and then the monitors. "Yeah, well, I advise we just stay in the security room and only visit the bathroom when we need it," I quickly replied while putting my bag down slowly, as to not make the sounds from the items inside. "So we just have to check the monitors if anyone tries to sneak in or if any animals get too close." I spent the first hours explaining how the job worked and checked texts from Harley and Andrew. We agreed that I'd tell her about the creature when she settled in, and we could try to hunt it off or scare away the creature if it did approach. I pulled out my personal camera monitor. It could only display one screen, and I'd have to switch in between the cameras. Sophia hadn't brought much with her, just snacks and her torch. I was about to speak when I got a text notification. I opened my phone and it was from Andrew. "I think I hear it outside. It's making a creaking sound." Deciding to tell Sophia later, I switched the handheld monitor to check the base of the watchtower. Sure enough, I saw the creature. It looked even more twisted than last time, as if the spine was folding in on itself, trying to shrink into a more human height. The sight of it cracking its posture rose a sickening feeling in my stomach. I replied while also looking at Sophia. She seemed to be fixed on the monitors and eating a snack. "Yeah, It's at the base of the stairs. Do you have a weapon? The creature continued to contort itself until it was almost mistaken for a tall man with some kind of bag issue. Damn it. Yeah, I have a knife. Don't do anything. I don't think it's trying to climb the stairs. I continued to monitor the creature. Hey, Sophia, I finally remembered what the text distracted me from. Yeah? It sounded like her cheek was full of something. Would you believe me if I told you there's a creature in the forest? Sophia stopped chewing and turned to look at me. Why? Her joyful tone melted away. Well, at night this pale creature comes looking for campers and us night guards. Me and others have this plan to deal with it, but she cut me off, slamming her snack into the bag. I know what you're trying to do, Robin. She stood up from the chair and looking at me with hurtful expression. What? I didn't have the words. Don't think I didn't notice the weapons you and the others were carrying. And the "you're going to deal with her, right?" comment? You guys are just trying to find the right opportunity to kidnap me. I know about the night guards going missing here. It's 'cause of you, isn't it? She picked up her bag and tried to get up. It's not like that, just listen to me. I'm not lying, that thing is dangerous. I slowly walked towards her. She pulled out a small pocket knife. And to think you were going to lure me to some safe hiding spot out in the woods, to hide from a creature. Get away from me. She threatened me with her knife and walked towards the door. Before I could say anything, she opened it and ran off into the dark. She slipped on her bag and used the torch to guide her through the trees. I watched her from inside the cabin, resenting to yell. I closed the door, locking it and grabbing the radio. I also noticed that Sophia's radio was gone. She most likely took it in her bag. I called in to the others and informed them of Sophia being out alone. They both cursed and were panicked as we thought of what to do. I checked the cameras and the creature had disappeared from the base of the watchtower. I bit my lip and took my bag, determined to find Sophia before something else did. I checked the camera outside the cabin. Nothing. Taking a deep breath and turning on the torch, I walked out, looking around wearily before stepping outside. I jogged into the woods and the radio still hanging on my bag. I had mounted the flare gun on my belt, holding the torch in one hand and a baseball bat in the other. It felt horrible running through the woods while I knew the creature was somewhere out there. My paranoia sent my heart racing as I felt my breath catch at every sound around me. In the distance, I heard a scream as I received a text. I'm going out too, Andrew informed. I continued to run towards the sound of the scream, hoping dearly it was just Sophia panicking at some animal. That's when I felt it. That paralyzing spike that struck through my whole body. Something was watching me. I spun around and aimed the torch at all degrees, my heart reaching my throat. I paused, the light finally hitting something. 2 golden eyes looking back, just about eye level. My hand trembled as I stood there, frozen in place by fear. The creature had found me, this time with nowhere to hide. We stayed there for what felt like 5 minutes, was most likely 1, until it made a screaming sound, like a corrupted version of Sophia. I turned and sprinted, using the torch to light the ground. I could hear the footsteps of the creature behind me. My eyes welled as I saw the trees passing by, my legs running on fear. I hated that I could hear it. It was catching up. No longer screaming, I knew I couldn't outrun it. I had no idea of where to go, so I decided to confront the creature. I turned around and swung the bat as hard as I could. It just missed the creature, but caused it to jump back. If I waited a second longer to turn around, I was terrified to think what it would have done if it had caught me. I finally got a proper look at the creature. It looked like a twisted, taller version of Andrew, mimicking his jean jacket, his shirts and boots. But it was his face that was contorted and inhuman. Its eyes looked brown but reflected gold from the torch's light. Its hands were long, sharp and crooked, making it look like a nightmare version of Andrew. My hand trembled as I readied to swing again, the tears in my eyes welling up, slightly blurring my vision. The radio in my pocket emitted static noise before Andrew's voice spoke through it. Robin, where are you? Are you okay? My stomach felt completely twisted as I saw the face of the creature crack its jaw back and forth, looking more and more human each time it was replaced. It opened its mouth and twitched slightly as it spoke. Robin, where are you? Are you okay? It tried to echo back. Its back cracked slightly as its heights decreased again. Where are you, Robin? Are you okay? Where are you? My lip whimpered as I heard it continue to correct the mimic, sounding more and more like Andrew. Its facial features also twisted around to look more and more human. Get away from me, you freak! I screamed and swung again for it. I felt a crunching sound as the bat hit, as if the bones were moving around inside of it were delicate. It let out another scream and I felt something shove me away. I fell onto my back as the force was too much for me. I took the flare gun from my belt and tried to aim it at it, my hand shaking from desperation. Eat shit, bitch, I spoke under my breath as I fired the flare into its face. It let out another horrible scream as it grabbed its eye and backed away, running into the darkness, the flare scorching its face. As I waited there in the darkness, replacing the flare in my gun, my last bullet, I finally got up and felt the pain in my side from the fall. I coughed and picked up my items. I took the radio and called in. Harley, what happened? I think I scared it off. As soon as I finished, I got a response. Oh God, thank God you're okay. I was so scared because it sounded like Andrew's radio was broken. He won't text me back and I can't get anything back from Sophia, except for some panic earlier. What if it got them? You need to come to the office now, she begged. I could hear she was on the verge of tears. I got up and started towards in the direction, looking for the fence. I eventually found it and followed it into the main gate. Harley came out and gave me a big hug. I confirmed it was her when she told me an old joke from text. We waited there, in the office trying desperately to get contact from the others. I checked my cameras over and over. Nothing. We continued till the sun rose and even then, nothing. Resentfully, we agreed to go looking for them once the morning shift arrived. I walked through the forest alone. Me and Harley agreed it was better to split up. I looked around and called for Andrew and Sophia, hoping against all odds that by some miracle they might have gotten away. Robin? I heard a soft whimpering voice approach me. I turned and saw Sophia with tears in her eyes. Robin? She walked over to hug me. I hugged her back as the questions rose. What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, it's just... I saw the creature. It was about to attack me before Andrew arrived and tried to fight it off. I was too scared, Robin. I was too scared and just ran away. It got him. The tears rose in her eyes and she cried more. It's okay. It's okay, Sophia. Just take a deep breath. Look, you can just walk out of this park and never have to come back again. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you earlier or that I scared you. I should have told you about the creature as soon as you arrived, but I just didn't trust you to take it seriously. She nodded and walked away, heading straight for the gate. As I walked back with her and saw her turn down the street down the road, I heard Harley walk up to me from the park. You're not gonna believe it. I mean, it was good, but it's also bad too. I turned around. What Harley said next has haunted me since. I just met Andrew. He told me that the creature got Sophia, but he was okay. He left and I don't think he's coming back. Since then, I continued to work at the park. I never saw the creature again. It got out and now walks through the streets, hiding as anyone and anywhere. I talked to minimal people, only trusting the people I knew before the job. Both Andrew and Sophia disappeared without a trace. The police couldn't find them. They just vanished. I'm convinced now that my stubbornness to tell Sophia the truth too late was what led to this. Anyone around me could be the creature. I jump at every sound in the night, every unexpected person around the corner, and every bush shake or branch creak. My mind has been haunted from that day on, as I continue to pray that maybe one day I'll see those golden eyes on the security cameras again. My friend Alex and I went camping at River Gorge last year. He never came back. The police say I made up what happened, a twisted way of coping with losing with him. They think it was an accident, or maybe that I was hiding some horrible truth, but I know what I saw out there. I know there's something in those woods. A creature, a monster. It's out there hiding in the shadows, watching, waiting. I can still hear the crunch of leaves and the way the night seemed to breathe around us. It started as a perfect autumn hike, the forest glowing red and gold in the setting sun. But when darkness fell, we weren't alone. We thought it was just nerves, or our imaginations running wild in the quiet, but that was before the thing in the woods started stalking us. It was just past midnight when I heard it for the first time, a faint rustling, almost like footsteps, circling the edge of our campsite. I opened my eyes and looked over at Alex, who was lying stiff in his sleeping bag, staring wide-eyed at the trees. His breathing was shallow, barely a whisper above the cracking embers of our fire. "Did you hear that?" he murmured, voice trembling. I nodded, my throat too tight to answer. We sat up slowly, peering into the darkness, trying to convince ourselves it was just a deer, or maybe a raccoon. But the sounds were too careful, too deliberate, as if whatever was out there knew exactly where we were. Then, just as quickly as it started, the rustling stopped. Silence filled the air again, thick and oppressive. We waited, our ears straining, but there was nothing. Alex exhaled, his shoulders relaxed as he mumbled something about going back to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been there was still watching us, lurking just beyond the reach of our firelight. By morning, the fear had faded, almost like a bad dream that didn't quite stick. The golden sunlight trickled through the trees, painting the forest in a warm glow that made everything seem safe again. Alex and I exchanged uneasy smiles as we packed up our gear, shrugging off the strange sounds from the night before. Maybe we just psyched ourselves out. It was easy to let the dark play tricks on your mind. We decided to take the Oxyar Ridge Trail that morning. Known for its sweeping views and jagged cliff face, the trail felt like the perfect way to ground ourselves, to let the beauty of the gorge erase the eerie feeling that lingered. We hiked along the narrow path, laughing off our shared paranoia, enjoying the crunch of leaves underfoot and the crisp autumn air. As we reached a clearing, we stopped to take in the view. The gorge stretched out below, a stunning cascade of fiery red and deep greens. For a moment, it felt like we'd escaped whatever darkness had brushed against us last night. But as we continued up the trail, a nagging feeling crept back in. The forest was too quiet. No birds, no wind, just the sound of our footsteps echoing through the trees. As we rounded a bend, the trail dipped back into a dense stretch of woods, and the comforting sunlight faded under the thick canopy. Shadows stretched long across the ground, and a chill prickled my skin. I tried to shake the feeling creeping up my spine, but then I heard it. A faint stirring in the leaves, not too far off. I stopped, grabbing Alex's arm. "You hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely steady. Alex paused, listening, then shrugged, giving me a reassuring smile. "Probably just a deer or maybe a fox," he said, squeezing my shoulder. "This place is full of wildlife. Don't worry." I nodded, but something about the sound felt wrong. As we moved on, I kept glancing over my shoulder, catching the barest hints of movement in the distance. The rustling started again, closer now, and it seemed to follow us, stopping whenever we did and picking up again when we walked. Whatever was out there, it wasn't just passing through. It was following us, and every step sent a fresh wave of dread down my spine. After another hour of hiking, we came up on a shallow natural cave, a perfect spot to set up camp for the night. The rock face overhead offered some shelter, and the area felt secluded. Alex set off to gather firewood while I unpacked our gear, arranging our things to make the space as comfortable as possible. As I finished unrolling the sleeping bags, I heard leaves rustling somewhere in the distance. Assuming it was Alex on his way back, I went back to my work, but the footsteps sounded strange, light, almost fleeting, like something or someone was darting through the trees. Then, as suddenly as they started, the footsteps broke off, disappearing into the silence. Moments later, Alex emerged from the opposite direction, carrying another bundle of wood. He was whistling, completely unfazed. My heart lurched. Whatever had been moving out there, it hadn't been him. "Hey, is everything okay?" he asked, noticing my expression as he dropped the wood by the fire pit. "Alex, I heard footsteps," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just now I thought it was you, but it was coming from the other direction, and they ran off right before you got here." He raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder into the darkening woods, then back at me with a reassuring smile. "Sarah, it's probably just an animal. This place is full of them. You're spooking yourself." I shook my head, my hands fidgeting as I tried to explain. "No, it was different, Alex. It sounded like someone was following us. First on the trail, now here." My voice cracked and I could feel my pulse pounding. Alex stepped closer, putting a hand on my shoulder. "Hey, look at me," he said, his voice calm. "It's just us out here, okay? I'll keep the fire going tonight. Whatever you're hearing, I promise you, it's nothing that can't be explained." But even as he said it, I could see a flicker of doubt in his eyes. As the firelight danced across the mouth of the cave, the shadows seemed to stretch just a little too far. After we finished our meager dinner, Alex tended to the fire, piling a few larger logs into the embers to keep it burning through the night. The warmth and steady crackling sound, along with the clear star-studded sky above us, calmed my nerves. Slowly, I drifted off, the tension of the day slipping away as sleep took over. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when I felt a hand shaking my shoulder. My eyes flew open, and there was Alex, wide-eyed, whispering urgently. "I heard something," he said, barely above a murmur. "It sounded like sticks breaking, just over in the trees." He pointed to the edge of the campsite, his voice tense but steady. A chill swept over me, and immediately my mind flashed back to the rustling footsteps I heard earlier. Every nerve in my body was on high alert as I sat up scanning the dark edges of the trees. Alex had his flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness, darting back and forth as he listened, peering into the shadows. For a moment, it was silent, except for the crackling of the fire. Then, just beyond the circle of light, I thought I caught the faintest rustling, barely there, like something moving through the underbrush but trying to stay hidden. My heart raced, my breath coming quick and shallow. Alex and I exchanged a glance, and in his eyes, I could see he was no longer dismissing it as just an animal. Something was out there. "Stay here. Keep the light steady," Alex whispered, gripping one of the smoldering logs from the fire. He flicked his flashlight on, nodding towards the edge of the woods. "I'm gonna get close, see if I can catch it off guard." My heart pounded as I held my flashlight steady on the spot he'd been pointing at, illuminating the edge of the trees. Alex slipped down the hill quietly, moving just at the edge of my light's reach. I could barely make out his figure as he neared the trees, and then, in one quick movement, he stepped into the shadows.
Suddenly, there was a loud rustling, and whatever had been lurking there bolted deeper into the woods. Alex turned his flashlight back on, its beam bouncing wildly as he sprinted after it. My light caught a flicker of movement, just for a second, but it was enough. I saw a figure barely visible, dressed in dark, earth-toned clothing, vanishing into the trees. "Alex, stop! Come back!" I screamed, my voice cracking. But he didn't even turn. He kept chasing, his light flashing sporadically through the dense trees, growing fainter with each step. I strained to listen, my breath held tight, but after a few moments, his footsteps faded into nothing, leaving me alone with only the sound of my own heartbeat echoing through the silence. The wait felt like an eternity, each second stretching longer than the last. The forest was silent, the fire crackling softly beside me. Then, finally, I saw it. Alex's flashlight, a steady beam cutting through the darkness, aimed directly at me. Relief washed over me at first, but it quickly faded when I realized he wasn't saying anything. He just kept walking, the light fixed on me, growing closer. "Alex, this isn't funny," I shouted, my voice wavering. I could feel tears stinging my eyes, a sense of dread clawing at my insides. The silence was suffocating, and the flashlight beam remained fixed on me, unyielding, as if studying me. Then, just as my fear began to tip into panic, the light flicked off. I blinked, my vision swimming in the sudden darkness as my eyes struggled to adjust. Shadows danced across the edge of the firelight, and the trees seemed to close in around me. My breath hitched, my chest tight with fear as my vision finally cleared. And then, I saw it. The figure standing there, just barely visible in the fire's dim glow, wasn't Alex. The shape was wrong, too tall, too still. It loomed silently and unblinking, watching me with an unnatural intensity. My blood went cold as I realized it wasn't my friend who had come back. My hand shook and I stumbled back, every instinct screaming at me to run. But I couldn't tear my eyes away from that dark figure, rooted in place by a terror so profound, it left me paralyzed. I sat frozen, my mind racing but my body locked in place as the figure lingered just beyond the firelight, a silent hulking shadow. Every part of me screamed to run, but the darkness surrounding us felt too vast, too full of unknown horrors. And the thought of what it might have done to Alex helped me there, gripped me in a kind of terror that swallowed me whole. The creature then lowered itself, crouching down, its face finally catching the glow of the fire. My stomach twisted as I took in its features. It wasn't a man. The face staring back at me was stretched and elongated, more animal than human, with a dog-like snout covered in thick dark brown fur. And those eyes, two sickly yellow orbs reflecting the firelight with an unnatural glimmer. Realization hit me like a cold slap. The brown I'd seen earlier wasn't clothing. It was fur. This thing had never been human. Horrified, I turned over, yanking my blanket up to my chin, curling in on myself as if it could somehow protect me. I lay there, trembling, waiting for the inevitable, the lunge, the sharp pain of claws or teeth, but nothing happened. The creature just stayed there, crouched, watching me in silence. Time seemed to stretch, every second feeling like an eternity as I shook under my blanket. My breath shallow, my mind on the edge of breaking, but still, it didn't move. It just stayed there, keeping its vigil over me, as if it had all the time in the world. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to erase the creature's face from my mind, but those eyes, the sickly yellow glow, piercing and unblinking, were seared into my memory. It sat there for hours,
crouched just at the edge of the firelight, watching me in a silence that felt like it was consuming me whole. Every second stretched and twisted, each heartbeat feeling like it could be my last. The terror was so intense, I thought it might kill me right there in the darkness. I lay there, shaking, clutching the blanket as if it could protect me, my mind spiraling in endless fear. But the creature never moved. It just stayed there, its eyes drilling into me, studying me with a patience that was somehow worse than anything it could have done. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard it shift. My heart hammered as I listened to it stand, its massive form looming in the dim glow of the fire. For one awful moment, I thought it was coming towards me. But then, slowly, it turned, and I heard its heavy footsteps fading away, each one feeling like a small mercy. Only when the forest returned to silence did I dare open my eyes, my heart still racing as I stared into the empty woods, too afraid to move, too numb to comprehend that I'd survived the night. I stayed curled up, clutching the blanket, listening to every small sound, every crackle of the dying fire. It felt like hours before I finally worked up the courage to turn around, to face the space where the creature had crouched, watching me. I slowly lifted my head and looked over my shoulder. It was gone. The sun was starting to rise, casting soft light through the trees, a light that felt like salvation. I let out a shaky breath, feeling my whole body beginning to release the terror that had gripped me. That thing, whatever it was, had kept me frozen in terror for over 4 hours, the longest, most horrifying hours of my life. The moment the forest was bright enough, I scrambled to my feet. I didn't even bother with the campsite, leaving everything behind as I bolted down the trail. My heart pounded, adrenaline surging, and tears streamed down my face as I ran. I didn't look back. I couldn't. All I knew was that I had to get as far away from that place as possible. Branches scraped my arm, and roots snagged my feet, but nothing slowed me down. The fear pushed me forward, every step taking me farther from the nightmare I'd somehow survived. As I tore down the trail, my vision blurred by tears, I suddenly stumbled upon a pair of hikers making their way up from the direction I'd come. The sight of other people, real human people, nearly broke me. I collapsed before them, trembling, my body giving in to the weight of the fear and exhaustion. The hikers rushed over, their faces etched with alarm as they knelt beside me. They asked me what had happened, if I was hurt, but I couldn't speak. The terror choked my words, the images of the night still too raw, too vivid. I sat there gasping, trying to steady my breathing until finally, the lump in my throat loosened enough to speak. Something attacked my friend Alex, I whispered, my voice barely audible. The hikers exchanged a look, a mixture of concern and disbelief, but they didn't question me. One of them offered me a bottle of water, and after a few moments, they guided me back down the trail. Every step felt like agony, my body heavy with the shock and fear of what I'd endured. It took 2 hours to reach the parking lot. 2 hours where I glanced back over my shoulder, more times than I could count, fearing that I'd seen those sickly yellow eyes watching me again. When we finally reached the lot, I climbed into my car, my hands still trembling as I gripped the steering wheel. Without a second thought, I drove straight to the nearest police station, the fear still fresh in my mind as I prepared to file my report. After filing my report, the officers exchanged weary glances before one of them asked me to accompany them back to the campsite. They didn't say it outright, but I could see in their faces they didn't believe a word I said. To them, I was just some distraught girl, maybe imagining things after a traumatic night. But despite their disbelief, they agreed to look into it. An officer escorted me back through the trail, my heart pounding with each step. When we reached the campsite, I showed them where Alex had gone into the woods, and the spot where I'd last seen him. The officer looked around, taking notes, his face carefully blank. He finally nodded, saying that they'd opened an investigation into Alex's disappearance, but I could tell by his tone that he didn't expect to find anything. As he escorted me back to the parking lot, my eyes darted constantly to the surrounding trees, every rustling leaf and shadowed branch sending a fresh wave of dread through me. I half expected to see that creature lurking, watching, waiting to strike. But the woods remained still, eerily quiet as we walked. When we finally reached the lot, I climbed into my car, forcing myself to breathe, to focus. The officer gave me a final nod and a reminder to call him if I remembered anything else, but I barely heard him. The moment I could, I turned the key, pulling out of the lot and driving home, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. All I could think about was Alex, lost somewhere out in those woods, and the thing that had taken him. The call came the next day. I could barely bring myself to pick up, a sick feeling twisting in my stomach as the officer's voice came through the line, calm and practiced. They found Alex's body at the base of a cliff. He said it was a long fall, and that Alex's body had been badly mangled on impact. I felt numb, the words barely registering as I listened. My mind raced back to the creature I'd seen, its yellow eyes glowing in the firelight, the way it had stalked us through the trees. I tried to tell them again, to make them understand that what had happened to Alex wasn't just a fall. I told them about the monster, about how it chased him into the woods, but they dismissed it just as quickly as before. The officer's tone was sympathetic but firm. People die out there every year, he said. The cliffs are steep and, at night, it's easy to lose your footing. He wouldn't believe me. None of them would. To them, Alex's death was just another tragic accident, a case closed. But I knew the truth. Something had hunted us, something that drove Alex over that cliff. As I hung up, a hollow feeling settled in my chest. I was left with a terrible certainty that the monster in those woods was still out there, lurking, waiting for whoever was unfortunate enough to cross its path next. Breaking the news to Alex's parents was one of the hardest things I'd ever done. His mother's face twisted with grief as the words left my mouth, and she collapsed, sobbing, unable to bear the weight of the loss. His father just stared at me, his expression dark and accusing, as if he somehow thought I was to blame. I couldn't find the words to defend myself, not that they would have helped. I had been there, and Alex hadn't come home. That was all that mattered. Since that day, I hadn't been able to set foot on a trail. The thought of being out in the woods again sends a shiver down my spine, and even the sight of the forest from a distance makes my skin crawl. I can't sleep either, not peacefully. When I close my eyes, I'm back at the campsite, under that cruel bright moon, with the creature crouched just at the edge of the firelight, staring at me with those sickly yellow eyes. Sometimes I lie awake, wondering why it let me go. Why didn't it finish me off when it had the chance? The question gnaws at me, but I know I'll never have an answer. All I know is that it's out there, waiting in the dark, and no one will ever believe me. So I'm one of those long-time lurkers, first-time posters people. Anyway, a few years ago I, Welsh-born and raised, ended up sharing university accommodations with Cassie, an American who for some reason decided to attend Aberystwyth University. I'll spare you our long and colorful history along the path to becoming best friends. Suffice it to say, Cassie and I are pretty tied. Even now, years after leaving uni, and despite being on different sides of the Atlantic, we're still practically sisters. So when she invited me and my fiance, Jim, to spend a week indulging in drunken shenanigans in a cabin in the middle of nowhere, who am I to say no? Cassie met us at the airport. She even had a board with our names on it. Blue and Jones. We almost sounded professional. From there, she whisked us out to meet a friend group of hers. Her brother Kit, her girlfriend Rice, Alex, Jay, Craig, Curtis, and a pair of twins who looked like cheerleading stereotypes brought to life. One was Ruby, and one was Topaz, but I lost track of which was which before we even got in the cars. One started out with a camera, but since they were passing it back and forth, that didn't help. Rice drove a minivan. Curtis had what he called a truck. Cab up front, flatbed, that sort of thing. It was a pretty uneventful drive up, mostly just catching up on things with Cassie. The boys, apart from Jim and Kit, were in the truck. I'm assuming the minivan wasn't quite manly enough for them. We were getting pretty far out from civilization, eventually turning on this narrow, gravelly trail through some real dense forest. Like I said, I'm Welsh, so one-track road in the middle of nowhere didn't upset me. What did upset me was when Curtis suddenly slammed on the brakes up ahead. I didn't see what happened. I was in the middle of a hilarious anecdote when Rice suddenly stood on the brakes. We slid a little on the gravel before stopping, and by the time I looked out through the front windshield, the boys were already piling out of the truck, running around to the front. Naturally, we followed suit. "We hit a deer," Jake called back. "That thing came out of nowhere." The twins let out matching cries of horror, and I did the same. My first glimpse of an American wildlife, and it was splashed all over the bonnet of Curtis's truck. Still, I went up to take a look with the others, and it wasn't what I was expecting. I didn't know how to describe what was wrong with the deer. There was just something about it which didn't look quite right, you know? Like something about the angle of the legs, or the shape of its antlers, or even just the way its eyes sat in its head. I mentioned this, and though a second before, I swear everyone had been looking just as unsettled as I felt, they all started laughing. What did I know about white-tailed deer, after all? Especially one that had been hit by a car. Of course it wouldn't look right. Besides, maybe it was just a birth defect, or old injuries that hadn't set right. Maybe it had been slightly mutated by pollutants. Everyone had a reason for why I was wrong. Craig and Jay both know how to butcher a carcass, apparently. "Remind me again why we're going into the woods with these people," Jim whispered to me. And since we were on Cassie and Kit's private property, there was no reason to let Bambi lay on the side of the road and rot. Curtis's truck was miraculous, still drivable, so we headed off. The place was your typical quaint little log cabin, set dead center in the circle of green lawn. Around the edge of the lawn was a circle of stones, only about a foot high, 2 set or 3 feet apart from each other. They almost looked like a boundary marker, and Kit said that what they used them as when visiting the cabin as kids. Their grandfather let them play outside unsupervised all they liked, as long as they stayed on the house side of the stones. I can see why, too. Even discounting the deer stop, it had taken us 2 hours to drive out here, dense forest stretching all the way on every side. Thinking about a child wandering off into all of that made me shiver. We took the rest of the day to settle in, and that evening the boys presented us with a fire pit. We were having a cookout, involving not just the barbecue stuff we brought with us, but also fresh venison steaks. I couldn't stomach eating the deer. I don't even know if it was because of the wrongness of it, or if I was just having memories of it being wrapped around Chris's truck. I did have a few drinks though, and we were all getting along nicely into the groove when we heard it. Another party. Somewhere off in the distance. Like I said, this is private land. Acres and acres of it. Anyone out here who wasn't us is trespassing. Cassie was pissed off, but Kurt was already pretty drunk, and he kicked right off. Suddenly he got a rifle, and we were all marching off into the woods towards this group of other people, with me just stumbling along in the back, clutching Jim's hand and praying my first visit to America doesn't end with me burying a dozen bodies in the freaking woods. Luckily, we never found the people making the noise. It seemed to fade in and out, not like it was being blown on the wind, More like someone turning the volume knob on a radio or something. Eventually, Jay pointed out that all we were doing was getting ourselves lost in the woods, especially since by this point it was fully dark. We all agreed, and as we did, the sound stopped, just like that, as if someone had finally switched the radio off altogether. We were all in a rough circle at that point, and I ended up alone, slightly away from the others. I was sighing in relief at not having to cover for multiple homicide when I heard branches cracking in the trees behind me. It sounded huge, but before I could turn around, it was right there, right behind me. So close I could feel its breath on my neck. So close if I reached out backwards, I could touch it. I tried to call out to the others, but the smell of the musky fur and carrion was so strong it came out as much more of a retch instead. That still got their attention. They turned to me, and despite the terror on their faces, nobody screamed. It's funny how it's possible to be so scared you just turn into a useless statue. My head was screaming for me to run, but my body had apparently decided to play that stuff like I was facing a T-Rex. "What is it?" I managed to gasp eventually. No one answered at first. I don't think they could. Finally, though, Cassie managed to grit out 3 words. "Emily, don't look." Seriously? Whatever it was, it reacted to my speaking. I felt movement behind me, and suddenly that hot, stinking breath was right by my ear. At the same time, I felt gentle pressure on my shoulder, as if it was resting a paw or chin there. I expected it to bite me at any second. What I didn't expect was for it to start whispering to me. I don't remember anything it said. I think my brain just stopped functioning at that point. Like it couldn't handle anything else and had just given up and gone to sleep. I felt drugged, useless. I just stood there and let the whispering wash over me, like I'd already given up. I don't know what would have happened without Kit. The sludgy daze I was in was blown apart by the loudest sound I'd ever heard, which I later realized was Kit shooting into the air. The whispering stopped, and the hot breath receded. Suddenly, everyone was screaming for me to run. Run, and whatever else you do, don't look back. I didn't look back. I did, however, look up. That got me moving. It had antlers. Freaking antlers. I couldn't make out any other features thick through all the hair of it, except its eyes. They were glowy, milky white like twin moons hanging over me. And teeth. I definitely saw teeth. They all followed me. Kid and some other guys eventually caught up to me, then passed me. Behind me I heard the sound of something huge and heavy crashing through the trees, and then the shrieking of one of the twins. She tripped on the branch and twisted her ankle, because apparently she decided now was the time to take a leaf out of the horror movie handbook. Her sister was screaming after us, saying we had to stay and help. Then, distantly, they both started howling like people being torn apart. The rest of us made it safely into the house, locking the door behind us. Do I feel bad about leaving the twins? I'd love to tell you yes, but no, I didn't, not even a little bit. It's not like I twisted her leg, is it? It's not like they would have come back for me or Jim, so why should I feel bad about it? Shut up. It all turned out to be a moot point anyways. We kept people on guard for the rest of the night, watching the edge of the woods. Obviously, they do get reception out here, but it was seriously not reliable. Plus, I dropped my phone out there somewhere. Still, at 3 a.m., Craig woke us all up. "The twins are outside," he said. No one believed him at first. Not after the screaming, but no. There they were, waiting at the door. They were smiling, and looked exactly as they did earlier in the evening. Now they said the thing we saw was a costume worn by some Mikey guy who apparently couldn't make it up this weekend. He could, however, make it up for one night to scare the crap out of us, apparently, before heading back to civilization without speaking to anyone else. Everyone accepted this without question, and headed to bed. But it was light before I could get to sleep. Am I nuts or what? The idea of one guy bringing himself up here, luring us into the woods and pulling that stuff and then vanishing back to society in time for work just doesn't sit right with me. Then again, what was the alternative? Seriously, what? Evil ghost deer? Hulked out Bambi's dad? Elementary, my dear Watson. I wanted to go home this morning, once I actually grabbed a few hours of sleep, but Cassie and Jim managed to talk me out of it. It doesn't help that the twins are supremely pissed off that we left them to die last night. Oh, they say they're not, but that doesn't stop them from staring at people when they're not looking. I've caught them looking at me more than once today, turned around to see those totally blank expressions, suddenly twisting into beaming fake smiles before turning and walking away. If they're pissed off, I'd rather them just say so. Worse, I'm pretty sure they got something similar cooked up for tonight. Jim keeps saying that he can't hear anything, but while I've been writing this out, typing away on the laptop he told me not to bring, hoping to catch the barest smidgen of reception, I swear I start hearing people calling my name out in the trees, just beyond the boundary ring. So I suppose my question for you, my fellow Redditors, is this. Should I stay or should I go? It's my first time in an American forest, and apparently, I'm a total idiot. I want to say thank you for all the comments. I looked at most of what you said, in my few moments of having internet, and I've decided that out of Skinwalkers, Fleshgaits, Goatmen, and the Fae, I'd rather be dealing with the Goatman, since he mostly seems to just want the party. Moving on. So even without the comments yesterday, something didn't sit right about the whole prank explanation. Jim is one of those people you see in a ghost story, ask Reddits talking about carbon monoxide and infrasound and stuff. So he bought it, hook, line, and sinker. Cassie, though, felt the same way I did, and so did Kit. He's been having this friends with benefits thing with Ruby for years, and he woke up at some ungodly hour this morning to find her standing next to his bed, just smiling down at him. That would have been weird enough, but Curtis, currently in an actual relationship with Topaz, had the exact same thing happen to him. Curtis is taking Jim's approach to things, though. I still managed to talk to Tim into coming with me and Tovi's. We told the others that we were going to an all-day hike, which they seemed to buy. I assumed that since we had plenty of daylight, it would be fine. We were trying to find the place where stuff went down last night, and we managed to find it surprisingly quick. I thought the run back to the cabin seemed shorter than our trek out because of fear, but it turned out that we've been led on such a twisty path that the place we saw Goat Mikey is actually unsettling close to the cabin. It did not feel good to find that out. We poked through the bushes for a while, but there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. We were just about to admit the Mikey story was true and head back, and to tell you the truth, I was weirdly disappointed. Look, I know things go bump in the woods is scary stuff, but my life is freaking boring. Who hasn't idly wondered what it would be like to have an actual adventure somewhere? Not just getting wasted in the woods, but solving an honest-to-God mystery, like Sam and Dean with less plaid and angst and better boobs. So yeah, as glad as I was that we were apparently safe, there was still that little bit of me that wished that there was something more that was interesting going on. And then, that little bit of me got its wish. We had actually started walking back when Kit called us over, pulling something out of the undergrowth. I hoped it was my phone, but no, it was a digital camera, the ones the twins were passing around yesterday. Kit held it up to us wordlessly, looking a bit sick, and I saw what was wrong a second later. There was something splashed across it, something that looked awfully a lot like dried blood. Cassie took it and started flicking through the photos. Most of them were pictures from yesterday, Jim and I getting picked up, photos in the car, the fire pit. A selfie with both twins pulling fake scared faces, which they must have taken while they're following the voices. And that was it. The rest of the memory was just full of alternating photos of pitch black and overexposed white. Jim, being Jim, insisted on checking every single frame in minute detail. We were trying to shepherd him back into the house when Cassie stopped us, holding a finger to her lips. When Kit tried asking her what was wrong, she punched him in the shoulder, shushing him. Kit was carrying his rifle again, which made this seem like a bad idea to me. We all heard it then. Someone crying, just this real broken-hearted sobbing, off in the distance somewhere. It was definitely female, though I couldn't guess at how old they were. We were all looking at each other now, and my skin had started to prickle. There was something about the noise I didn't like, almost like it was echoing too much. It was really hard to tell where it was coming from. Kit called out to whoever it was, but the sobbing continued without changing. If we could hear them crying, then they must have been able to hear us talking, let alone Kit yelling, but there was no response at all. After shouting a few more times, Kit turned to Jim, who nodded. I didn't get what was going on for a second, but Jim turned to me and told me that they're going to try to find whoever it was to see if they needed help. You can bet I wasn't the best pleased with that notion. As much as I wanted some adventure, that adventure was me being kidnapped by the king of the forest and getting rescued by my motley crew of friends or something. Not my husband-to-be getting mauled by some crybaby woodland bitch. I asked him not to go, but he then made an annoyingly good point. What if it was some poor lost hiker, and she died because I was paranoid about ghosts? Right. Fine, fair enough. Off they went. Cassie and I stayed where we were, Cassie pulling out a monster of a handgun which I didn't even know she was carrying. It was a bright day, but in the middle of the forest they disappeared from view so quickly it sent another chill down my back. They had a point about the lost hiker idea. It must have been so easy to get lost out here. That was when the whispering had started. Right behind us, in the trees, just barely audible whispering. I thought it was the wind at first, then had a dunked in cold water moment when I realized that, though I couldn't make out any of the words. I could definitely hear my name being dropped in there. I asked Cassie, and while she could hear the whispering, she couldn't make out anything clearly. There was something about hearing my name in there. I don't know, I just felt like I needed to check out what was happening. It sounds stupid, especially since I've been thinking about how easy it would be to get lost in there. But still, it was like a compulsion. So I told Cassie to stay where she was, to wait for me and the boys, and to cover me with her hand cannon as much as possible. She didn't like it, but I promised not to go too far off, and off I went, following the voice as best I could. I barely gotten 10 steps when it stopped. That's when I realized how quiet the forest was. I spent plenty of time outdoors. I know that when people say the woods are silent, they just mean there's no sounds of humanity. Other than that, there's plenty going on. Birds, critters in the distance, water, wind. But there was nothing. Just this really oppressive silence. You know what it reminded me of? Back home we got this haunted chapel. When you walk in there, it's the same dead silence. So heavy it seems to absorb all of their sound, but at the same time, you feel the potential for something to happen. The feeling of eyes on you. The feeling of something waiting. That's what it felt like out there. Like a held breath before. I quickly retraced my steps and Cassie was gone. Like I said, the place was oppressively quiet. I wasn't even 10 feet away. I should have heard her moving, but she was just gone. I tried calling her, but it was like I couldn't bear to raise my voice. It felt wrong, breaking the silence. The sounds of the guys, the sobbing, that was all gone too. It was so oppressive it was like I could feel it as pressure on my skin. I finally got a response, just not the one I was hoping for. It was the click whine of a digital camera. No flash, just the sound. Almost like whatever was taking the photo was right beside me. "Who's there?" I yelled, managing to sound rather angry than scared, which was a feat, trust me, because I was freaking terrified. Have you ever sat there in a really quiet house with the TV on standby and realized you can hear the TV making an almost subaudible whining noise? It's less a noise, more of a pressure on your eardrums, something you sort of feel in the back of your teeth. What I got in response was like that. Only then it started to get louder and driving in deeper. First tetanus, then a fire alarm, then so loud I could feel the pressure gripping the back of my head like a vice. So much pressure it felt like my skull was going to collapse inwards. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't even think. There was just the noise. And then it stopped, like someone had flicked off a switch. Gone just like that. I was kneeling in the leaf litter, still alone, blood dripping from my ears and nose. The oppressive silence was back, and while I was recovering, I swear I heard one of the twins whisper my name nearby. Then a giggle. Then silence. Blessed silence. I nearly peed myself for a second later when I heard someone crashing towards me through the trees, but luckily it was just the boys. They said they didn't find anything out there, but the sobbing had stopped suddenly, and then the trees had started rustling, like something seriously fast was skirting around them. They had been running back to Cassie and me when the sound hit. Oh yeah, they had heard that stuff too. They weren't bleeding, which to me suggests I was closer to the epicenter of whatever it was. It was bad enough that it dropped them though. We were starting to freak out about Cassie when she stepped back into sight, smiling like nothing had happened. We asked her if she had heard the whistling stuff too, and she said she hadn't. She thought she heard someone calling my name after I left her and she followed it, but she hadn't heard anything else. Honestly though, something about the way she said it was off. I think she was hiding something. I was pretty sure she was in shock, like there was something not quite right in the way she was talking or moving. I think she saw something, and it scared her so badly she's dissociating, or something. Damn it, Reddit, I'm an office worker, not a psychologist. Anyway, we headed back, though thoroughly creeped out. And then, to add the cherry of creepiness on top of the crap Sunday that was today, I swear we were only gone for 2 or maybe 3 hours. No more than 3. I'd put money on it. I bet my freaking house on it. But everyone else was convinced that they hadn't seen us for at least 6 hours. The worst bit is I checked my watch and they were right. I don't remember looking at it when we were out in the forest, so I can't be certain, but... No, screw it. I am certain. There was no way in hell that we were in the woods for 6 hours. No way. We lost time. Jim and I said goodnight to the others, claiming jet lag and wanting a night in together. To be honest, we couldn't process what was going on. At least, I can't. Jim is still trying to formulate some rational explanation for this stuff. I love the man, but come on, dude. He's insisting we stay one more day, in case this is all just one big misunderstanding. The rational part of my brain is telling me to believe him. Stuff like this just doesn't happen. It just doesn't. I know you're probably screaming at me to leave, but I think if I did, I'd have to leave Jim. If he left now, he'd be admitting that there's something out there that he can't explain. He won't go until he's been proven right. Bugger Jim. I always knew you'd get me killed, you beautiful idiot. I'll tell you one thing though. One more incident and I'm throwing the fool over my shoulder and sprinting back to civilization. Wish me luck. It's my first time in an American forest, and this is me going the F home. In the immortal words of Lawrence Fishburne, F this trip. Those coyotes kept going all night last night, and on top of that, they were calling my name again, whoever they may be. I noticed it only happened when Jim managed to fall asleep. I woke him up the first few times asking if he had heard it too, but I realized pretty quickly there was no point. Every time Jim woke up, it turned back into the wordless, yammering screams. Bless Jim. He wouldn't even say anything about it. He tried to pretend he didn't mind, but I could tell it was irritating him. So he just lay there awake instead, listening to those drawn-out yowling shrieks, calling my name. At one point I said, "F it," and went to take a look at what was going on. I peeked out the window, fully expecting to see something awful, and the screaming stopped right away. I thought that meant something, but then I heard the front door quietly close. Cassie and the twins had gone outside. They must have scared whatever was out there away. I leaned closer to the glass and watched them. They walked in a line together to the very edge of the tree line, stopping just on our side of the stone circle. They held their arms up, like they were reaching out to something just out of sight, in the shadows under the trees. I couldn't make out anything. And then, it moved. I stepped back quickly, gulping down a scream, slapping my hand over my mouth so hard, it's a wonder I didn't bust my lip. I considered waking Jim again, but decided against it and went back to the window. Now that the thing had come forward, I relaxed a little. It looked like it might have been a stag, a bloody one. As it's been pointed out, I'm not an expert on American wildlife. It wasn't a moose, that was the best I could tell you. Whatever it was though, it didn't seem to mind the girls trying to touch it. I finally got some sleep after that, since it had actually gone quiet. In the morning I went out to check the place I'd seen the deery thing, hoping to get a look at the prints it may have left. Maybe get an idea of how big it had actually been. No luck though, since everything was overrun with canine prints. Pretty big ones too. Jim for some reason thought running up behind me and picking me up was a good idea at that point. He dropped me quickly enough when I twisted around and tried to bite him in the face. I can't explain my thought process behind that one. He scared me, and my instant reaction was to bite the face off him. "What the hell?" he said, and he was right to do so. I apologized for trying to maul him, and he apologized for scaring me. And then he asked me if I still wanted to leave. And well, I said no. I don't know why. It just came out. Like, I know you guys are seriously worrying about this, so am I. But whenever I think of leaving, it's like I want to, and I don't at the same time. Like leaving now would be some stupid hysterical reaction, you know? I don't know. That's how I feel this morning anyways. Feeling a bit different about right now. I told Jim one more day, and he said if that was the case, Kit and the boys had invited him out to go shoot cans. Which I'm half certain means they're going hunting, but I'm not sure what the law around here is, so shh. I asked him if he was sure, and he laughed and gave me a hug. At least he'll be with Kit. Once they gone, Cassie came over and told me we girls were going to take a walk down to the lake shore. It's not much of a lake. I don't think it even got a name. Kit and Cassie had always called it Lake Tovey, but it's big enough and it has little islands in the middle, a nice single beach and a little jetty. Very pretty, and with the day being sunny again, yeah, very picturesque. Plus the walk through the woods seemed to clear my head a bit. I always loved being out in the woods. There was that silence again though. No ducks on the lake, no fish breaking the surface, no birdsong. Not even the whine of mosquitoes or gnats. The last one was welcome though. We were just about to step onto the shingle when Rice grabbed my arm, risking a good biting to do so, and asked me if I thought Cassie was alright. "Did something happen on your walk yesterday?" she said, looking so worried it painted me to lie to her. Her eyes are so dark I could see my reflection. See the fake smile I quickly plastered on. "No," I told her. "Everything went fine. Why on earth would she think otherwise?" "Because I woke up at 3 a.m. this morning and she stood over on the side of my bed, just smiling at me." Ah, shit. So I lied to Rice. Told her everything was fine, would be fine, whatever. I think I tried to deny it to myself until then, even when you were trying to tell me so. But as soon as she had brought it up, that was it. I couldn't unsee it. Cassie was like the twins. Not quite as bad as them, she was definitely acting more normal, but there was still that blank look in her eyes, like even when she was looking at you, she wasn't really seeing you. The smile, which was so fixed and toothy, was more a case of them showing their teeth, and the fact that they were always watching someone with those blank eyes of theirs, just watching and waiting. Usually me, but if Rice caught their attention, they'd turn it on her too. How could I have told her what I was thinking, what you've been saying? If she didn't believe me, she'd think I was insane. If she did believe me, her heart would end up just as broken as mine is, maybe more. I don't know if this is something we can fix. I hope it is. I really don't think it is, but I hope so. As sunny as it was, the water was way too cold to swim in. Plus, I got this thing about swimming in murky water at the best of times, which this is not. So we started skipping stones together. By we, I mean Rice and I. The twins just stood back, watching. Cassie, surprisingly enough, joined in after watching us for a few minutes. It turned out to be quite fun. Rice looked happier now that Cassie was getting involved. Cass looked almost with it, and it turned out I'm excellent at skipping stones. I do like winning things. Of course, I didn't have long to enjoy it. Whatever it was, it came from the island. I didn't see it on there. We only noticed it when it slipped into the water. It was swimming towards us, leaving a wide V of water behind it. All I could really see was its smooth head covered in dark fur, and a huge rack of antlers. Rice noticed it too, and she smiled when she saw it. A really delighted sort of smile. "Wow, is that a deer?" she asked me, the not wildlife expert. I looked at her and pointed out that I wasn't the best person to ask, so I saw that it hit her the same time it hit me. A wave of dread so strong it felt like nausea, stomach cramps, the works. Her face twisted into a look of pure horror, and I could see the goose flesh raise along her neck, just as I felt all my hair standing on end. It was like I suddenly ran hot all over. Before that was doused with an icy coldness. My heart climbed up into my throat. Everything in me was screaming for me to run. Run like hell and don't stop until I reached the cabin. But all my muscles had locked up. And to cap it all off, that's when I heard it again. The tinnitus. The whistle. Whatever the hell you want to call it. I knew what to expect, though that didn't help. Again, it shot up through the register, up and up until there was nothing like that left in the world. Just a tiny bit of me that was still me, adrift in this white-hot furnace of noise. I don't know how long it went on for. I came back to myself lying curled up on the shale, hands clamped over my bleeding ears. As my hearing started to come back, I heard screaming and splashing. I looked around as I sat up, dimly realizing that Cassie and the twins were already on their feet, smiling down at me. Rice wasn't there though. I twisted to look over the lake and whatever the deer thing was had gone. Rice, though, was about halfway between us and the island, screaming hysterically between coughing fits. I ran out into the jetty, yelling for her to swim to me. I was convinced she was going to die, that something had already ripped her open, or else it would wait for her to almost reach me before dragging her under for good. Instead, hearing me seemed to calm her down, and she started swimming back in. I waited on the very long end of the jetty to pull her out of the water at the earliest opportunity. I even let her hug me, even though she was soaked in bitterly cold water. She had no idea what had happened. The noise had left her just as detached from everything as it had me. Only when she came back to herself she realized that she was underwater. Not just in the water, literally 3 feet or so beneath the surface. She sucked in a good lungful of lake water before she got out, and between that and the cold, I'm really worried about her. I'm the only one who is, apparently. I helped her back to shore and the others were just smiling, like nothing had happened. I bitched them out for it, mainly because of what the few of you had said. I don't want them to know I suspect them. As I helped Rice home, they trailed a few feet behind me the whole way, Cassie assuring me I was making a bigger deal about it than needed. We lost time again. I realized it when we got back, only a few hours this time. It was enough to upset Rice all over again, though. She's currently huddled up against the fire I built in the huge fireplace they got in the main room, and she's been sobbing steadily since she's got back. Nothing I've said can stop her. Cassie and the twins are just hanging around us, watching. Sometimes in the room with us, sometimes peering in through the freaking windows, and smiling. Always smiling. This is it now. As soon as the guys get back, I'm going home. Of course, that's the other problem. The boys still haven't come back. Kit promised me that they'd be back before dark. There's still no sign of them, though. No sign at all. Please let Jem be okay. If nothing else, if no one else, just let Jem be okay. Edit. Thanks for that. I can see someone's coming back now. I'm gonna go out to the van and get it started, waiting for the daylight. It's my first time in an American forest, and something is very wrong with me. I don't know what just happened. I don't know where I've been. I'm so freaking scared right now, and there's nothing I can do about it. I should have listened to you all. I think there's something in me, and I don't know if I can fix it. It wasn't the boys, the ones I went running out to meet. It wasn't them. I know that much, even if I don't know what the freak it was. I went running out to see them, to see if it was Jim, fully intending to grab him and drag him inside and never letting go of him again. But when I got there, whoever it was, they turned and started walking away. Only I couldn't just let them wander off. I couldn't. They needed to come inside. It wasn't safe. That's what kept repeating in my head like a compulsion. It's not safe. Save them. So I ran after them. Only they were walking far too quickly for how dark it was under the trees. And that's the last thing I remember. Well, that's a lie. I remember plenty. I remember swimming. I remember that although I was under the water, it didn't feel cold, and I could breathe just fine, and I could see just fine. And I was fast, so fast. I remember flying. I was so fast and graceful, and although I was scared of a lot of things, I was still powerful. I ran with my family, and together we were strong. I remember being hungry. So hungry, this hunger beyond anything else I'd ever felt, like my stomach was twisting in on itself. But when I ate, everything was 100 times more delicious than anything I'd ever tasted before. I drank, and though it was only river water, I could have kept drinking on forever, just the taste of it. And I had desires, as if I hadn't been with someone for years. When I was with him, when I came, I bit him like a wild thing, and when I drew blood, he only laughed. I don't know where I was. I don't know who it was that I was with. It just seemed like a series of disjointed memories, all shuffled together. Pain and pleasure and sheer bloody freedom, all jumbled up so that none of it made any sense now that I'm looking at it. Like a dream. It went on forever, and it lasted no time at all. The next real memory I have is stepping over one of the stones on the circle around the cabin. It's like I dropped back into myself. Thump. There I was. I looked up and Jim was sprinting towards me, yelling. And for a second, For a second I pulled away from him. For a second he was a stranger running at me, screaming incomprehensible nonsense, and I was ready to attack him, to defend myself. Then, he got close enough to me for me to see his eyes, and it all clicked back in. He was asking me what had happened, what was wrong with me. I don't know what he meant until I looked down, wondering why I suddenly felt so cold. Turns out I was stark naked. Naked, but also covered in blood, mud, and clumps of fur that it was hard to tell. Every inch of me hurt. I was covered in cuts, bruises, scrapes, bites. I'd torn off whole strips of skin in some places. In total, I was gone for 2 nights and a day. Jim carried me inside straight away and put me in a hot bath and cleaned me off of what he could, fending off the others' questions. He got out the first aid kit he took everywhere with him and patched me up as best he could. He said I was in a state of shock, which I found funny. He said that was part of the shock. He also told me what had happened to him, why he was so late coming back. The boys had all been up in a tree hide, drinking when they heard something. It sounded how he imagined a bear growling would sound, Jim said, and it was right below them, moving around. It never came into sight, so they couldn't try to take a shot at it. Instead, they just stayed up there all night, trying to stay quiet, as to not attract any undue attention. When they woke up, they found that Curtis had gone missing. No sign of him anywhere, no sign of a struggle. No one heard him leave in the night. He was there when they went to sleep and gone when they woke up. They finally made it back that day, only to find I disappeared too. Rice was hysterical by this point and coughing steadily with a massive fever. Her swim apparently had not done her any favors, as I feared. Kit volunteered to take her into town to get her to the nearest doctor. Of course, I disappeared with the only set of keys to the minivan still in my bra. So God knows where they are now. So they had taken Curtis's truck instead. Now, even when Jim can get a signal, he said Kit isn't answering his phone. Poor Jim. He's so worried. He's worried about me. He's worried about them. He's worried about Curtis, and the twins don't seem to care about their boys, and Cassie doesn't seem to care about what has happened to her brother and girlfriend. Just like she doesn't seem to care that I was missing. He's worried about the fact that Craig and Jay, since their night in the tree hide, have also been standing around, smiling but emotionless. Mostly I think he's worried because he still has hope we're going to live. He just doesn't know how to make that happen. I told him that there's no hope, not for any of us. I told him we should have left on the first day, like you said. He shushed me. He seemed to think it was just hysteria, part of my shock, rather than something I know. I think he feels guilty, like it's his fault we've stayed too long. My poor boy. He's already spoken to Alex, the last of us who seems reasonably normal, and we're going to sneak out the first thing in the morning. They think that maybe, if we head out early and head through the trees to cut off a section of the road, we can be back in town by tomorrow night. I agreed with him, because that's what he needs, and because no matter what else is going on, I still love Jim. We're gonna leave before dawn. It's not gonna work. It's my first time in an American forest and I'm all alone. This is it. This is the end of all of it. We left before dawn, just like we planned. Jim, Alex, and me creeping out with whatever we could carry in rucksacks. We set off into the trees at an angle so we could cut through the forest and meet up with the road further down. That way, if the others looked for us, they wouldn't catch us just strolling down the driveway. It was hard going, harder than we expected. The roots and grass clumps seemed to be trying to grab our feet, to trip us up with every step. Branches grabbed at our hair and faces, or else snatched at every exposed skin, cutting us. Like the forest itself was trying to keep us from leaving. The men wouldn't admit this, of course. They just kept slogging on, forcing their way onwards, their hope driving them to reach the road. And as it turned out, they were right, and I was wrong. Alex reached it first, stumbling through the last layer of grasping branches to topple face first down onto an embankment of gravel. Jim climbed down more gracefully, then held out a hand to help me follow. As soon as we reached the road, the boys seemed a lot happier, practically skipping along. They thought we were safe. Whatever they thought was going on, and I don't think that they would ever admit it was something otherworldly, not out loud at least. Surely it was now over. They were on a road, a man-made thing. They were clearing the way. Never mind that we were still surrounded on all sides by miles and miles of wilderness. The road was a thin strip of oasis, a lighthouse of humanity. We were safe. We found Curtis's truck about an hour later, sitting abandoned in the middle of the road. The windscreen was shattered, giving the safety glass a smoky look. The nose was crumpled in, almost to the point of hitting the engine, and there was blood splashed across it. "They must have hit something," Alex said, uneasily. "Something pretty freaking big," Jim agreed. Both doors had been left hanging open. One dangled at an angle, like a broken wing where it had been ripped off. There was no one in sight, and though two sets of scuffed footprints led away from the truck, they weren't following the road onwards. Rather, they were heading back into the trees. Alex headed off after the footprints without another word. Jim went to inspect the truck, so I followed him. There was blood splashed across the inside of the cab, too. Across the dashboard, the steering wheel, the seats, the windows. Blood. Lots of it. The passenger side window had been kicked out from the inside. The driver's side was starred and coated with the thickest layer of blood. You could almost hear the echo of their screams in the air. Then Alex started shrieking. Jim ran towards him, and though he told me to stay where I was, I followed him. I couldn't let Jim out of my sight. I couldn't risk it. We ran, but as we did, something washed over us. Something louder and more immediate than Alex's horrific screaming. The whistle. The tinnitus. There it was again, dropping us to our knees. This time, though, I didn't end up drifting alone. This time I could feel Jim's hand in mine. When the whistle left us, Jim pulled me to my feet and we kept going like nothing had happened. Alex had stopped screaming. We pushed through into the small clearing only to find Alex in the jaws of a cougar. It dropped him and retreated when Jim ran forward, swinging a branch in a bellowing challenge. The cat pulled up at the edge of the trees and turned to bare its teeth at Jim. Then it turned to me, and our eyes met across the distance. It blinked, slowly, then turned and loped off into the tree shadow. Jim had gone straight to Alex, though it was obvious that it was hopeless. The cat had bitten through his spinal cord, right at the base of his skull. He wasn't the only one there either. Jim noticed first and tried to keep me from seeing, but it was about what I expected anyways. Kit was there too, sprawled out on the ground. The cougar had been at him too, maybe even more than one. There didn't seem to be a lot left. "She's not here," Jim said after a while, sounding sick. "Rice isn't here. Her footprints led in here, but then they just stopped." He was right about that. There was no sign of her, though I bet I could guess what she looked like if I ever saw her again. Jim practically carried me back to the road. We both felt like there was something wrong, but it took us a while to realize what it was. We'd lost time again. It was far later than it should have been. I think that was the point when Jim started to really panic. He told me to shut myself in the truck cab while he ran the rest of the way alone. Then he would have someone come back to get me. He seemed to think it was a great idea under the circumstances. I thought it was about as awful as a plan could get. I begged him to stay with me, literally begged him, and I think he thought that I was scared for myself. He just didn't understand. He didn't understand at all. I did. I knew if I let him go, I'd never see him again, not as we were then. And so I begged him to stay with me, but he didn't. I didn't see the point in waiting around or spending a night in a dotty truck. I made my way home instead, and I wasn't exactly surprised to find that the way back was easier. The cabin was empty when I got there, completely deserted. I wasn't particularly surprised to find that either. I'm still writing this because I want someone to know what had happened to us. I'm inside now with all the doors locked, all the windows shuttered. Jim won't be coming back. I know it. And if the others do, I don't know what they'll do. Oh jeez, I don't know what to do. I'm all alone, but I can hear things moving around outside. I'm so freaking scared, but probably not for the reasons you'd think. I'm not scared of what's out there getting in. I'm scared that eventually I'll want to open the door. Oh God, help me. It's my first time in an American forest, and it's been wonderful. I can't take it anymore. I can't. There are people out there. I think it's the girls. Maybe Craig and Jay too, but they're hanging back with the other things I can't see in the trees. It's the girls and Tim. They're calling me, still, all calling me, but I don't want to go. I don't. I want to be me. I want to still be me more than anything. I just want to be me. Why can't I stay? I should have gone with Jim. When I was with Jim, I remembered my home, my real home. He calls me. I should go. No. God, it's getting so hard to think. It's not just coming from outside now. It's coming from inside too. From inside my head. The tinnitus keeps sounding, over and over and over. Each time it comes, it lasts longer. Each time it's getting closer together, like contractions. Is it a rebirth then? A beginning from an ending, or is it just an ending? The things outside, are they newborns or parasites? Shells? Are they really there at all? The thought has crossed my mind, you know, that maybe everything has just been in my head. Maybe I've been locked up somewhere, dribbling on myself and screaming about things circling me in the darkness. Maybe I've never even left the UK. Or maybe the plane crashed and this is hell. Why can't I still be me? Why do I have to go? A sacrifice of myself to myself? I want to go home and live my life the way I want to live it. I wasn't exactly happy, but I was me, and at least I had Jim. We could have been happy eventually. I know it. I know we could. I won't open the door. I won't open the door. I'm bleeding constantly now. Nose, ears, even my eyes. It will almost stop and then the tinnitus will come again, and the bleeding will start fresh. Each time it comes, I lose a little bit more of myself. I can feel it leaving me. I can't remember being a child anymore. I can't remember how I met Cassie. I can still remember how I met Jim though. I think I can anyways. I met him on a night out, a friend of a friend. They only ever called him James, but he told me his surname was Jones and I laughed about it. I never called him anything but Jim afterwards. My Jim. I want people to know what had happened. I want someone to know the truth, that I didn't just get lost or eaten by a wild animal. None of us did. Don't forget us, please. Remember us, because I don't know if we will. I won't open the door. I won't open the door. I can't remember what university I went to. I can't even remember if I had any brothers or sisters, or my parents' name. Why is it Jim that I remember? Is it some stupid true love conquers all stuff? Is it because he's the only person I brought with me from home? I don't think he can cross the stones. That's what they're there for. I see it now. To keep his attention away from here. That's all they can do. Once he's seen you that there's nothing you can do. What he wants, he takes. He can't cross, but the girls can. They're at the door now. At the windows. There's more of them than there should be. The whistling, the tinnitus, it doesn't affect them. They just wait it out and then they go on talking, telling me how I could be, telling me I've been chosen, telling me all I need to do is open the door. Open the door, Emily. Open the door. I won't. I won't. I won't. Why can't I stay? Please. Please let me stay. I don't care if they have to kill me so long as I can die as myself, please. That's all I want. I just want to still be me. I won't open the door. I won't. Jim's outside. I can see him now. He has him. I don't think he'd make it anyway, but I hoped. I should have gone with him. I hoped. I don't know how much will be left of Jim before long. He hasn't stopped screaming. They're not hurting him, they're just holding him. Still, he's seeing things. Things a rational brain shouldn't be forced to see. I was marked. I see that now. I understand. This is all my fault. We came out here because of me. And then when we followed the voices, it was me he came for. I don't know why, but that doesn't change things. Everything, everyone. My fault. I'm opening the door now. I'm so sorry. It's all over now. Everything's okay. Jim's dead. I killed him. It was better this way. Better for the both of us. That I did it, I mean. It was fast. I was there for him. There was no pain, I made sure of it. I used my teeth. His blood is on the stones, and now the cabin is ours too. I went out to speak to the ones outside. Cassie, Ruby, Topaz, Rice. Only, that's not who they are anymore. Like I was Emily, but now I'm not. Now I'm something more. Because I killed Jim. Back home I was nothing. Back home I worked in an office. You all told me to run away, to go back there, and why? Why should I have gone? Why should I have missed this? Home. Was it ever really home? God, please help me. Please, please help me. You were wrong, you see. I was wrong. People have ideas about things. They try to explain things as best they can, but people's brains are small, narrow, thin, frail. Human brains can't see everything, because if they could, it would be too much to bear. Humans can't see everything because if you could see everything, well, then you wouldn't be human anymore. I can feel the trees growing. I can feel their roots. I can feel every living thing in the forest like it's a part of me. I can feel Jim's life going back into the earth, and it's beautiful. As humans, everything is always so scary. We give names and stories to things we don't understand because it's by naming it that we understand it. No matter how scary it might be, if it has a name, it's manageable. It's understandable. You're scared of the woods and of what's in them. I know it because I was too. Don't be. All we want to do is share this. Don't run. Come to us. Trust us. I know there will be people who knew Emily who are worried. You don't need to be. It's okay now. It's all okay. I know now. This is the place where I'm safe and warm and loved. I'm home. You could be too. It's my first time in an American forest, and this is my life now. I guess if you're looking for explanations, I'm not the one to give them to you. If you're looking for a name, we don't have one. Our people are old. Old enough that we can remember a time when we were the only ones here. Although technically, only the elders were the ones physically here back then, we can all remember it once once whatever has happened to us, I suppose. We can see all the way back to when the first trees grew here, and we can see and feel everything that has happened here now, all at the same time. Yeah, that's the sort of stuff I have to put up with now. I think this will be the last time I can write anything. I'm still in and out at the moment. Sometimes I'm just Emily. Mostly I'm sort of Emily plus, I suppose. But even then I'm still me. Sort of. I think. It's really hard to say, and trying to explain how this works now, I'm Emily plus is basically impossible. I'll do the best I can, but you don't have the words for most of it. Telling you in person would be difficult. Telling you in written words is, well, I can't. And trust me when I say you don't want me to tell you in person. Not now. The other reason for this being my last post is that the electronics hurt like hell now. I think it's something to do with the frequencies they put out. It causes headaches, nausea, general feelings of inky unpleasantness. Basically not something I'm willing to put up with. Don't come out here. That's why I'm sitting through what feels like a wicked case of the flu to put down my last words for you all. I know what we said about last time, about coming out here, but just ignore that. Kit and Cassie's family were concerned about the fact that they hadn't heard anything from us, especially since we were due back at their parents' house for some big welcome back from the woods barbecue by midday yesterday. They came out here a few hours ago, her father and a couple of uncles and cousins. Cassie went up and tried to convince them to leave, but they'd seen Curtis's truck on the way in and had found what was left of Kit and Alex. They were pretty upset, understandably, and wanted us to leave with them before it was too late. What surprised me was the first thing Cassie's dad was grab her and yell in her face. "You crossed the stones at night, didn't you? What were you thinking, Cassandra? Didn't your grandpa teach you anything?" Cassie just kept trying to get them to leave. It was almost like she cared. Maybe she even did. I don't remember anything before I arrived here, but you never know. Maybe if you put my actual parents in front of me, I'd at least remember who they were. We killed Cassie's family, anyway. They point blank refused to leave without her, and worse, they were talking about doing something. Given it was her great-grandfather who carved out a human-safe space and put up the stones in the first place, we couldn't risk it, especially not since her dad and uncles actually seemed to know what they were talking about. They looked surprised when most of us came out of the trees and started walking up to the cabin. They looked a bit more than surprised when the elders followed us over the ring of stones. That's what complacency does for you. Never rely on 100-year charms, folks, especially when they can be canceled out by something as simple as a gift of our beloved blood. I miss Jim. I do. He preferred it this way, though. He was never going to be allowed to leave, and given a choice between this and death, well, he was a very rational man. According to the big man, some people just can't make the transition. They fight it so hard that it rips their mind apart. They end up either dying right away or wandering the forest. Neither one thing nor the other. Completely insane. And he can tell who can make the transition and who can't. The only reason he took the twins is because he needed someone to watch us, and he probably didn't want us to panic and make a run for it the first night. We'll look after them, though. It probably won't be necessary for very long, but we will. I was touch and go, apparently. They call it a difficult birth afterwards. If I hadn't helped Jim, I probably would have ended up like the twins. Lucky for me, the big man was set on having me. Part of it was that I was due for a reward for not eating the flesh of the elder that Curtis had killed. Don't ask about what happened to Curtis. Seriously, don't. But weird as it sounds, the rest of it was that I'm Welsh. Strange but true. I'm the first woman they've seen with the accent, and it turns out, he's a fan. Then my little sojourn out there with him just sealed the deal. So my advice to you is this. If you decide to go into the forest for some reason, F knows why, but it's your choice. Try not killing anything, plants included. We don't like it. If you have the overwhelming urge to kill something, then for F's sakes make sure it looks like what it's supposed to first. Why? I'll give you a little example on that one. Draw a deer from memory, then compare it to the real thing. Not so easy, is it? Judgmental pricks. And you really don't want to kill one of us, not even without meaning to, because when it comes to our people, we don't really go in for mercy. There's someone coming up the road now, so I think Cassie's dad got the word out that there was an issue. Probably called the police after finding the corpses. Sounds like it's gonna be a case of retreat and observe, which works for me. Gives me time to get to know the new family. Plus, I'll need to take it easy for a while. Remember what I said. Remember us. And if you call me the Goat Man, I'll track you down and rip out your effing throat.